Right, and we also saw, now I would like to get to that situation, but we saw last year in the playoffs, in the Denver series and even the series before that one, where he would have one amazing game,
right,
and then his next game he was terrible. So, look, it all depends what you have to give up, obviously, but I don't know if it's a chance. I don't know if it's a risk I would take.
No.
Depending on what you have to give up, obviously. I mean, he is a great player. Hell, he's 30 years old. He'll be 31 in March. So he still has some time left. But his wear and tear, 56 games last year, 40 the year before.
Would this basically be trading for Blake Griffin again?
Maybe. A better version. But, yeah, I don't do that.
The arguments against are the arguments against Zion. In some ways, except he's 10 years older.
Right, exactly.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
there's no way.
That's why I wouldn't do it.
And we keep hearing about these, clauses in Zion's contract. Have you heard any details? I haven't been able to find any.
No.
I looked and I tried to find, what does it mean when there's injury protection? Can you break free from Zion and not owe him anything, or it's not against the cap? That's what I don't understand.
I think if he plays a certain amount of games, or he does not play a certain amount of games, the salary goes down, is what my guess would be.
Yeah, I would guess that as well. But you don't want to be locked in for 4 years with a guy that can't get on the court for more than 20 games a year.
Yes, but look, Anthony Davis, when he was healthy, was great. The problem is, as you've pointed out many times, and you're right, is availability, and his inconsistency in the playoffs this year was staggering to me. It just was one of the early signs for me of a player that was going downhill, so to speak.
Yeah, you can have a great night and you seem unstoppable, and then you disappear for 3 games.
Do you really want a guy that Charles Barkley nicknamed Street Clothes? Seriously.
I know.
It's just, no, then there was I think Anthony Davis was a great player.
Yeah.
And I think he's one of the better number 1 overall picks, since LeBron.
And there's nothing wrong with breaking
phenomenal.
down. Mm-hmm. People break down, their bodies break down at different times of their careers. Some of it's the style of play, some of it's the era that you're playing in, and his just hasn't lasted as long as some other bodies.
He reminds me of how Chris Webber's career faded. Not same players, but just a way, once they hit that certain point, there was a drop-off.
Right. Yeah. And in the playoffs this past season, he averaged 22.6 points a game, as opposed to early in his career in the playoffs, he was averaging over 30 when he was playing for the Pelicans. Let's go to Cameron. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, morning, everybody. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So I hate to squash this before it goes any further, but we can't even trade for AD because we have no first-round picks available to trade for the next 3 years. 1 pick is owed to the Knicks, and then based on the trades up for Isaiah Stewart, we cannot trade future first-round picks for the next 2 to 3 seasons. So I don't know what we would even have to get AD if you're not giving future picks.
Right. Well, you're assuming they're going to trade Isaiah Stewart, correct?
Sure, but if the Lakers are trading for AD, that means they're still trying to contend and keep LeBron happy. He's not going to want, cast-offs from our own team. I think this is, again, Detroit overvaluing our own players and considering that Isaiah Stewart would even be close to enough for Anthony Davis.
No, I didn't even think of the compensation. It was just something, should they explore it, is what I said. And the answer to all of us, and you too, Cameron, is absolutely not.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree. If you can get it for cheap, sure. I don't see that avenue happening. But I understand what you're saying.
Plus, there's a cap issue, too. He does make a hell of a lot of money, and I don't know how he fits under the cap.
We do have, I think, the second most cap remaining. I think we've got over $30 million this year, and the tax is going up as well. So, there's reasons teams like Boston have 7 guys making $154 million. So there's ways around that.
Yeah, but Anthony Davis next year is due $40 million and then $43 million the following year. So
no, thank you.
It's not even,
it's not even a part of the conversation.
I almost might slap myself for even bringing it up. But, you see a story like this, oh, my God. LeBron was the guy who brought him there.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. So Troy Weaver's first draft with all this Isaiah Stewart smoke. Killian Hayes, Isaiah Stewart, who you're looking to trade.
Yeah.
And Sadiq Bey.
Who you already traded.
Hey, clock's ticking.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, now.
Well, it
this
depends
is
what
what
you
we're.
get for Isaiah Stewart, too.
Right. But, I mean, that's a colossal fail almost, I believe.
Unless you can parlay it into something that matters.
You got three guys who are NBA
Can you imagine
players.
if the Detroit
stars.
Lions drafted 3 players in the first round, and this is what it's turned into?
Well,
the GM would be crucified.
Yeah, but at least these guys can play. They're not. It's not like they're busts. I mean, but yes, it's disappointing that one of them has not become a star.
That not one of the 3 picks is part of your future, your legitimate future.
Well, it depends if Wiseman turns out to be good.
Yeah, it's more about the lack of production
I think Isaiah Stewart is going to get better and better.
We're putting check marks on how our GM's doing here.
It's a negative. That draft is a negative. His first draft would be a negative if they don't get anything out of Isaiah Stewart or Killian Hayes. Now, if they're both traded and they get some good value, then I won't say it's a negative.
Right. It's all about what they can parlay it into.
Yes, exactly.
Just don't get your Javi as a free agency this year.
Right.
And there's some of them out there.
Yeah. Cam Johnson is not one of them. I think he's a really good player. I think the third pick will be in play for us tonight because the Blazers are committed to win now mode with Dame. They would love to add a bogey and a beef stew. So you're saying bogey, beef stew, and a 5 to move up to 3?
I need more back.
Or maybe only one of them. Or just maybe bogey and beef stew.
How about this? Give me a 2026 first rounder unprotected when Portland fails to do anything.
Chris in Heartland says, all of these moves Weaver has made have turned into what? The worst record in the league. I get it. Cade was hurt, but it's not like he's done genius things. The team is still terrible. His drafts are overrated. He just makes lots of moves. There's definitely validity to that.
Yeah.
But
Randy Smith made a lot of moves.
Yes, exactly. I wouldn't put him at that category yet. I know. Stay at 5, take Osur Thompson or Anthony Black. Oh, he's the kid out of Arkansas. Trade Bojan, Bagley, and 31 for 10. Well, you're assuming that somebody would want that. I don't think anybody wants Bagley. Bojan and 31 and Bagley for 10. Yes, if they make that, that's a good trade. Hope that Hendricks falls to 10 in that scenario. That's from John in Rochester. I don't think that's happening. Be bold. Do what it takes to get Zion. Give our new coach an opportunity to coach a talented player. Help revitalize his career. And give the Pistons a badly needed talent boost. Any of the choices at 5 can't shoot and will be a bench player who's not going to make a difference. There's nobody who is a lights-out shooter as of now, but Osur Thompson did shoot much better in the G League playoffs game. Now, look, I would love them to roll the dice on Zion. I know I'm in the minority, but I think you take a chance and you hope Monty Williams can do it. Now, conversely, if Monty Williams and DeAndre Ayton couldn't get it figured out, and there was also a story that he decided he didn't want to coach Jay Crowder anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little Monty deal that's a negative as well.
Well, I mean, the fact that he knows who he wants to coach, I think that's a positive. Now, if you can't coach with, and Ayton is not a superstar,
no.
But if you can't find a way to work together with guys that don't necessarily, their personalities don't match, now that becomes an issue.
Yes, so there's a chance that, he just gets former Phoenix Suns like Cam Johnson and Torrey Craig, who I believe is going to be unrestricted free agent.
Yeah.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Coming up later, Prime in Colorado. Will it work? Is it working? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, I value my privacy, and that's why I use DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a browser just like Chrome with its own private search engine that won't track what I search or my location. So if I search for a new rod and reel, I don't get bombarded for the next month with ads for new fishing gear. If I show up at the boat launch, I don't all of a sudden get something on my phone when I'm searching that says, hey, you need to buy this. Those creepy ads don't follow you around based on your search or your location. Stop that creepy feeling that someone is looking at you and all your personal information on your phone or in your computer. DuckDuckGo is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac for download. DuckDuckGo for free. You can download this at DuckDuckGo.com or from the App Store or Google Play.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797, 935 Prime in Boulder. Is it working? Will it work? We have some ticket texts. Stoney, you're nuts. Capital letters. Zion is fat and lazy and can't stay healthy. He will wreck any franchise he lands at. That's Derek in Woodhaven. I don't necessarily disagree. I am nuts. However, in this situation, right or wrong, I always believe that sometimes in sports, John, you might disagree, that change of location sometimes changes people's attitudes. The situation becomes different. It doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes it does. Sometimes guys change the way, whether they like the coach a lot better, can get to them. And to me, when you have a bad team and have a chance to get a potential superstar who has shown superstar qualities on the floor, granted the availability has not been there, then maybe, just maybe, some things can change. And I think it's worth the risk where they are in their franchise. That's all I'm saying.
You're also looking at the characteristics, or what have we seen from Troy Weaver so far? He's a guy that has tried to reclaim a number of former lottery picks.
Right.
And so if that is the mindset of Troy Weaver, that, hey, I want to take a chance. Now, it's a little bit, there's a lot of different variables with Zion.
Correct.
One of them being obviously the monster contract that comes along with him.
Yes.
But to your point, there can be times where change of scenery,
right,
change of environment, change of coach. That's why you fire and hire new coaches. It's just that you need a different voice. And it can be a game changer.
Right.
But I think I would lean more towards what you have shown, especially for Zion, what you have shown so far in your time in the NBA is more of who you are than just coming to Detroit doesn't mean you're going to be healthy, doesn't mean that you're going to like it here enough to want to play every game.
Right. It's a huge risk. There's no doubt about it.
I think about it looking at it from his perspective. We're looking at it from ours.
Right.
Look at it from his. I don't think he would want to come here. Like, I really don't. He's coming to the worst team in the NBA.
True, but with a lot of young players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but he was a lottery pick, and by a team that was fortunate to win the lottery. They're also when they selected him were one of the worst teams in the NBA.
Yeah, but I don't reading between the lines. I don't think he wants to be where he is.
Right.
True.
No, I agree.
So he's a player that doesn't want to be in certain places.
So,
well, I don't think this is a very attractive place from the other side of the spectrum.
Maybe.
Looking from the outside in.
Right. That's very probable. We have no idea. But what we do know is that when he played, New Orleans was the number one seed, I believe, like early in the season.
Yeah.
They were playing great, and then he got hurt, and all things went to crap. And then Ingram got hurt, too, for a while, too. 248-539-9797. Here's another person who I think would work here, but I think the Lakers are trying to get him back in L.A. What about Kyle Kuzma? He may be at the right point in his career to be effective here in Detroit. He's from Flint. Yeah, I mean, he's a big guy who can shoot.
Yeah.
He'd be fine. I don't know what you had to give up to get him, but I mean, he actually nothing, right? He opted out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd have no problem with that. What's the difference trying to ask about AD or bringing in Zion? People were saying they would explore Zion. They both are injury prone. The difference is why I would be more inclined to accept Zion than AD is because Zion is 22 years old and AD will be 31 in March.
The possible upside for Zion is still higher right now at this point in his career and just in terms of, his age as opposed to AD.
Absolutely. So the NBA draft, there should be some interesting stuff. I mean, overnight, basically, forgetting the draft choices and some of the other spare parts in the deal, but the fact that Porzingis is now a Boston Celtic and Marcus Smart is now a member of the Memphis Grizzlies is fascinating to me because Marcus Smart was kind of like the heartbeat of that team. Look, Tatum was the best player. Jaylen Brown's a really good player. But Smart, the defense, the tenacity, the diving on the floor, that's something you can't measure. They lose that for a guy who's a great offensive player. I don't know if that was the smartest deal, no pun intended, for the Boston Celtics. Time will tell. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a Canadian ROV, a remotely operated underwater vehicle, has finally reached the seafloor and has started a search for that missing submersible. There's also a French vessel that is doing the same. They're getting ready to launch their ROV into the water. So there will be hopefully 2 vehicles there searching the floor. Of course, time is almost or is out. We don't really know exactly how much oxygen is left. It was projected to have ended earlier this morning, like right around 7:08. But, of course, the search is still on, and the search size they're looking at is about double the size of Connecticut. So it's a huge area they're trying to cover, but this is the first time in the search that they've actually had a vehicle combing the seafloor.
Right.
It's all been aircraft or sonar before this. So this is a big step in hopefully locating the
to find it on the seafloor. Right. It would just take unbelievable random luck and miracle.
It's a miracle. So I was listening to some show yesterday, and they were talking about this, and a guy called up who was a Coast Guard pilot, whose job is search missions. He goes, "Do you realize that even during the daylight, a lot of times because the ocean's so vast." Person who's floating with a white hat on, you can't even tell it's a person. You think it's a white cap.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
It's so hard to tell, let alone
down
below.
At the bottom,
where it's dark.
13,000 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible if they even find it.
Yeah.
That will be incredible on its own. An Oak Park man says that he was shot at on the Southfield Freeway after he honked at somebody to prevent a crash. The guy's name is Walter Cole. He says he was driving home from work on Thursday. This was June 15th in the northbound lanes at the Southfield Freeway, right near I-96, when a car in the left lane started to drift. And he said that car drifted towards the wall and then overcorrected and started heading towards his vehicle. So he says he gave a nice 1 beep honk, and the other driver then immediately opened fire on his vehicle.
Jeez.
He says his car was struck at least 4 times. He was very taken aback. At first, he didn't know what he was hearing. He thought, my gosh, is there fireworks? And then realized, oh my gosh, no, I'm being shot at. So he said the suspected vehicle is a maroon or burgundy Subaru and that the driver got off the freeway at Grand River Avenue. And he does say Michigan State Police are now investigating. Quite scary.
Yeah.
So now that the USFL's regular season has ended, viewership from the second season is being compared to viewership from the XFL. And it turns out that the ratings are like almost identical, almost exactly the same. The XFL averaged 602,073 viewers per game, and the USFL averaged 604,172 per game. So
within 2,000
very close
households. Yeah,
and there's still the postseason for the USFL. There's 2 games this weekend, followed by the championship game.
Go Panthers!
Yeah, let's go.
Woohoo!
Will you even watch?
If they make the championship game, I will.
But you're not going to watch this weekend.
No, I'm busy this weekend. I mean, I may peruse on the phone every once in a while.
A Florida man story. A Florida man was caught on Monday stealing some sex toys from Target.
Target?
From Target. Yeah. This man, 46-year-old.
Were they rainbow colored?
No, they were pink. One was pink at least. 46-year-old David Romero bought some groceries, which he did pay for, but then he didn't pay for the other items, including a pink vibrator, some condoms, and they say several sexual enhancement products.
At Target?
At Target.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
know. This dude was caught on surveillance
what
footage.
What lane are the vibrators in?
This sexual enhancement lane. I have no idea.
The massage aids.
Dad, what's this?
It must be located where like the condoms are, right? It'd probably be all.
I guess I would think, yeah.
It'd be all right in that section, which is in like by the pharmacy, I think.
Yeah.
That's where medicine is.
Yeah, I'm obviously.
There's another aisle added to the toy section.
Adult toys.
I mean, condoms are at places like that. But I didn't realize the vibrators.
I didn't realize that either.
Oh, anyway, he got caught on surveillance footage and surveillance.
Where did he hide it?
In his pants.
His pants.
because there's
Is that a vibrator in your pants? Are you just happy to see me?
There's body cam video of the police
your
arresting
phone?
him, and it falls out of his pants onto the ground and starts vibrating.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah. And then speaking of Florida stories, there's a Florida woman that left her $2.5 million mansion and a pretty big inheritance to 7 of her beloved cats. Well, I'm guessing she only had 7. To all of her cats, yes. The woman declared that all her Persian cats, which there's 7 of, must remain at her Tampa mansion because she said separating them would upset them. And she left enough money for them for all of their food, their medical, their grooming expenses. And she said the house can't be sold until the cats die. And the cats are only 5 years old. And cats can live to be like 20 or older.
So who's going to live there and take care of them? Is there a caretaker as well? Or
so a probate judge has just ruled that the cats need to be moved to a spot where they can be better cared for. So they're going up for adoption. So this woman is rolling over in her grave, I'm guessing, because this is not what she wanted.
And what happens to the money?
It gets separated to whoever adopts them, I'm guessing. So here's money for for the cats.
So adopt them each.
If you adopted a cat, you'd get money for their vet bills, for their food, I would guess, because the money was left to the cat, which would then go to you to take care of the cat. I don't know.
I guess.
Right?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Heather.
John, if you got 1/7 of that money, would you let a cat live with you?
So I guess I would get caught in semantics. You could be the executor of the will,
right?
Or you could be the executor of the will.
Oh, Peter, don't like you. 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. As you know by now, the Tigers won yesterday, 9-4. I was at the ball game. It was a lot of fun. They are off tonight. They will take on the Minnesota Twins. First of 3 tomorrow. Joey Wentz will be on the mound. The Twins do play the Red Sox again this afternoon. Cleveland also playing today against the Oakland Athletics. Both of those teams won in struggles last night, but they won, so the Tigers remain 4 out. Cleveland is 1 out. The White Sox did lose, so they are 5.5 out, so the Tigers are in third place. Do want to mention something real quick. Philadelphia Inquirer reporting that the Pistons are among a group of 2 other teams who've expressed interest in Tobias Harris. And the Sixers want to get rid of him because of his contract, but supposedly the demand, what they're asking for, is absurd. Tobias Harris is a good player. He was here before, obviously. I just don't think it's something that the Pistons really need.
Well, and the ask right now may be absurd. The ask right at 7 o'clock tonight might be a little bit different.
He's a good leader, great team guy, great guy in the community, all that kind of stuff. And I thought he came up soft in the playoffs a lot for the Sixers. But like I said, Pistons in the playoffs, we haven't seen that in a while anyway, so just get there and then I'll worry about the other stuff later. College football is approaching soon, and the big team in the Pac-12 actually getting all the news is not USC and UCLA for the last year in the Pac-12. It's a team in Boulder, Colorado, who may be moving to the Big 12.
Yeah, and that team in Boulder, Colorado was, most people would claim that they were the worst team of the Power 5 teams last year. So they moved on from their coach, and they hired one Dion's primetime Sanders. Mm-hmm. He has come in, and he made no secret, no bones about it, that he didn't want to coach most of that team that was there in 2022. In fact, he's brought his own luggage with him. And he mentioned that, used that term. Travis Hunter, former number 1 recruit, who was with him at Jackson State, as well as his son, Shedeur Sanders, who's a quarterback. Amongst those remaining from the 2022 roster of scholarship players, there's only 10 remaining on this current roster.
Wow.
He's brought in over 50 new scholarship players by mining the transfer portal, and there's a couple of questions here. The scuttlebutt, the rumor around other college football coaches is that they don't particularly like how he's going about this, and they're hoping that there's a crash and burn in Boulder, Colorado. The question that I have is, how do you view this? Do you view this as a guy who is taking advantage of every single possible rule, or is it a guy that is just playing by the rules? And
I think he's playing by the rules. I think he wants his team, and it's completely non-traditional, but with the new rules, with the portal and all that stuff, he's playing within the rules, and I don't have a problem with it. Whether it'll work or not, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I do think you.
How about the moral side of it?
He was honest about it, though. Right?
Yeah, but those kids that were there didn't know Dion was going to be hired, didn't know. So
they have a chance to leave.
Okay, they do. And we talk about the empowerment of the student athlete. And this is a situation that is an extreme, but hey, if you want the good, you've got to take the bad. I understand what's going on in Boulder, but I mean, we talk about this all the time. Those kids committed to a coach and to a school, and hopefully they did it for more than just the football experience. We know that's not always the case.
Correct.
But the way that he's going about it, like, who says next year, if things don't work out, that he doesn't do this all over again and run off all of the kids that have just committed to him?
Well, he's going to treat it like it's the pros. And the way college players are getting, quote unquote, paid, they are.
Not all pros. Of them are getting paid. And I don't know that there's a lot in Boulder, Colorado that are getting paid.
Well, then they're getting something besides the sizzle of Dion. They love him. A kid from West Bloomfield, Brandon Davis-Swady, decommitted from Notre Dame, and Michigan and some other schools are in the hunt. And he announced yesterday that, early last week, that he's going to Boulder. And there was a picture of him with Prime. They love him, a lot of these kids.
Well, I love Prime.
I know you do.
He was a great teammate.
I know.
I hope he's successful. The question is, do you think it will be successful?
No, I don't. Because I think there's something about, especially this year. And because I think, you know better than me, obviously. I think there is something about team chemistry.
Oh, yeah, especially of the ages of 18 to 22.
Correct.
Like, you're not bringing in a guy that's a 10-year vet
who
knows how to do everything, is refined in his technique and his skill.
I kind of think this is, I wouldn't say just a one-year thing. I don't think it's going to be as drastic a turnover next year and in the years going forward. I just think he's rushing to get his type of players in here, and then hopefully they'll somewhat be successful, and they will, be able to keep getting more and more. Like I said, Davis Swain and some other kids from around the country are going to be in the next class, and that's how he'll be able to build.
At 1-11 last year, what do you think this program needs to be to say, oh, this year was successful? Is it just, hey, double your win total, you can get 2? Is it a bowl game? Is it getting to 500?
I think success. I don't know their whole schedule. I know one of their non-conference games is Nebraska.
Yeah,
their old rival.
With Matt Rule, new coach, and a lot of transfers as well.
Right. I would say, and you have a sold out. I think they sold out all their games. I think 4 or 5 wins is realistic.
Yeah.
For him in year one. And then you build on it from there.
Well, you mentioned it that they've sold out their stadium.
Mm-hmm.
The big winner in this is just the University of Colorado.
Yes, and I believe, and from what I was told, people always say, well, college is for education. Yes, of course it is. But when your athletic teams become high profile, the amount of applicants to said school increases too. And I read somewhere that just the regular applicants for regular students, not student athletes, as you like to call them, has gone up substantially since
they hired
Dion's
Dion.
been there. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, when Dion is wearing the gear, the swag, he attracts a lot of eyeballs.
Yes.
And some of those students are not sports fans. They might not even know who Deion Sanders is. But a lot of them, maybe they were high school, players. Mm-hmm. Maybe they were just fans of sports. They're going to know who Dion is. They're going to think Dion's cool. And then seeing the Colorado Buffaloes, swag, they're like, you know what? I will. I'm going to apply to Colorado just to see what it's like.
What's interesting is going to be how, not just necessarily wins and losses, how he's going to coach at this level. I mean, he coached at Jackson State, and with all due respect, the competition is not what it is here. And he was very successful there. Will it translate in a couple of years for his sake, for Colorado's sake? I certainly hope so. I mean, he's got some of his kids, as you mentioned, Hunter and his son, among others, to make the switch to come over. I mean, it's interesting if what's his name for the Lions, Houston, would have been there a couple more years.
Yeah,
he might have gone to Colorado.
He could have, yeah. And it's interesting too. You mentioned their non-conference. Not only do they start off with Nebraska, they also have TCU.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they played them last year, I think.
I think so, yeah.
I hope the field's okay.
I think if he is given time, he could do this right, and he could do it real right.
Yeah.
It has been proven in the past that Colorado can become a football power.
Oh, sure, they were.
Okay, and
under McCartney.
And it had to be given time then. I remember his first year, they were horrendous. But I believe Deion Sanders is just a winner. I think anything he touches, he's going to win at. I know you've told us some things about the respect you have. Look, this is the most flamboyant. He calls himself Prime. He gave himself his own nickname.
He knows when to turn it on and when it's serious.
When you said the respect you have for him as a competitor and stuff, I believe he will get this right, and he could potentially in the Big 12 turn them into maybe one of the better teams in that conference year in, year out. But he's got to be given time.
Minus USC.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even going to talk about UCLA, but you take out USC of the Pac-12, now you're talking about Utah, Washington, Oregon. Colorado could
Well,
Could
wait,
have
so
an
what-
impact.
Isn't there the rumors of the Big
Big 12, yeah.
It
Them
could be the
going
Big 12, yeah.
there, and with the loss of Oklahoma and Texas, and if the Big 12 is going to stay relevant,
Yes.
Oregon, Washington come to the Big 10, and some Pac-12 remnants go to the Big 12. I think that's a very underrated, like, recruitable area.
Oh,
Boulder.
people love going to Denver. That whole area is
Yeah.
it's awesome. 248-539-9797. And then you never know. And 5 years down the line, you could share a national championship with Georgia Tech. Isn't that who they shared it with?
Is that who they shared it with?
Yeah, with Bobby Ross's Georgia Tech team, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's right.
I think it was Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
90?
Yeah, something like that. Hey, you want to get away, relax, have a wonderful time? Go to Las Vegas for everything that you need. The D is in downtown Las Vegas. You want to stay there because the action downtown is great. Now, if you stay at the D, you'll get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the Circa Hotel and Casino. Remember, they have great food there as well at the D. Joe Vaccari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse is right there. They have the new place, Bacon Nation. That's right near Bar Canada. And great bacon there, great everything there. And like I said, downtown is so much more fun than the Strip. Fremont Street is a freak show, and I say that in a positive way. You can party all night at the Long Bar as well. So get your group together because it's the best bang for your buck. Whether you're going to have a bachelor party, bachelorette party, whatever. Go to the D Las Vegas. Book your room today, thed.com. The D Las Vegas. It's your home for Detroit sports in Vegas. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We still have the $2,000 slam to play with Gator when he gets here.
Yes.
The Colorado, the Dion thing, I just think it's interesting. It's just another great storyline for this college football season.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with all the new players, the transfers. How many of them will, be able to, pick up in the system? How well will they play together? What type of chemistry will they have? And then moving forward, how do they, manage their roster? Is it going to be more of a traditional, hey, we're going to take 18 high school recruits and 6 or 7, I say traditional. What's traditional now? You're going to have more high school recruits than you will have transfers.
Some ticket texts. Colorado will win 1, maybe 2 games if lucky. I'm sure I can't be the only one who wants this Dion experiment to just blow up in the most spectacular fashion. I'm sure there are people like that.
Yeah,
obviously.
Well, you alluded to that, Why?
Well,
Because they're upsetting the apple cart and doing it a different way, and a good old boy doesn't like it?
Must be.
Well, I think more. I don't necessarily know that it's that, and we're stuck in this weird place right now where we've all talked about, hey, we want the student athlete to have more freedom. If your coach is fired or if he leaves, we want these student athletes to be able to leave. This is a situation where Dion has come in and actively de-recruited players on his roster that he inherited, basically kicked them out.
He basically fired his players.
Yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? The sport has changed dramatically towards a professional angle, and that's just another part of it.
Yeah.
And stuff. People have revolutionized sports throughout the history of sports.
Right. Go back to
I don't
Kurt
like this
Flood.
Steph Curry shooting threes thing.
Right. I don't like free agency.
Get him out of here.
What the sports is, I want my baseball players to be in my farm system for 6 years. And then I get to follow them all the way up.
It's completely different. We're talking about kids that went there on an athletic scholarship that at this time, too, when you're going to Colorado, right, you're hoping that you can play, that you can maybe develop into somebody that might be drafted, but it's not like a kid going to USC or Ohio State or Notre Dame. Like, it is a different level of kid. I know it's Power 5, but it's not the top 300 recruits that are going there.
I think he'll succeed. That ticket texter said 1 or 2 wins this year, probably.
Right.
But I don't get the desire to want to see this fail. I don't get that part.
Now, and I don't know if it's desirous because they don't like Dion or they just don't like this whole way he's doing it.
I don't think it's that they don't like Dion. I think it's that they don't like the brashness that he entered the program with.
The honesty.
Okay.
But that's who he is.
Right.
And that's how he wants to recruit.
Right. I mean, we all saw the video when he met his team.
Yeah.
He said, a lot of you guys aren't going to be here. So, keep your options open. Another ticket text. How is what he's doing any different what Mel Tucker is doing at MSU regarding using the transfer portal to get football players to go there? If it's within the rules, what's wrong with it? He didn't write the rules.
Right. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
No, I know you're not.
Not at all. It's just the fact that it's a way that's never been done before, and a lot of those kids that were moved to the transfer portal aren't going to find a landing spot.
Right. Well, that's the whole problem with the whole portal anyway.
Yeah.
There's
over 3,000 football players in there. I think close to or over 2,000 basketball players in there.
It's hard. It's worse than basketball, I think, because I follow. There's this Twitter handle called Transfer Portal, whatever, and you see these.
Very original of them.
Yes, I know. You see these announcements of kids who are from like small D1s and where they're being recruited to and out of the portal. Yeah, and they're all like D2 and maybe D3s that they lost their jobs. But what? That's what
Remember
happens.
when they first came up with this term? Yeah. We're like, why is it called a portal?
Yeah.
Do they go somewhere?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Some of them just disappear.
Yes.
They get lost in space.
I know. Or it's sea.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I apologize.
They're exploring the portal.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-97.
Let's go to Heather's News.
Yeah.
Oh, no, boy. I don't think so. All right, so John, what do you think will happen tonight at the draft? Not who do you want. What do you think will happen?
Well,
Piston-wise.
I mean, if reputation is what we're going on from Troy Weaver, he's going to wheel and deal. I don't think they pick at 5. I'm not necessarily sure that they move up, but they probably are going to move back to 7, 8, maybe 9. Your scenario of 9 and 16, getting that. Mm-hmm. I don't know that I hate that. We always talk about it in the NFL draft, but I think there's more of a depth or a pool of talent in the NFL that you look at and you say, well, okay, this player can develop. This player should be a starter day one. In the NBA, it's so hard to tell if the player you're going to get at 9 is better, worse, or going to do anything, but it's the same at 5.
Right. I think he's going to trade down, and I predict, I'm going to be completely wrong, that either Kobe Buffkin or Grady Dick will be a Detroit Piston tonight.
Okay.
Because that's who he's going to.
Would you be happy with, let's just say, I don't know if he lasts that long, but Taylor Hendricks and Kobe Buffkin?
Absolutely. If they're trading 5 and they can still get Hendricks,
yeah,
sure.
Because it's a possibility. He could be there at 9.
Right. A lot of these guys are anywhere between 4 and 10. I mean, we've seen Whitmore projected at 4, and now you're reading stuff where he's going to be 9 or 10. Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator is here. What's happening?
Hi,
Hello.
everybody.
How are you?
Hi, Scott.
Good. You ready?
Oh, boy. Yeah, sure. What'd the person do today?
5.
They went 50%.
5. Okay. You'll do very well. There's one question that I didn't think anybody's going to get, and he didn't get it either. All right, here we go. The clock will begin when I start. Who has the number 1 pick in tonight's NBA draft?
San Antonio.
John Jansen fished on this Great Lake earlier this month.
Lake Erie.
The Rocket Mortgage Classic is played at this golf course.
The Detroit Golf Club.
This NFL team currently has the longest playoff drought.
Lions? I think it's Lions.
Christopher Nolan is the director of this movie that will be released in July.
Oppenheimer?
Mike Loxley is the head coach in football at this Big Ten school.
I just saw somebody flip a double bird. Loxley is Maryland.
Claude Lemieux began his NHL career with this team.
Claude Lemieux began with New Jersey.
Mr. T played this character in Rocky
Clubber
III.
Lang.
Actor and comedian Tim Allen got his degree from this Michigan college.
Western Michigan.
The Detroit Tigers selected this player first overall in the 2018 MLB draft.
18? Riley Green. I don't know. 18?
Casey Mize. You got 7 correct, and you got the Oppenheimer question that we didn't think anybody was going to get. But way to go. Yeah.
See, these guys, I told them you're living in
Okay.
I like movies. It's supposed to be great.
I
I
heard of the
so.
movie. I didn't realize it was Christopher. I didn't realize.
Chris Nolan is an awesome director.
I didn't realize it was Christopher Nolan.
I've
Yeah.
never heard of it.
I heard of it.
It was either that or Barbie.
The Jets have the longest playoff
The
drought.
Jets, okay. I knew it wasn't a Lions.
And Claude Lemieux started with the Montreal Canadiens.
Oh, that's right. What is wrong with me? Sorry.
Yes, the voice you hear in the background is that of Jim Costa, who was in for Doug. What do you guys got going today?
NBA draft tonight. Obviously, it's a big thing. What the Pistons are going to do, what you would do. There's so many options, and I'm curious. I'm really just going to sit back and relax and watch it because I don't know what to expect. And
I know.
You're sitting at 5. There's a number of players that I like at 5. Nobody that I love at 5. So, I mean, I hate for this to be kind of fence sitting, and I'll take a stand on one thing, but it's not like I'm going to be on top of that hill fighting people off of it because there's a myriad of options that they have at their disposal. And one thing we know for sure, Troy Weaver likes to deal.
Yes, he does.
So
and he likes
it'll
having
be-
multiple picks in the draft. So I suspect there's a trade down coming.
Right, so they can get Zion.
You can get Zion. I'd love that, but that ain't happening.
Of course.
All right. Carson Anderson with Jim Costa in for Doug coming up next. Have a wonderful day, everybody. See you tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome in. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsh the next couple days, getting some time away. Missing the NBA draft. It's tonight, and we'll talk about it today on the show. Gator, I know you're just setting it up. 11 o'clock, we're going to get into it. 5th overall pick, assuming they keep it. Do you have a guy? Troy Weaver made the case. Hey, he's not here to bunt. He's not here to slap it to center. He wants to hit a home run. Is there a home run even available for the Pistons at 5?
I don't know if there is, but I would guarantee if they stay at 5 that they'll say that was a home run.
You know that.
But I think it's interesting because you've seen some names of kind of that were so highly thought of a few weeks ago that now, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, there's prospect fatigue.
And I feel like it's Cam Whitmore is that guy. If you loved him 2 weeks ago, why wouldn't you love him today? You know, I mean, what's happened?
He had
what's
a bad
changed?
workout, Gator.
Yeah,
I know.
If there's anything that wouldn't matter to me when it comes to basketball, it's if you're going to decide on a guy based on one workout. I mean, can you have an off day shooting? Has that ever happened?
Mm-hmm.
I just
whenever I think of
go
workouts,
to the body of work.
Wasn't Darko the guy that had the greatest workout in the world?
Yeah,
just for people.
Yeah,
come on.
Repeatedly by I mean everybody said so, and Pistons had that the consultant, the legendary Will Robinson, who was he's like, yeah, this guy's great too. Everybody said it. Everybody said it. So I love when people come back and revisionist history, like, oh, well, we should have selected Dwayne Wade. Well, there was not one person that said take Dwayne Wade at 2 when the Pistons had that pick and they took Darko. That was the consensus. Got to have him. Got to take him. And it just didn't work out for a multitude of reasons. He was the wrong play. He was the wrong fit for the Pistons. I'm not convinced he was the wrong player. I think he was the wrong fit. And then the fact that he was injured each of his first 2 off seasons, so he couldn't participate in Summer League. I think that was devastating to him. And then he goes to a team that's never going to use him.
Yeah.
Because they were too good. They lucked into the pick that they was just destined for failure.
Yeah, I mean, a very different draft. This is so pivotal for this team. That team back then didn't need that pick. The Pistons desperately need this number 5 pick to fill in along with Cade and Ivy, give Monty Williams another piece. Is there a home run? We'll do it at 11 o'clock. A lot of stuff on the NBA draft tonight. Gator, you weren't in yesterday.
I was not. I was busy golfing.
Good. How'd you shoot, by the way?
Played in a scramble. It was a fundraiser for Sandcastles, which is a grief counseling that is provided by Henry Ford Health Systems. My sister-in-law runs, and she's been doing it for almost 30 years. So they've put on a golf event for each of the last 2 years and raised a lot of money, raised over $25,000 yesterday, so that was great. And our team did well. Dan Wetzel from Yahoo Sports.
Yeah.
Evan, our webmaster.
Oh, yeah, you were talking to him before the show.
That's right. I had to hand Evan some winnings. And and one of Evan's buddies, DJ, played with us too. And we weren't doing well on the front 9.
Okay.
Well, for a scramble.
That's not how you start. It's how you finish.
Right. We were 2 under through the first 8 holes, and then we hit the back 9, and we went par. Ready for this? So we started par,
yeah,
par, eagle,
woo,
par, eagle, birdie to finish up.
Wait, how many birdies to close?
We finished with 4, we finished with an eagle and then 4 straight birdies. We were 8 under through 8 holes on an 8-hole stretch. The last 8 holes we played at 8 under par.
He's on fire.
We were ridiculous.
That's insanity.
It was so much fun, and weather cooperated. It was just a great event. And if you'd like to check out Sandcastles through Henry Ford Health Systems online, you want to donate, it's an amazing cause. They have amazing stories. And I'm very proud of my sister-in-law for starting that up.
That's really cool. So
yeah.
But you weren't in yesterday, and I know Doug was, of course, all over the Lions helmet release.
Oh,
I want to know where you stand on the Lions helmet release.
Right,
Can we do that?
Starting?
Yeah, that's how I want to start the
show.
Okay.
Let's get it going.
Let's do this.
Okay.
And people, I know Doug got some calls yesterday, but I need Gator's reaction. I have thoughts, and we want yours as well. 248-539-9797. The blue on the gray. The blue on the gray jersey. How did you feel about it?
Okay. Well, we said helmet. So we're going to start with a helmet. So at some point yesterday, Evan goes, you want to see the new helmet? I'm like, oh, I forgot. It's today. And he shows me the video. Pretty cool. The car screeching, the Mach 1 Mustang screeching around and comes to a stop. Do we know who the guy was that took the helmet out?
I don't think so.
I don't know, but it seemed like cool dude. Got tattoos. He's got the classic car. And they unveil that helmet. And I just got a smile from ear to ear. I'm like, they didn't mess it up. This is a perfect helmet. This is great. It's awesome. I think that logo could go on a number of different types of helmets. I like the blue. I really like the blue. And I think it's fantastic. And I said afterwards, we're at the banquet having the dinner afterwards. I said to my friends, I'm like, I'm in an uncomfortable position right now as a Lions fan. Very uncomfortable. They're doing competent things constantly. I mean, constantly. Since Sheila Ford took over, they've done nothing but made competent moves. She got rid of the guys that needed to get rid of. She went out and hired a couple of guys who were very questionable. Wait, whoa, you're doing what, Dan? What? Come on, biting kneecaps. What's going? Trust the process. They've got their whole system in place, and she's got her small circle of people around that she trusts, the circle of trust there, and the team turns things around. They played better that first year in the second half of the season. The second year, they totally turned things around, win 8 of the last 10. They're making the right moves. Every single thing they're doing seems to be right. And then this helmet thing comes around, and you're like, oh, great, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to screw it up. They're going to screw it up. They're going to screw it up. They did not screw it up. I'm like, are they going to add another fang? Are they going to have like an angry claw to go with it? Or what are they going to do here, right? They're going to go back to Bubbles the lion, which, no, don't do that. And they didn't. We talked about it. Like, if they do the elongated old school lion, which they got a logo for that, and Doug and I each have hats that have that logo on it.
I've seen it, yeah.
Ironically, I had the hat with me yesterday. If they did something with that, that'd be cool, but what are they going to do? I don't know. We'll see. And then we see it. I'm like, that's how you do it. That's how you come out with a helmet reveal.
It's almost like since Sheila took over, they've gone eagle, birdie, birdie, birdie.
Right.
Because I really like the helmet, too. The blue, it's the first time they've worn blue on the helmet since 55. You may remember some good things were happening in the 50s for the Lions.
They did all right.
That logo, while it's old school, I like it because it's synonymous with winning for this organization. Yeah. Nothing wrong with going back to a formula that was winning as you're entering this era, expecting to win. The only thing, and it's kind of not their fault, the NFL rule says you have to wear alternates with alternates. And Gator, I hate the gray jerseys on their own. Wearing the gray jerseys with these blue helmets, it's a huge clash. It's gross with the gray.
I don't like that's the only knock, and you're right. It's not their fault that they're stuck with the gray unless they decide to come up with another alternate jersey
next year.
You have to submit it to the league and all that. I mean, that gray on white the helmet on a white jersey would look great. That helmet, I think, on a black jersey would look fantastic. I love what they're doing.
Just get rid of the grays. That could be the next
the grays it's gray. It's boring.
Blah.
Yeah.
It's not silver. It's gray.
Right.
It's like the Pistons when they brought out those grays. Gray's not a good jersey.
No, gray always looked like they were sweating. Like the Pistons jerseys.
Well, that was Andre Drummond. He was a sweaty individual.
Right. But I mean, I go back to
hairy shoulders too.
Right. Well, it was very hairy. But I go back to watching the Isaiah teams when they wore those gray jerseys. They looked like they were sweating before the game started. It was just bad. It's a bad look.
248-539-9797. Want to know the reviews from the Lions helmet? It dropped end of this show yesterday. Gator wasn't in, I wasn't in. We've given you some of our thoughts. 248-539-9797. We're also going to talk Tigers this hour. Are they in a race? Is this real? How serious do you feel as the Tigers take 2 of 3 against the Royals? And got the Twins coming to town this weekend. It's 97.1.
Hey, tired of maintaining your tired old deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. If you spill some red wine or you're worried about the scorching sun, don't worry at all. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builder's First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships, and also online at bldrmichigan.com. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
In a good mood today. Gators fresh off that beautiful round of golf yesterday.
That was fun.
Weather's a little gloomy. You got the draft tonight. We'll get to it at 11. Decoding what Troy Weaver had to say. Is there a home run in this draft? I think there might be. We'll do it at 11 o'clock. Oh, that's right, Gator. You wanted to sit on the fence. I got a name for you. And there's a lot of names being discussed, but I think one stands above the rest.
You know what I say? I sit down because I said that during the crosstalk. Normally, I would take great umbrage with that, but I can't because
you said it to yourself.
I feel like I'm literally sitting up there going, "You can throw a name at me, Cam Whitmore. Yeah, that sounds good. You can throw
Hendricks
Hendricks
and the Thompsons wins.
Oh, the Thompson, sure. How about this Jace? Whatever. Yeah,
sure. He plays defense.
Right. How about you trade it? Okay, I'm open.
But I think that's where a lot of Pistons are at. They're like bummed that they have the pick to begin with.
Yeah.
And
really bummed.
And no one jumps out to them. Someone jumps out to me.
I'm glad to hear it because last year, Jaden Ivey jumped out to everybody. Please take Jaden Ivey. Please take Jaden Ivey. And then they're like, they're moving up and they got Jalen Duren. What happened? Amazing.
Masterful work by Weaver. Manipulating the draft, playing the game. I think he's doing it again.
Yeah. So when are we hitting that?
11. And I do want to mix in the Tigers this hour because I know you, and even I texted you, scoreboard watching with the Twins coming to town. Tigers have taken series against AL teams, AL Central teams. It's 5 of 6 series they've taken against AL Central foes.
Yep.
Is this a race? What does a race look like? But first, just getting some feedback on the Lions helmets. Brandon, what do you think? They're wearing a Monday night in Week 18. You like them?
I like the helmet. Upset about the gray. I think that we should do what a lot of teams do, and we should have wore our away jerseys at home. I think that would look very well put together.
The white jersey, yeah. The white jersey with that blue helmet would look pretty great.
And I think that, Sheila Ford, her importance of repairing things with Calvin Johnson, I think it was very good for this team. I think she did a great job with that. And then I know it's off topic and you guys like hockey, but do you guys think that Larkin does he know that, if we get a 40-goal scorer center, do you think he'd be okay with going down to the second line? His attitude would be positive?
You mean if they went out and got DeBrincat?
Yeah, DeBrincat or, Matthews. Does he understand that, he's not a superstar and he,
I don't know. He had a really good year this past season. He'll do whatever is asked of him, I'm sure. And I think they would find a way to have him play on a line with somebody like that.
Well, DeBrincat's not a center, so they'd play together on the top line. If you go out and get a guy who scored 60 goals, won a Hart Trophy, that's your number one center. If it's Austin Matthews, then it is what it is.
I don't think they're getting Austin Matthews.
I don't think so either, as exciting as it would be. But it's hey, you got Yzerman and Fedorov. Who the hell cares? Right. You're going to both play a ton of minutes, and it's a good problem to have.
It's a great problem to have, and let's hope that that's a problem they have. I'm not sold on DeBrincat, but we'll get there.
A few ticket texts on the helmet. Texter says Doug was so happy about the helmet reveal yesterday.
I bet he can hardly contain himself.
Says it's like Reese's announced they're going to make a fake peanut butter cup out of kale. Sean in Lake Orion.
He eats these fake peanut butter cups, and he's like, they're really good.
I heard today he brought him in.
Come on, man.
What was it? The longer Kang ate it, the worse it got. I think you were the same way.
Yeah, he started calling them feces. It's not good.
Texter says the helmets, the all whites would have been great. The gray absolutely stinks. Always have, always will. Stupid rule. Yeah, again, it's not the Lions' fault unless they wanted to delay the helmet for a year to marry it with a better jersey. Stephen Madison Heights, I don't care that they have all blue uni. Can they wear that? Not the ugly gray. No, they can't. No, they have to do the gray.
So I looked back yesterday to see what Doug texted me when it was revealed, and at 12:30 he sent me a text with just the picture of the helmet on top of the car. Mm-hmm. And I said, amazingly great. And Doug then says, I agree. I'm in the massage chair. Wow.
Was anybody more excited than Doug Karsh yesterday?
I don't
think so. The entire listening audience, maybe the entire state of Michigan, nobody more excited than Doug Karsh.
Yeah. We have in the building, we have some gym equipment courtesy of Planet Fitness, and they also have a couple of massage chairs. And that was, I think, the first time Doug had used a massage chair. So he needed to relax a little bit after.
Take some of the edge off. He's all worked up.
He was all worked up.
Texter says, you guys are swagger deficient. The all gray, blues, and whites are ice cold. Says, I'm with you. The alt helmet is sweet, but not with the gray unis. Then we are on the same page. The helmet is cool.
Helmet's
we
great.
really like the cool blue helmet. It's long overdue for this team to have a blue helmet. And I like going to that logo. Some people don't like the stretched out old school lion. It's a throwback. It's when they were good.
I think they're in a minority.
I think so too.
But you're not going to please everybody. So I think it's a very small group that doesn't like that old school logo. But yeah, if they could wear it with the white jersey
someday,
if they could wear it with a black jersey.
See, I don't know that it would look as good with the black jersey.
Why? What's the matter with you?
I'm not one of these people who won't wear or doesn't want the black jerseys because of the era. Remember, everybody kind of puts that synonymous with the Millen era, the black jerseys.
Oh,
I'd be fine bringing them back. I would. I mean, that cute ticket texter, doesn't matter what they wear as long as they win. Yes, we know. Thanks. Real edgy opinion there. Anyway, we'll keep taking the calls and ticket text on the Lions helmet. Came out yesterday, much anticipated. I think the helmet's getting rave reviews. The uniform combo it's being worn with, not so much. And again, Monday Night Football and the Week 18 game against the Minnesota Vikings. They'll be wearing this final regular season game and that big Monday night game. Let's go to Fred. Fred, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Gator. Hey, Cookies.
What's up, Fred?
So I don't like the helmet. I like the blue color. I just hate the logo.
You're not one. So you're one of the people in the minority that doesn't like that logo. Why don't you like the logo?
To me, the lion looks like the feline version of a wiener dog.
It kind of does. It's elongated.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I can see that. It's an elongated lion. That's for sure. It's the dachshund of all the felines.
Yeah, it just it doesn't look intimidating. That's my issue.
It looks like it's sleek and hunched down and on the prowl to me. Maybe that's what I want it to look like. But I can see why you don't like it then.
But other than that, I like the color. The color looks fantastic. It's just the logo just irritates me.
Fair enough.
All right. Ticket texture says that they want the roaring lion, that they don't like it. So there's pushback. I don't know if it's the minority, Gator. Maybe it's like a 50-50 deal.
No, I don't think it's 50.
On the prowling lion, as you dubbed it.
Lion on the prowl. I wouldn't mind if they were to update the prowling lion, keep it sleek and low to the ground, but if you want to make it look a little angry as opposed to being, it does look a little plain, but that's old school. That's the retro part. Well, that's why it's cool.
Well, this is maybe what I like about it, maybe people don't like about it, is it's new and old, right? It's the throwback logo, but it's this bright blue, and they're doing this whole symbolizing the future deal. They want this to be kind of the old and the new, but isn't that what we want from the Lions? We'd like to throw it back, not 20 years ago or 30 years ago, but 65 years ago. Throw it back to when this team was winning championships and make that the new future, the symbolism. It doesn't win you any games, but as a fan, you want to see your team wear some stuff that looks pretty cool. I'm a fan.
It's like a resto mod in the car building world. It's where you take an old classic car and you fix it up, but you add all the new accoutrement to it. Everything underneath is brand new. On the outside, it looks old and classic, but underneath the hood,
it's a good comp.
You got the kick-ass engine on it. You got the great suspension. You got the new brakes, and you got all the stuff that you want inside, power, everything, and it's amazing. But it looks just like it used to, but it's better.
Gator, the Tigers. They took 2 or 3 against the Royals.
Yep.
They've won 5 of 6 series against the AL Central. They're 14-9 in the division.
Mm-hmm.
They're 4 games back with the Twins coming to town. And I heard you and Doug earlier this week kind of getting into what are the crowds going to look like this weekend? I interpret that as how serious are you taking this? Like as a Tiger fan, how serious are you taking this race? And I put race in air quotes because I want you to help define what being in a race actually means. Like, do you think they're in a race right now, Gator?
Yeah, I do. Because I think the division's up for grabs. I don't think the Twins are the cat's meow. I was going to say something else, the cat's backside, but I'm not going to go there. I don't think they're special. I don't think Cleveland is. I don't think the White Sox are. I don't think the Tigers are. I think those are the 4 teams that there's very little difference between those teams. If all those teams are healthy, maybe then you could say, okay, one team's got more talent than the others and they should be better, but they're never healthy. The Twins are never healthy because they've got 2 guys who can't stay healthy, and yet they paid them a ton of money. Good luck with that if that's your game plan moving forward, hanging on to Buxton and Correa. Said it for a long time. And, they've gotten some great pitching this year, but is that starting to Did they overachieve?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone would say, oh, well, the Tigers are overachieving. Well, why not the other teams, right? So we'll see how that wears out. The White Sox always seem to be a team that assembles this amazing talent on paper, but it just doesn't transfer when it comes to the field. Cleveland's the best organization in the division. They've been there, they've done that, and they've got a great manager, and they're able to cobble together some seasons where they somehow rise up because they've got a great system in place and they know what they're doing. But right now, they're kind of in transition. They're not there yet, kind of like the Tigers. So, yeah, I think it's a race. It's a race to be the best of the worst.
Sure.
And I'm okay with it.
So if you're listening right now, do you think this is a race? We are still in June. We haven't made it to the All-Star break yet. But do you think the Tigers have shown enough that they are in a race right now, that they are further along in this season, farther enough along in the season, where you can say, yes, we have a race? And how serious are you taking this? Because, Gator, that's where I struggle. Because I think I should know better than to get caught up in this. The Tigers aren't much better than they were a year or two ago. Those were teams with losing records. No team has ever won the division, any division, with a losing record. So that's what I'm trying to brace myself for, is this idea, like, don't I know better than to get hung up and caught up and buy into what's going on right now? They don't have any power. They don't have any speed. They haven't had any major breakouts. They were preseason 70-win team. Do I really want to believe in this team? I mean, I want to believe in this team, but should I believe in this team? I don't think so.
Well, I can try to persuade you.
Okay.
And I will try to do so in 5 minutes.
Perfect. We'll do it coming up next, 97.1. Gator, I know you're all swept up in what's going on with our baseball team. 2-3 against the Royals.
That's right.
Winning record in the Central. First place Twins in town. You are enthralled in this. You are sucked up into this. It's a race to you. I said I'm just having a hard time taking it seriously because I think underlying this Tigers team isn't very good.
Yeah, I don't care. I want to be entertained, and if somebody has to win the division, Jim. I don't know if you knew that.
I can double check that. I think you might be right.
Yeah, go back to 2006, right? Tigers were killing it, getting the last week of the season. They clinched a playoff spot, and then they lost the last series, and they didn't win the division, but they got in as a wild card. Didn't matter. They had a really good team. They go on to the World Series.
Yeah, but you're not getting in as a wild card this year. There's one path.
I'm just saying. Who'd they play in the World Series?
The Cardinals.
Cardinals were the best team in a bad division.
An 83-win team.
83 wins. Best team in a bad division. And what did they do? They swept the Tigers in the World Series. Or did they sweep them? Or did they win in 5 games? Or whatever it was. They won the World Series.
Yeah. Tigers couldn't field.
It was embarrassing. Well,
pitching specifically.
They couldn't hit either.
Yeah.
But we conveniently forget that because the fielding pitching thing was bad. But yeah. So I look back at that as an example. And there are other examples where teams that are barely above 500 get into the playoffs, and they'll win a series or two, and you're like, what happened? If this team matches up against the AL East team, do I think that they're going to win the series? No. But let me tell you something else.
What?
If this team can stay within a couple games of first place a month from now, okay, getting towards the trade deadline, and I'm not advocating for them adding to this team at the trade deadline and trading guys away and bringing guys. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just talking about a timeline, okay? Here's what happens a month from now. Riley Green comes back. Tarek Skubal comes back. Eduardo Rodriguez comes back. You'll have Matt Manning back. You have a usable Bo Brisky out of the bullpen who would be back. That's 5 guys right there that would be coming back to this baseball team that would, I dare say, make an impact because those are 5 guys that are better than 5 guys that are on the team right now?
Can they make it interesting? Yes. You could argue they already are making it interesting. They can make it interesting, but I don't think they're going to finish with a winning record. And Gator, the worst team to ever win a division is not the 06 Cardinals with 83 wins. It was the 05 Padres who went 82 and 80. But every team that's ever won a division in the history of Major League Baseball has had a winning record. And I think Skubal would make a difference. Absolutely he would.
So why can't this team have a winning record? They played their tough games in the first half of the season.
They don't have any power. They don't have any speed. Against everybody outside their division, they're severely under 500.
And guess what? They're playing the division.
Less so now than in years past because of the new schedule.
Yeah,
you don't play exclusively in the division. You're going to go outside the division where the Tigers have been beat up.
But they're still playing the division.
They will play games in the AL Central, yes, Gator, but outside the division, they're 18 and 32. That's 14 games below 500. Yeah. Most of their games will happen outside the Central.
Jim, here's who they have games left against in the first half of the season, okay? They got the 3 coming up against Minnesota. They just took 3 out of 4 against Minnesota, okay?
Yep.
Please win the series, and I'll be thrilled if they win the series. They have 4 games at Texas. Texas is good. And they got 3 games against Colorado. Is Colorado good?
No.
Okay. They have 3 games against Oakland. Is Oakland good?
Terrible. Worst team.
Okay. Then they finish up with 3 games at home against Toronto leading into the All-Star break. By that point, they might actually have 3 of those pieces back.
Sure.
Okay? They could have Rodriguez back. They could have Skubal back. And they could have Riley Green back. If that happens, I like their chances of playing at home against a Toronto team. And if they end up with a winning record the rest of the way, they're that much closer to 500 and getting everybody back, getting the band back.
With everybody healthy, they were supposed to win 70 games.
What, by the odds makers?
Yeah, by the odds makers. Who, by the way, still aren't taking them
change.
seriously. They are still considerable dogs to win this division, despite the fact they're only 4 games back with the Twins in town. Like, it's staggering how little respect they're being shown by the odds makers right now. They're plus 2,500 to win the AL Central, which means the odds makers are seeing what I'm seeing. This team is 27th in isolated power, 29th in speed. They're smoke and mirrors, and you can't fake it for 162. Even a fully healthy Tigers team isn't good enough to win this division.
No,
right?
but that's for the season. That's what those numbers are, and they're pathetic. And I agree with you. It's an impetent team.
Have there been any major breakouts that I can go, well, here's where the odds makers were wrong?
Look in the last 10 games, okay? They had that stretch where they were averaging 5 runs a game. They started hitting for power, and I think that's a stretch that you can look at and hope that things get to that point. But it's what it is. It's hope. I can't guarantee this team's going to be able to hit for power, and I'm not going to try to sell you on that. What I'm going to try to sell you on is that this team is just as good as any other team in the division. And if you dare say Minnesota, I'm going to slap you in the face because they just took 3 out of 4 at Minnesota. And here's what else they did. They did it with 2 games that they won out of those 3 that they used opener starts.
Yeah, bullpen days. Listen, I think
don't sell me that Minnesota is some juggernaut or that they're a good team, because it seems like everybody else wants to say, oh, yeah, Minnesota's really good. No, they're not. And neither is anybody else in the division. Give the Tigers a chance. They got the same chance as the Twins, same chance as Cleveland, same chance as the White Sox. Even though Vegas won't tell you that, I don't care what the odds are. I don't care what Cookies Costa's going to give me with the, your pod and the let's talk college baseball pod or whatever it is you're going to do today, right?
Yeah,
I don't care about what the odds are. I care about what the eyeball test is, and what do you really feel about this team? Because if you think the Twins are the class of the division by a long shot, I think you're delusional.
Twins, Guardians, White Sox, all better odds to win this division.
Which is crazy to me.
Is it?
Yeah, because to me, the difference that it is, that's what's crazy. I don't think there's a whole hell of a lot that separates these teams.
What are the Tigers, like I was asking, they don't have like a major breakup. Preseason, we all collectively were like, yeah, they're probably going to win about 70 games. Some people took the under, some people took the over, but very few people thought they were going to challenge for a winning record this season. So what has changed is major breakouts, guys who have exceeded expectations for more than a couple days or a couple weeks to say, oh, actually, this shakes the mold and actually gives them a higher ceiling. You don't hit for power. You don't have any speed. You're going to have to rely on singles and walks, and it's an arduous process to score runs. That's not a great way to...
Comes back, and look what a lift he's given a team. They need guys like that. They also need to do something else.
What?
Send Nick Maton down to Toledo.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
It's done. He shouldn't be here.
I mean, I appreciate a hit last night, and he walked and scored a run. Great. That's great. But he's like 1 for his last. I don't even know what it is.
He's got 6 hits in the month of June. He's the worst hitter on the team. He's one of the worst hitters in all of baseball.
I don't know why, A, he's still in the lineup, and 2, why he's hitting in the middle of the lineup. He was hitting cleanup again yesterday. I don't get it.
Insanity.
So maybe it's just as simple as, hey, Riley Green comes back, and we got to designate somebody for assignment. How about it's Nick Maton? Okay, give him, and I'm not giving up on Nick Maton, but give him his confidence back. Let him hit the ball. He can't hit at this level right now. He can't hit an off-speed pitch.
Where are you at as a Tiger fan? Okay, it's clear this division sucks, to Gator's point. Notice how I'm not fighting you on that. This division's lousy. And the Tigers have cleaned up in this division.
And somebody has to win it.
Somebody has to win it. So are you of the belief it is a race? I can believe in this team. Let's go. We got a big series this weekend with the Minnesota Twins in town. Or are you like me? You go, I think I know better. I think I know what this team is, and I don't want to get caught up in this belief that they're going to win a lousy Central. Where are you at? 248-539-9797. Jacob in Plymouth. You're next up. You're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, guys, to me, it doesn't matter if they win the division as long as they compete the whole year, because Cabrera's money's coming off the books at the end of this year. And I want to find out if Chris O's is going to be like his dad and go for championships and spend money, or if he's going to be like the Pittsburgh Pirates owner and just own a team to be an owner and make money off.
Did he own the team going into last season, right? And he spent money on Eduardo Rodriguez and Javi Baez. And you can argue that it wasn't spent wisely. I don't really care. But the point is he did spend money and spent a lot of money on those 2 players. So do I think he's going to spend money? I think he will, and I hope that they do it when the time is right. I haven't looked at the free agent class to see what it looks like this upcoming offseason. It may not be special. And I don't want him just to throw money to throw money. Throw money smartly at players that you know are going to compete and be here for years to come.
What I would say is Scott Harris had one big goal when he took over as the team's team president and currently general manager. Own the zone. And that was like, hey, limit the amount of walks we're giving out and try to get more free passes and extra base runners. And they are noticeably better in both areas. Yes. When he gets the opportunity to spend money, and I don't know how much, I don't know when, but when he's allowed to prioritize higher profile people, that's when you got a chance to take the next step. Otherwise, it's going to take a lot longer. I mean, baseball is going to take a lot longer to rebuild if you're doing it from single A, double A, triple A. It's going to take years. The only way to speed that up, or the best way to speed that up, is an infusion of cash from ownership with a smart general manager who knows what he's looking for.
Yeah, and I do think that they have some big pieces that will be coming down the next few years from the minor leagues. I think they got a couple of infielders. One's knocking on the door right now. The other one will be a couple years away. And they've got a couple pitching prospects that they really like too, that I like also. I think this weekend series against the Twins, I don't want to make too much out of it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
let's make it a big deal. Come on.
If you want to make it a big deal, we can make it a big deal. That's fine. But I think what's going to be interesting to see, and not that we're going to have the influence over it, but to see how many people show up in the ballpark. Because yesterday's game was a day game. They drew 20,000 fans to the game.
I heard that.
Now, the night game before when they lost, they had 18,000. Neither number is huge, but 20 for a day game, now that we're getting to the part of summer where kids are out of school, it's a weekend series. The weather should cooperate. I wonder if we're going to get crowds that approach 30. And if they do get 30,000 crowds on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if they do something like that, what that will show to Chris Ilitch and what it shows to Scott Harris is that this town loves baseball, if you didn't know already. They are dying for a winner. They want to see you compete. And obviously this team right now being 4 games out of first place, at this late in the season, nobody would have thought that. They are competing. So if the fans show up, does that give more impetus to Chris Ilitch to say, yeah, no, I've said all along, I'll open up the checkbook when it's right and when it makes sense. And Scott Harris is like, it's right, it makes sense. I like what's happening here, and let's go get this guy or this guy.
The only thing that's concerning to me is they felt like they did that last year, and the payroll was still below average. So what does that look like? What does appropriate spend look like to ownership?
Well,
because to me, there is a real example of if you build it, they will come, and it was Mike Ilitch prior to 2006 and immediately following the 2006
right, but for years
season.
He didn't, but yeah.
No, but you would think hey, he learned, right? And we had a real life example of if you spend not below average or average, but you spend a top 10 baseball team, you got a better chance to win if your GM knows what he's doing, and I like Scott Harris. And fans will show up and pack your ballpark and help make up the revenue that you're spending on your baseball team. My concern is a year ago, the rebuild was over and the payroll was below average. If that is what they think the appropriate spend is, I'm concerned about winning at the level that we all want them to win.
But was the payroll better than what it was the year before?
Well, it was below average.
Fair enough, but if it keeps, but you're spending money. You're spending money. It's going to get more and more. Sure. I mean, they're going to drop $35 million off the books in Miggy's contract. I don't think either of the other players are going to opt out. Rodriguez is a possibility, but he could also be traded. I mean, that would create a huge amount of money. And yeah, again, take a look, and I'll take a look during the break at some of the potential free agent class that are potential players that are in the free agent class and see what looks to make sense.
All right, 248-539-9797. Maybe I'm pouring cold water on fans. I do want this team to win the division. I would love for this team to go on a run.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to protect my heart and be fair and be real about it,
It's okay.
Gator.
This is life. You take risks. Sometimes you break your heart. Sometimes your heart swells. Let's go.
But I think I should know better.
Why?
I think I should know better because they're not that good.
Then you walk around pissed off all day and down the dumps. Your head's looking low.
Gator,
You're afraid to look people in the eye. Don't be afraid.
I was happy they won yesterday. I hope they win Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I hope they never lose another baseball game. What I want doesn't mean it's going to happen. You want it so bad. Yeah. So do I.
And you know what? If it doesn't happen, I'm okay with it. Okay. At least I'm along for the ride. Don't be such a giant, colossal wuss.
I'm on the roller coaster, but maybe I don't have a smile while I'm riding it.
I don't think you're on the roller coaster yet. I think you're in line. You're looking at it. You're like, I don't know about this. I don't know how I'm going to feel afterwards. I might vomit.
Kind of a steep drop.
Yeah.
All right, where are you at? Are you on the roller coaster or not? 97.1. Gator had some unsavory language for me off air.
Oh.
I'm not going to.
I had to clean it up around here.
That's all right. I came in today, and I know you've been really excited, and I came in with a bucket of cold water, and I dumped it all over your face.
You tried.
But you still are dry sitting
it was
across
refreshing.
from me.
All it was refreshing.
The Tigers continue to make this interesting. They got the Twins this weekend. Keep making it interesting. I'm a fan of interesting, both from what we do professionally and also as a fan of the Tigers. Make it interesting. Pack the park this weekend. Do 30,000. Please.
Wow, that would be great.
But all I said was, I think I know better. Maybe I'm some of the words you used off the air.
Know better than what? Than to appreciate this weekend series?
No, but I think I know better than to think this baseball team is going to win this division as bad as it is. They are one of the worst teams in all of baseball. They have the third worst run differential in the AL.
Yeah,
only the Royals in the A's.
I know, it's bad.
They don't hit for power. They don't hit for average.
Yep.
They don't hit for anything.
They don't hit. I know.
So what am I missing? Why would I take this seriously? I can enjoy it without taking it seriously. Why should I take my baseball team seriously knowing they haven't had any major breakouts? The team is still currently injured. They're awful outside of their division, and they're going to play most of the games outside of the division. Why would I take the Tigers seriously?
Well, because they're still here. Because they're still, despite all those warts on them, they are still 4 games out of first place. That's it. Okay? They win in the division. You said it yourself. They're 14-9. It's a better record than the Twins have within the division. Okay? This is a team it's a ragtag bunch of guys, and that if they can show any kind of consistency, we'd go through the roof on it. And it looked like they kind of did within the last couple weeks when they had that stretch of games. But now the last few games, Torkelson has gone ice cold. I'm hoping getting his day off is going to help him out, and he can get focused again and be the hitter that we saw last week when he hit the 3 home runs in a week. They don't have enough hitting. You're right. I can't, as much as I want to argue it, I can't. The only counter that I can give is a sliver of hope, and that is, and it's what I went into going into this offseason, is that they can't be as bad as they were, right? I mean, last season was epically bad. I think you and I were doing the shows that was looking historically at how god-awful.
You had the little pen and paper out. I remember that.
The OPS was, I mean, historically bad, how few runs they scored, how few home runs they hit. And, this year they're a little bit better, but not enough, right? But what makes it better? It makes it better if Javi Baez finds the form that he's shown a couple of times this year, and maybe he's amidst it right now, maybe, but he has to be more consistent to do that. If you get Riley Green back, and that's another bat. If Torkelson can find a consistent stroke there, then he's there. Andy Ibanez has been a nice little surprise, but Andy Ibanez has no track record to show that this is what he is. At the very least, he's a 4A player, right? But he deserves to have the shot to play every day here in the majors, and his numbers have changed dramatically over the last 3 weeks. Zach Short is another guy that I don't trust Zach Short to be an everyday major league player, but you know what? He's playing like one. He's playing like one right now.
But that's my classic. I think I know better. I know what Zach Short is. Does it mean?
I think I know better, but I can be also open myself and say I don't know everything. How can I possibly know everything?
Well, no,
maybe Zach Short is an everyday major league player.
I'm not saying turn the game off and stop paying attention. I'm just saying I'm not taking it seriously. That's all I'm saying is I'm not taking it seriously. It could be fun.
Well, I'm not going to take it seriously and thinking that if they win the division that they can compete for the World Series.
I don't think it's a serious race. You think it's a race?
Okay, let me ask you this. Tell me why the Twins are. Tell me why the White Sox are. Tell me why the Guardians are. And by the way, the Tigers are ahead of the White Sox right now in the standings. So how about we throw the White Sox in the rearview mirror? Tell me why Cleveland and Minnesota are so much better than the Tigers. Tell me.
So real quick, White Sox do have more talent. They've horrifically underachieved, and they might just be a mess. But they have more talent than the Tigers.
But they're not winning.
Well, they're actually expected to win this division before Detroit would, based on the odds.
And right now they're behind them in the standings.
Cleveland, Minnesota, better top to bottom ball clubs. Pitching, hitting combo, better, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because the Minnesota, and by the way, those two guys from Minnesota, Buxton and Correa, Correa's he's nothing special this year. He's in like 215.
Yeah, the fun thing is if you do the side by side with him and Baez, it's like, okay, neither one of these guys has been very good. I'm sure they're doing Twins radio complaining about Carlos Correa because he has. But
I just think it's real easy to say because your head is conditioned to think that the Correa is so much better. He's the big free agent signing to Buxton because he's such a dynamic player when he's healthy. But you have that word "when" that's thrown in there. He's never healthy. So what else they got? The Twins are good at developing some players, but you can't tell me that this is a fantastic baseball team. I'm not buying it.
248-539-9797. Ticket texts have been coming in. This one says, the pleasant surprise with the Tigers, in my opinion, is the bullpen. I thought the beginning of the year it was going to be a disaster. Now it's not so bad. I think Hinch deserves a ton of credit for them even being in this race, not a race, because of the way he's handled the bullpen. You mentioned against Minnesota going bullpen 2 of the 4 days and winning both those games. I think Hinch is a great manager. I've said it even early in the season when they started slow. I go, what do you want the guy to do? He's not working with very much. Texter said, AJ believes the lefty-righty thing for Maton. That's from Chase.
But he plays every day.
Well, I'm pulling this up. Nick Maton splits. He's 0 for 10 against lefties. So, yeah, don't hit him against lefties. But it's not like he hits righties either. He's hitting 165 with no pop or power against righties. His OPS is 600 against righties. That's not a platoon-worthy guy. He doesn't hit righties well enough to be in a platoon. There is no justification for Nick Maton on a team that's trying to do something. He's a negative .8 WAR player. It's dead last on the team.
I can't argue one bit. In fact, I'm right with you. I've been saying this for 6 weeks now that he needs to go to the minors. I don't want to give up on him. I want to send that message loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
But when the guy stays on a team this long and he's been this bad for this long, I mean, my mind starts to go in other areas where I'm trying to find out why is he still on this team, and I don't want to go there. But I asked the question, why is he still on the team? Is he only here until the next person gets healthy and comes back, which would be Riley Green?
Texter says, yes, it's a race, but it's more like a race to see who can get the best lipstick for their pig. The division is terrible. No amount of spit and will change that, but it's fun watching them at least be somewhat competitive. That's AJ in Davison.
By the way, do you know what the Tigers team average is?
No, what is it?
So bad. It's 229. All right? They are better than only the Brewers, the Mariners, and the Athletics in terms of batting average. You know what the Twins' batting average is?
What?
231.
Okay.
They're 2 points better.
I'll tell you, factor in power and speed.
I understand.
And that's the same thing with the Guardians. They have no power. I think they're last in power. But they steal bags and they manufacture runs, and it's the whole Francona thing. They do a better job than the Tigers do. Which
tells me that they're just able to scrap it together. I don't know how much better they are, but they have a position. I'll tell you why I think the Tigers legitimately have those awful numbers, even though batting average just one number. How close they are with the Twins?
Sure.
The Tigers had that long stretch where they had all these guys on base and they couldn't drive in. They never had the timely hitting.
Sure.
It's about timely hitting. If you get timely hitting, runners in scoring position, your batting average is high, all of a sudden everything looks so much better. Your batting average could be crap, but if you're doing it at the right time, you're winning games. They haven't had that timely hitting.
How serious are you taking this? The Twins are in town this weekend. Tigers are only 4 games back. They have a winning record in this division. How serious do you take what the Tigers are doing? 11:15. Tonight's the night. NBA draft. Troy Weaver. He wants a home run. Doesn't want a bunt. Doesn't want a slap hit to center field. Is there even a home run on the board at number 5 tonight? I'll give you a name. I think there's one. It's 11:15. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug with the day off. Jim Costa in today. We got the NBA draft tonight. Weaver wants a home run. I'll give you a name at 11:15. We're talking Tigers, and I think it's a good conversation. They're hanging in. They're making it interesting. They're playing the Twins this weekend. And Gator, the point you've been making, still don't have Skubal or Erod or Riley Green. To a lesser extent, guys like Akil Baddoo and Matt Manning are going to come back this season. How serious are you taking this team? My answer was not very seriously. Doesn't mean I'm not enjoying it, but I'm not taking it seriously. We want to hear from listeners where you guys are at as Tiger fans ahead of this weekend's games against the Twins.
You didn't answer this earlier. Not that I'm holding your feet to the fire.
No,
it was just something
That's
you had said, and I'm genuinely curious. Were you scoreboard watching last night?
I was.
Yeah. See, you're in.
I'm interested. That doesn't mean I'm taking it seriously.
Yes, you are. You were scoreboard watching last night. You probably got pissed. You're looking at your phone
inning.
like, oh, they're tied. They're going to extra innings. Oh, look at this. Boston's got 2 on and 2 out. It's a 3-2 pitch. Let's go. Oh, you struck out. You suck.
He thinks he's got me.
Or was that just me?
Our boss comes in today, Jimmy Powers, and he's like, what happened with the Twins last night? Like, he's asking about it. Like, it is the topic of conversation right now. My question is, how serious is this conversation? Ed in Ann Arbor, how you doing? You're on Carson Anderson.
Gator, I'm with you, baby.
Come on, Eddie.
I'm with you, baby. Look, I'm as serious about it as the players are. They making plays. They're winning games. I'm with them. It doesn't matter. Okay? And Costas, you got to get off your high horse, man. You said several times that you know who the Tigers are. Let me tell you the truth. The general manager didn't know who the Tigers were. That's why he went and got those young guys who still had upside for little money. They are in the process of becoming. Step back, be happy for them, enjoy it, have a bunch of fun, dude.
Well, Ed, I'll tell you what I told Jim during the break, and I think we might be in agreement on this. And that is, if you talk about can this team win the division, if they win the division, then who cares, right? Because they're only fodder for the opening round. I don't really care. The Pistons were fodder in the opening round of the playoffs when they made it last time when they had Blake Griffin. They traded for Blake Griffin. Right. They got in there, and we knew they weren't going to win, and sure enough, they got swept by Milwaukee. It wasn't even close, right? The difference between that team and this team is that team had no hope because there was no youth on that team. That was a veteran-laden team that they put together, pieced together, and hoped to make the playoffs to bring some joy down to LCA in the early on run of the arena. And they had nothing to rest on once they had to move on from that. This Tiger team, if they make the playoffs, and nobody would expect them to do much, and I'm included in there. The difference is this is a young team. This is a team that isn't veteran-laden. There's Miggy on the team. Sure, you'd like to send Miggy out and give him a chance at the playoffs and have fun, whatever. But beyond that, it's not a veteran-laden team.
Right.
So this is a young team that gains experience, and it's a starting point for this team moving forward. That's the difference.
Couple ticket texts. I'm with you, by the way. If this team found a way to smoke and mirrors their way 162 games, which I think is incredibly tough to do, but if they did, there's merit to it or value in it. Not just because this city wants to watch the postseason in any of our sports, but because, yes, it would be a team on the rise making the playoffs as opposed to a team that was on the way down that just kind of snuck in the Pistons and Blake Griffin. Ticket texter says, it's still going to take a record above 500 to win this division, and I don't think they have any shot to do that. That's why I don't feel like they're in a race. We were talking about this, Gator. No team has ever won their division with a losing record. Ever. The reason it could happen would be the schedule has changed and you don't play as many games in division. So you could, in theory, have a team with a losing record win it. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's more in play today with the schedule.
You know, if you're looking at the 8 under 500 as opposed to the 4 games back, you're looking at the wrong thing. Look at the 4 games back. Mm-hmm. That's what you care about. You care about winning the division. You care about being a playoff team. I don't care about being 500. I'd love for them to be 500, and that's not out of reach, by the way. You know, if they have a nice weekend against the Twins, obviously you push yourself a little bit closer, and then they've got, you know, those other rest of the schedule I mentioned. They could be 500 by the time you hit the All-Star break. It's not likely, but maybe they find themselves a few games of 500 by the All-Star break.
Well, Gator, I would take them a lot more seriously if they were a 500 ball club in first place, got Skubal and Erod back. Like, yeah, now you start to take them more seriously.
All right, well, we can't see that until July.
Sure.
So for right now,
Hard to take him
you're still standing in line at the roller coaster. You're not willing to get on there yet. They got the guy who's sitting there seeing if you're as tall as the mouse to let you on the ride to begin with. But right now, you're just on the outside looking in,
watching everybody else go up and down the rides.
Right, and other people just taking a chance and enjoying it.
And
you're not enjoying it. You're just moping around, not enjoying life. I understand. Have a corn dog, Jim. Live a little. Grab an elephant ear. Not a real one, but the fried dough.
The fried dough with the powdered sugar.
Exactly. And the cinnamon sugar. Come on, go do that.
Yeah, the guy you're sitting across from today will actually indulge in one of those.
Right. Well, enjoy yourself.
What do you think the last time Doug had an elephant ear?
For crying out loud.
Oh, just real quick. Has Doug ever had an elephant ear?
Oh, no
Like
way.
in the last 20, 30, 40 years of his life?
I don't think he's ever had one in his life.
Even as a kid, Doug didn't have an elephant ear?
The reason I say it is because I didn't have one as a kid. The first time I had an elephant ear was probably like 10 years ago at Arts Pizza Needs. I'm like, what is an elephant? I always saw it. What is an elephant ear? And like, oh, well, let's go get one.
You can smell them as soon as you walk into those.
It's great. It's great.
Dan, you're on 97.1. Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking my calls. One thing that Scott Harris has to do, he has to make a move at the deadline for an outfielder. And I have 4 guys targeted, 2 from Tampa Bay, 2 from Cincinnati, and there's times they're getting platooned. It's Friedel and Fraley from Cincinnati and Harold Ramirez and Raley from Tampa Bay. 3 of them have 7 to 11 stolen bases. Also, another guy you can put in the mix and been sitting a bit is Josh Lowe. Any one of those 5 guys that I just mentioned would fill that left field gap. Sorry, nothing against Baду, but he's not going to make the grade.
Dan.
So if you take one of those guys I mentioned, put him in there with Green and Byerling, you have a somewhat formidable outfield.
Well,
here's the thing.
You want to take Kerry Carpenter out of the lineup? He's not even listening.
Okay, Dan, we're just going
to... Thanks, Dan. I'd like to have a conversation.
I actually wanted to say, I think Dan knows baseball to an extent where he's identifying pieces that they could use, but you have to do the whole picture here. Why are the Reds, who have won like 11 straight, going to give up any pieces? Why are the Rays, a team loading up to try to chase a championship, going to give up any pieces? And beyond that, why are the Tigers, who have a barren wasteland of a farm system, going to give up what? You're not dangling Colt Keith?
No.
So how does this actually happen where you buy at the deadline, and why would a contender, and those teams are both contenders, varying degrees obviously, but teams that can win their division, why are they giving up key platoon people?
I'll tell you why. It's easy. Sure they would. If Eduardo Rodriguez is healthy by the All-Star break, or first by the All-Star break,
sure,
nice when he starts to pitch.
Yeah.
But if he comes back before the trade deadline and has 2 or 3 starts and he looks good, guess who's getting traded?
Eduardo Rodriguez.
And do you think he'd fetch a platoon outfielder?
Sure, but...
Okay, then there it is.
Okay, but then Dan was operating on the idea that they're buying and chasing something. If you're trading away Eduardo Rodriguez, you aren't chasing something.
If you're trading Eduardo Rodriguez, but you're adding Skubal and Manning, do you come out ahead?
Are we doing the classic, like, injuries are our addition? Didn't Ken Holland used to do that at the deadline? Like, we don't need to trade for anybody because we're getting healthy.
I think this is what we have to look for, though. I mean, if a Rodriguez proves that he's healthy, and if he proves that he's healthy, then it looks like he's trending towards opting out of a contract, right? Mm-hmm. Something I say all the time is that the Tigers will know better than anybody else what Eduardo Rodriguez wants to do because, hey, guess who's got the ability to talk to Eduardo Rodriguez? The Tigers. Yeah. So they can find out. They'll know. And if they know that he's leaning towards opting out, then it's a business. He understands it's a business to say, hey, look, man, we're going to let you go. We're going to trade you so-and-so to a contender, and best luck in the offseason. And then maybe they approach him in the offseason again if they want to. They'll probably wouldn't. But, yeah, you have to look at it that way, that they can get guys back. If you're losing Rodriguez, but you're adding Skubal and Manning, why wouldn't you look at it that way?
248-539-9797.
My issue with the callers, the players he's bringing about, is they have to get an outfielder. Look, I get you want to add some more speed to the team, but I'm not taking Kerry Carpenter out of the starting lineup. And maybe you view him as a DH, and that's credit. Fine.
You identified him last summer. We were talking. I'm not like you didn't scout him.
I wasn't alone. I mean, the guy killed it in Double A and killed it in Triple A and demanded to be brought up.
Right, but I think you took him more seriously, we'll keep using that word, than I think a lot of people did. And he has been really good for this team since coming back from the injury.
He's a really good left-handed swing he's got.
Yeah, especially with all the righties they've been playing. They've missed that bat. All right, coming up next, missing piece for the Pistons. What do you do at 5, assuming they stay at 5? And most people haven't wanted to stay at 5. Gator, is there a home run available? I think there is. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Summer is officially here, folks. I believe it hit yesterday around 11 o'clock. Oh, the weather getting nice is great. But listen, when the weather heats up, you're going to want to flip on that air conditioning unit, right? And if your air conditioning isn't working, well, guess what's not working? Your house isn't working. Nobody's happy. The kids are crying. The wife's complaining. And you've got to put up with all that. You don't want to put up with all that. Don't get caught with a scorching hot house this year or a flooded basement. You got problems? Call the right people. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them today. They've got a special offer. It's just in time to beat that heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. In addition, they include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty that includes annual maintenance. That's awesome. And don't be worried about the cost up front because Birmingham has you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning or a furnace, or maybe you got an issue with your pool heater, a boiler, water filtration, maybe you got a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, whatever the problem is, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971 or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Pistons GM Troy Weaver. No bunting. No slap hits. Was he in a tin can?
I'm not sure if he was in a tin can. He's lost his voice.
Gator, is a home run even on the table tonight? Is there a scenario where the Pistons pick at 5 and hit a, quote, home run?
To me, there isn't.
Okay.
Unless I guess here's where the home run is. It's not in a pick. It's trading the pick. If you're able to trade the pick along with Bojan Bogdanovic, and you trade that pick to somebody and you get somebody who steps right in right away and it is a starter in this lineup, it makes all the sense in the world that has to happen, then you've hit a home run. I don't think they can do it. And I think if you were to, try to entice New Orleans, for instance, and you throw Bogdanovic, there was that trade proposed by somebody, I don't know if it was Mark Stein or not, from ESPN, and they included pick at 5, Bojan Bogdanovic, and Isaiah Stewart. I think it was a 3-team trade, and the Pistons end up with Zion. That's a home run. Now, of course, there's risks with Zion. Everybody's talking with him ad nauseum because he can't stay healthy. It's like, Carlos Correa or Brian Buxton. Can't stay healthy. But if he could, I mean, he's the perfect fit for the Pistons. He's exactly what they need. Somebody who can, be that power forward, score 25 points a game. I mean, he would fit in perfectly with this team, the healthy version of him.
The world where I'm playing NBA 2K and I turn injuries off and Zion's setting big screens and rolling to the hoop and exploding with all these dunks, that's great. In the world where I get a switch and no one can match up with him one-on-one in the low block, it's great.
But not the real world.
He's been injured every year of his adult life.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a question of if he would get hurt in Detroit. It would be how many games is he going to miss on any team that eventually trades for him.
But apparently that contract has those little qualifiers in there that if he gets hurt, then okay, it's not going to cost you, which is massive.
It's still going to cost me the number 5 pick in Bogdanovic.
Yeah, but I'm taking a chance.
But that's what this brings me back to. The number 5 pick has been devalued by Pistons fans. And I get it. The night of the lottery, everybody was ticked. That should have been 1, or at the very least 2 or 3, but not 5. As far as you've ever fallen in the lottery, as far as they could fall, as far as anybody has ever fallen, everybody immediately said this pick is radioactive. I want nothing to do with it. But since 2006, LeBron and Durant are the only picks, or the only Finals MVPs picked inside the top 3. Let me do that again. The Finals MVP since 06 is a bunch of guys picked 5th or later, with the exception being LeBron and Durant. There will be a player drafted outside of the top 3 that turns into an all-star, that turns into something.
Sure.
So you have to identify that if you're Troy Weaver.
That's a tough thing to do, but that's why you're paid the big bucks to do it. And he's been part of organizations that have been able to identify players like that.
Do you know who I think it is? And I think there's some gamesmanship here. When he said what he said, everybody immediately thought Thompson twin, right? And the betting odds right now suggest that one of the Thompson twins will go number 5. Asar Thompson is the betting favorite. I don't think that's what Weaver's going to do. I think he wants to trade back, and I think the guy he wants is Cam Whitmore. And that's the player I most want for the Pistons. I think he is the home run. He is 18 months younger than the Thompson twins, who played in this like glorified high school step-up program. Whitmore shot 40% catch and shoot. Neither Thompson twin is a good shooter. This team desperately needs shooting, but it's not like I'm sacrificing athleticism. He's 235 pounds, and if you watch his highlights, there's a danger in that. He's throwing these powerful dunks off 2 feet, 1 hand, 2 hand. He's an uber athlete. He defends, he shoots. The one knock on Whitmore is, well, he's not a great passer. He doesn't have great vision. Well, it just so happens the Pistons have drafted 2 top 5 guards the last 2 years. To me, the home run is Whitmore, and I think there's a chance that Weaver, decoding what he said, is going to pull off a scenario where he trades back 2 spots, or some people think Whitmore could fall as low as 9. I think he gets Whitmore, and I think he moves back. But I think that's his guy, and I think that's the home run in this draft tonight.
Well, I will say this. Out of the players that could be available to them at 5, the one that intrigues me the most, the one that I like the most, and it's probably not by a huge margin, but the one that I like the most is Cam Whitmore. Everything you said it screams why. It's because he's an all-offense guy. Well, not all offense, because
but he can do everything offensively.
But he plays defense, and he can do everything offensively except for pass. And I've made the point too. I don't care if he passes the ball. I'm not looking for him to lead the point. I need him to finish and score. That's what the Pistons need. They need somebody who can score. They need to play defense, and he's got great size and a nice touch. So why wouldn't you want him on this team? And okay, his low assist. Again, it's not about passing the ball to the guy who's going to score. That's how you get the assist. Does he not pass the ball at all? Is it a black hole once you send it to him that he's just going to shoot? Is he a chucker? Well, with a 24-second shot clock, and it winds down inside 10 seconds, and I feed him the basketball, I want him to work.
Go get a bucket.
Yeah.
Gator, at Villanova, they played one of the slowest paces, 327th in pace. Very slow team. So all of his counting stats are going to be a little lower. Things like points and rebounds, and his assists were laughably low. But I don't care.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to me.
The Pistons feel to me like a team that can intentionally overlook a lack of playmaking in a prospect, given the fact that they have Cade and Ivy. And that's Whitmore's his only knock. I mean, maybe people wish he had longer arms, but I think he's younger, higher upside, more polished offensively, and certainly brings the effort defensively. The guy's an elite athlete who's on the board at 5. I would make the pick at 5, but I think where the real gambit is if Weaver can move back. And I think he would win over everybody if he moved back a couple spots, got his guy anyway, and picked up an extra pick along the way.
Yeah, it's risky, but some of that risk is calculated because you think the teams that are picking behind you are looking at guards more than they are at wings or just a forward position anyway. So it's calculated. But what you don't know is what other teams are going to do. You don't know if the teams that are picking in the 10 to 15 range, if they want to move up to take one of these guys. And the NBA draft is crazy. I think the over-under on trades in the first round is set at 8.5. I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah,
when you think about it. But this is what the NBA draft is, because it's only 2 rounds and people value the first 15 picks really, and that's about it. So I'm dying to see what he's going to do, because his track record, Troy Weaver's track record, is one where he is going to trade and probably trade multiple times.
Do you remember last year when he made it seem, and maybe it was legitimate, that he wanted to take Murray, the guy that Sacramento ended up taking? I think there's that posturing in the media where, hey, if you're Sacramento, you can't wait and move back. If you want Murray, Keegan Murray, you have to take him at 4. And the Jedi mind trick that then allows Ivy to be there at 5, I think Weaver played it masterfully. So when he comes out and says, I'm hitting a home run, most people have identified that as one of the Thompson twins. These super athletes, one's a passer, one's a scorer. They both play defense. We want a home run. I think everybody views that as a Sore Thompson. Or, I think that then creates the market for you to trade back. They've worked out as many as 5 or 6 legitimate options. I think that's what he's trying to angle for this year.
I'm curious who's being picked at 4.
Probably
if it's a Thompson twin going Thompson. At 4, then that's interesting. Or is it going to be Cam Whitmore? There's a lot of smoke that he's slipping in the draft boards.
Which might play into Weaver's hands. Where's that coming from, by the way? Where's the first place he worked out with that wasn't good? The Pistons.
Right.
So he might create this scenario where, well, we don't want Whitmore. We like anybody. We'll trade back. Moves back, gets his guy anyway.
So do you think, let me first say this, you think they're going to make a trade?
I think it's been discussed pretty openly.
I don't think they're picking at 5 either.
Okay.
The question is, are they trading back, or are they trading the pick and a player to get something else?
What do you prefer? And we could ask people, 248-539-9797, what will they do? What do you want them to do? And is there a name at 5? I mean, maybe the answer is, like, I know Doug's pushed Hendricks, the Central Florida big.
He loves him.
Loves him. He talked about him yesterday, did a whole bit on it. I wouldn't be mad at it, but I think the home run is Whitmore. If you don't love any of these guys, like Doug stumped for one, I'll stump for a guy. If you don't have anybody you stump for, then I think you are in the camp of go get a guy or move back. I don't know. I want to know where Piston fans are at on the night of the draft. 248-539-9797. Get your thoughts in. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Does a home run scenario exist? Tonight is the NBA draft. I think people are kind of checked out, kind of snuck up on people. No one's thrilled with the number 5 pick. I've tried to make the case Cam Whitmore is that home run player. I don't know if I sold you. Doug has previously said Taylor Hendricks is the guy. Gator, you're not faking it. Like, there's not a guy who really gets you revved up. So you've said, hey, I'd love if they traded the pick. I'd love if they were able to package it and get somebody. Is there a home run in play for you tonight going into the draft? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I look at the 5 pick, and I don't think there is a home run, but I think there's players you could like. But do you love them? That's different. I don't think there's a guy I love. There's a lot of guys that I like at that spot. If Scoot Henderson slips to 5, that's a home run, right?
Sure.
Brandon Miller, if he slips to 5, I think that's a home run. Although some people don't like Brandon Miller because of what happened, fair enough. But as a player on the court, he's outstanding. But beyond those two, I don't think there's that home run player. Now, when you look at it 8 years from now, you go back to this draft, there'll be lots of players that you'll go, oh, they could have had this, they could have had that. And you just hope that you don't have that Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker moment in your life again when you selected somebody else. But there's going to be a lot of teams that are probably going to be scratching their heads and banging it against the wall. But right now, the night of the draft, I don't see the home run at 5.
Some ticket texters. I think the Pistons go Taylor Hendricks tonight at 5, gives you the needed shooting and athleticism. If they draft an offensively challenged Thompson twin, they clearly haven't learned from the Killian disaster. That's a tough comp. Another one says, I like Whitmore almost as much as Asar. If they get Whitmore, I'm good with it. That's from Dimitri. Another one says, trading for Zion is the home run move. It's a long fly ball to right field, hooking towards the foul pole, and then it trails off.
Yeah, see, it's a home run in that you're taking a swing for the fence, right? And it does it stay fair or foul?
Right.
And they have the pieces in place to do it. I wouldn't overdo it. I'm not giving up Jaden Ivey to get to get Zion Williamson. But would I give up Isaiah Stewart, Bojan Bogdanovic in the 5th pick? Yep, I'd do that.
And I wouldn't give up the 5.
But it's a swing. It's a swing for the fence.
It is, which is what Weaver said. He said, I don't want to bunt. I don't want to slap it to the center field. I want to actually go long. Texter says, based on Weaver's ability to find talent in the draft, I don't think any team in the NBA cares what Weaver thinks. Didn't he identify Jalen Duren a year ago?
Yeah, but I think what they're saying is that they're not going to believe what he says outwardly.
Oh, okay.
So he can.
I mean, he's got his fair share of misses. I don't think the Killian pick was a particularly good one, and Isaiah Stewart's fine. I mean, you're picking late lottery. You just need a guy who can be a role player.
I like Isaiah Stewart.
Cade fell in his lap. Ivy, I think, is a really good pick, and Duren's a good pick.
He's had 6 first-round picks.
That's crazy, yeah.
5 of them had made the all-rookie team. The only one who didn't was Killian Hayes.
Mm-hmm.
The other 5 guys made an all-rookie team. When you hear something like that, you'd think there's a foundation of players you're building for the future here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so far, Sadiq Bey's gone, and now we may be pushing Isaiah Stewart out. I'm not sold that Isaiah Stewart's going anywhere because of the way they talked about him at the press conference when they brought in Monty Williams. Monty Williams really was effusive in his praise of him, so I wouldn't imagine he leaves.
We asked for home runs. How about this far-fetched dream scenario? Texter says, far-fetched dream scenario, trade number 5 to Utah for 9 and 16. I think that's been discussed.
Yes.
Says, trade Bogdanovic and 31 to Dallas for 10. I've also seen that discussed. I don't know how real it is. Use picks 9 and 10 on Whitmore and Grady Dick. Trade 16 for John Collins. Is anything in there ridiculous? I don't think so.
No, there's not.
It's a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving pieces. And I mean, if you can, I guess your dream scenario is at 9 and 10 that you get Whitmore and Hendricks, right?
Sure.
If they're both there, but I don't know if either will be there. There's the calculated risk again, man. You don't know what's going to be there when you're trading 4 picks back from 5. I still think Cam Whitmore's gone by 5.
You think he goes 4 to Houston?
I think he might go 4 to Houston.
I would hate that. He had a great workout there for whatever it's worth. I think they're going to take Amin Thompson or Eamon Thompson, however you say his name. I think that's going to be the pick at 4. And then I think you have your choice of the other twin, Whitmore, the guys we've talked about, Hendricks and
Walker.
Let's go to Sean. Sean, what are you thinking? Tonight's the night. You're on 97.1.
So I think that in the NBA, the rosters are much smaller, and these deals get really
weird to me. Like sometimes, like the one that was just described is multiple steps and all that. But at its basic core, I think that what they got to do is stop acquiring teenagers, because that well, I think, is full. And they've got to package up players and picks to go get some sort of star, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think needs to happen tonight at a high level.
Do you have a guy or a name? I mean, I don't know if you...
I mean, there's high risk to low risk, right? I mean, you got your Zions, your John Morants out there, but then there's a guy like Damian Lillard out in Portland, right? That I think he's still scoring at a furious pace, isn't he? I mean, that would be a great addition, I think.
Sean, why does Dame make sense here? Like, help me out on this, because I was just going to, fight you on it. But am I missing something on Dame? The guy is a point guard in his 30s. If he's going to get traded anywhere, it's going to be somewhere he can win right away. Yeah. Not on a team that already has 2 top 5 guards in the backcourt. Top 5 picks, not players.
I mean, I'm throwing out names.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'll give you another name.
But I like what he's saying. You got to go out and get a star. Why not package in enough's enough with having all these young guys? Use your assets, your veteran asset, and the picks, and something else, and go get an established star.
Let me give you a name.
100%.
If you're doing that in a trade scenario, it opens up to lots of possibilities. I'm just throwing names out, but right, it's not like we got to look at free agents. And the roster sizes are so small. To my point is that these teams move people. There's people that are going to be moved, right? And we can get involved.
Yeah, Sean, you're saying basically do like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1. You want the quality, not the quantity. You've been collecting. It's time. It's a lot of what the Red Wing conversation has become. Now the Red Wings have been doing it a little longer, and they have twice as many first-round picks. I think they're more so in that position. But Gator, to help him out, what about, you guys have mentioned him, Julius Randle? If he was available, that would make sense to me. He might not be available, but he had a couple all-star appearances. He can play the modern big. I think he can fit alongside Duren. I wouldn't be upset with that. I don't know how real it is, though.
Yeah, I don't know how real it is either. And, I mean, the other one that's it's long rumored is the Pistons going after Cam Johnson and signing him to an offer sheet. And
would love that.
That one makes all the sense in the world. There's no downside to it. Sign him to an offer sheet. If the Nets match it, oh, well, we took our shot. We can take another shot.
And you can, and I know people are hesitant to do this, but you can overpay.
Yeah.
You can say, hey, he's supposed to get 20 to 25 a year. You can throw him 27, 28, 30 a year. And I know that seems ludicrous and ridiculous. The cap goes up. You have no other long-term commitments. And in a world where Cade hits and Ivy hits and Duren hits and you have to pay them all, your owner is shelling out $100 million for the coach. He can pay the luxury tax. And what a problem that would be. Oh, no, all the players are max players. What do we do? No, I'm very much in favor of doing something maybe potentially reckless with Cam Johnson in free agency.
Yeah,
how about the double Cam offseason? Cam Whitmore, Cam Johnson.
I love it.
Perfect.
That's a home run if you can do both. But we're only talking specifically about the 5th pick. You know, you're getting on base, I guess, with the 5th pick. And can you come home and make it look like back-to-back jacks if you get Cam Johnson in the offseason? That's different.
I do think fans view this as drawing a walk tonight. They don't see home run potential tonight.
I disagree. I think you're selling it low. I think it looks more like a double. Like, okay, I'm getting in the scoring position. What's the next move? You know, it's not one guy doing all the heavy lifting. Last year, Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren, those were home runs, right? Mm-hmm. No doubt Cade Cunningham was a home run.
Yep.
The year prior to that, when it had the 3 first-round picks, the collective 3 picks was a home run. Any one of those picks a home run? No. But collectively, it seemed like it was. And now we're looking back on it, maybe it's lost some of that luster. But tonight they can hit a double with 5, but hit a home run in the offseason by signing some free agent.
Yeah. Forrest, you're next up. You're on 97.1. Hey, Forrest.
Are you turning left?
Got like a forklift you're backing up on us?
Yeah.
All right, Forrest.
You got the door open?
Call back. We'll check in with Forrest when he's
run,
in a
Forrest,
better position.
Run.
So anyway, the question is, do you have a home run play tonight, or is it not on the table for the Pistons? NBA draft is tonight.
It's going to be so much fun, though, the draft. The NBA draft is just one move after another. I mean, I remember 3 years ago sitting at home watching it, and the Pistons made all those moves. Troy Weaver was going crazy. I'm like, what? Did they trade again?
Mm-hmm.
And it was hard to follow because when it comes across on the screen, the players aren't associated with the Pistons yet. They show us the old time. Like, wait a minute, I'm reading Twitter. It says we have this guy. What is going on? I love it.
Yeah,
it's just a wild night.
Well, and then it forces you to go to social media because you need to know the details of the trade immediately. You're like, is this our guy or not? He's wearing a different hat.
Right.
Did we take him? Are we trading him? Hold on.
What's the Woj bomb? What do we got?
Well, and I don't know how you feel about the draft. I mean, I know in the NFL, it's like we are dialed in. We are watching round after round after round. Like, how much of the draft do you watch? Like tonight when the Pistons have the 5th pick, you're going to watch first 5.
Yep.
Probably through the lottery to the 14, 15 spot. I mean, are you watching the whole deal 2 rounds in? Are you watching them draft guys from Slovenia and Slovakia? And
there's no Tigers game tonight.
You're right.
So
yes,
it's Thursday night. So I'll be.
I'm not judging you if you're not staying up for the second round. I don't know that I am. I'm just curious.
I mean, second round probably not, but the first round it'll be on. And if that's a good question. I don't know how much I'm going to give to it after the Pistons make their selection, but something tells me that Weaver's always on the move.
Yep.
So you gotta
they pick at 31.
Gotta have it on. Yeah.
So
I do enjoy the interviews and watching to see what the players are wearing.
Mm-hmm.
And always the thing that to me, I think it's underrated great, is watching the greeting of the player that was just drafted with Silver, and watching Adam Silver go up there and shake hands and seeing the height disparity. I love it. It just cracks me up.
We'll read more of the ticket text, knock out more of the phone calls. I also want to mix in Ocean Gate. Gator, are you familiar with this? Are you as captivated in this story as I have been? All the wrinkles and details of Ocean Gate?
I found it initially. We talked about the story with the submersible.
Yes.
And we were discussing, would you ever get into a submersible in this situation? We're like, hell no, absolutely not. No freaking way. And then you find out that they're like, because of the depth that it would go at, there's no windows on the thing.
Yeah.
So you're relying on cameras. Hell no.
Terrifying.
Hell to the no. And then to know that they lost power, the darkness that you're in, I would have lost my stuff within 2 minutes.
So there's a lot of theories, whether it imploded immediately, whether they were stuck down there on what was left of the oxygen, or somehow they floated up to the surface and nobody's found them.
Was the oxygen supposed to run out today?
Today. Mm-hmm. So I want to know theories people have on this. I want to know if you're as fascinated with the story as I've been. It's got billionaires, hubris, terrible ways to die, Blink-182, Cardi B, and a man shooting a shot with an OnlyFans woman. Gator, the story continues to evolve. We'll get to it. It's 97.1. OceanGate. Gator, this has been all over my social media for like the last 48 hours. I don't know if you've been as invested in the story as I've been. But for people unfamiliar, quick synopsis. This story has billionaires, hubris, terrible way to die. It involves stories linked to it, involve Blink-182, Cardi B, and OnlyFans. Here's the story. OceanGate, the company, which doesn't just sound like the name of a company named after a future scandal.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, the word gate, look, wouldn't that be permanently erased from the lexicon of any kind of business? You don't do that. Because everything that's bad, it's like scandal, as you said. Anything that's scandalous, you attach the word gate at the end of it.
It's next level marketing, the future scandal that is OceanGate. For $250,000, you can go down to the Titanic, 12,000 miles below sea, super deep. I saw one TV interview.
2.5 miles.
More people have been to the moon than to this depth, was something that was said on one of the TV shows this week. They went down, not in like some big, comfy submarine with some space and a bunch of technology. It's like the size of a minivan. It's a tube. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen it. 5 people on board. It's lost. 96 hours of oxygen. It's been more than the 96 hours. So there are theories. Is it floating? Did they somehow get the thing back up to the surface and no one's found them?
If it's floating, they're dead.
Yeah, because they've run out of air.
Well, even if, let's say that they hadn't run out of air yet. Well, yeah, now because they've run out of air, but let's say they hadn't by the time it surfaced. But now that they've surfaced and the time has elapsed and the air is out, because they can't get out.
They can't get out it has to be open from the outside, which gets to the bigger story, which is the design of this thing, Gator. The dude who runs the company is talking about like improvised pieces from Camping World. They got this little like game controller piloting it. You had a former employee fired when he raised concerns. So some people believe that as soon as this thing got to a certain depth, the thing wasn't built to last. It imploded, quick death, maybe the best scenario for the guys on board if it just imploded within the hour or two that it went down. The third scenario is the most horrific, where you have 5 people just sitting there. And they heard knocks the other day, they think, on the sonar. Maybe they're trying to signal for help. This story was all over. Like, did you get invested in it at all? Were you seeing a lot of this?
I mean, a little bit. I remember when I think first heard about it was on Saturday, maybe Saturday or Sunday. I forget which day it was, and I thought, okay, maybe it was Saturday or Sunday, I should say. And thought, wow, that's not good. That this sounds terrible. But my first thought was they'll find it. I mean, there's got to be a beacon there. You know, this is modern technology. We can figure these things out, right? They should at least locate it. Now, if unfortunately something happened at that depth that the pressure was just too much and, there's a leak and stuff, of course, the worst is going to happen and they're going to be dead. But I thought for sure that we would have found it by now.
Well, but that was the other thought, that we don't have a ton of submersibles that are built for this kind of rescue mission. I mean, the company, this billionaire who's got his deal, he kind of did it on the cheap without following any particular regulations. You sign a waiver, you see what happens. It's this whole idea, you mess around and find out. Like, this is the find out. And it's not good that people were trapped and died, but I think so many people were captivated by the hubris of it all. Like, yeah, sure, I just take people down in a little tube and we'll go see the Titanic. And by the way, the tube is so small, there's like no windows on the thing. Right. So the story, I mean, just from sheer like insanity, I think, gravitated people to it. But then the spin-off stories. So the stepson of the billionaire owner in the news, did you see this? He got into it with Cardi B.
No, I did not see this.
So he went to the Blink-182 concert this last week and posted about it. And then people attacked him for not grieving, basically. Like, why are you going to this concert when your family and your stepdad is potentially dying lost at sea? So Cardi B said, here, let me get her exact phrasing on this. She said, so if one of the billionaires is missing underwater and one of the stepsons is at a concert, Blink-182, people like, what's he supposed to do? Is he supposed to be at home? Yes, he's supposed to be at his house crying. You should be crying for me. You're supposed to be next to the phone waiting to hear updates from me. He blasted her and said, what a POS trashy celebrity. Cardi B trying to get clout off of me and my family's suffering. I went to the concert for coping rather than sitting at home and watching the news. Shame on you, Cardi. Get some class. So now this dude's fighting with Cardi B on social media
not gonna end well.
While his dad is stepdad is under the ocean somewhere. And then on top of it, this same guy, this Brian, this stepson, people are aware of who he is. This woman posted on OnlyFans a photo of her in a bikini with the quote, "Can I sit on you?" And he replied, "Yes, please."
What?
Yes, please. So now these headlines of this story have gotten crazy. This story is like a week-long saga involving all these different branches. So I didn't know if anybody else found themselves as caught up in it as I was, where I'm like scrolling and searching, and I got TikTok videos pulling up. 248-539-9797. Just wanted to make a pit stop on it if anybody has a theory as to how it went or any overall reaction to this absurdity.
The thing is, you have no idea what the relationship is with the stepson and the stepfather.
Sure.
Nobody knows. Nobody. I mean, maybe it's a cantankerous relationship. Maybe it's a loving relationship. I don't know. I can only put myself in my position. If a family member were there, I'd be devastated.
You wouldn't go to a concert.
I do know, and I love music. I mean, there's no way in hell that I would go. Like, my friends, hey, guess what? I'm playing with Alice Cooper tonight. Hey, that's great. I can't go.
You don't go to the concert.
My so-and-so is 2.5 miles down in the ocean and likely to die. And
you're waiting for updates. Like you were saying, you're like, I'm sure they're going to find him. And that became less and less certain.
And now I'd be going stir crazy. Well, why the hell hasn't anybody found it? And then you start calling people that you normally wouldn't call. And it's a real tragedy what's happened here. And I think I saw somebody was upset because the United States hasn't gotten more involved or offered more help with this. And I'm like, what are you supposed to do?
You went rogue with this.
You have no idea where this is. There's no
ocean.
There's no beacon.
Right.
Like if there's a beacon, you could locate it. I got it. Right. The Coast Guard gets involved or whatever. You can send some radio control, the remote controlled submersible to try to, evaluate what the situation is. But you don't because they didn't build it right.
Yeah, I mean, it was, again, the videos that have come out since that were, out about him talking about it. He's buying parts from Camping World to put this thing together, like off-market stuff for the ballasts. And it's like, wait, you mean the thing that's going to get you back to the surface?
We're going to the most unexplored part of this world that we live in, right?
Yeah.
It's the oceans.
Yeah.
You're talking 2.5 miles deep, however many, 100 miles offshore, whatever it is. Imagine how impossible it is to try to find something that you think is still down towards the bottom of the ocean that isn't sending out a signal to let you know, hey, we're right over here, this longitude, this latitude. How are you supposed to find that? Good luck.
Some of these ticket texts. I spent way too much time on Twitter watching this sub stuff, especially around midnight when a French vessel carrying its own sub arrived to the site around midnight. Steve on a mower. I didn't see that. People are trying. I mean, to the point about there's no beacon. You want the entire Coast Guard and the government to shut down to find these 4 billionaires who thought they were smarter than everybody else and untouchable. This is, when you do dumb things and you put yourself in harm's way, Gator, there was no way this was going to go well, right? Like when you now after the fact, hearing about all the details, you're like, oh, sloppily done, no regulations, no comms, no beacon.
When you're telling
that deep in the water,
like if they had offered me, hey, you want to go take a look at the wreck of Titanic? Like, well, that's interesting. How do we plan on doing that? Well, we're getting a submarine. Oh, okay. How big is it? About the size of a minivan. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. How big are the windows? We're gonna be able to. Oh, there's no windows. What's that? No.
Just like the
windows.
One port.
The glass would shatter because of the pressure. We can't do that. You can't do that. Yeah, I'd. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm out. I love the water. I am terrified of the unknown in those kinds of depths.
Have you ever been scuba diving?
No.
So, on our honeymoon, we had planned to go scuba diving, and in TV shows, they show you you practice in a pool.
Right.
They just put us in the ocean, and when we got out there, I was like, not because you have to breathe differently. It's a whole thing, and if you've ever thought about your breathing, you realize how quickly you can start to panic
and hyperventilate.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing you can do. So they start us slow, and they're like, we're just going to put you your head under, and you're on this rope. And my wife chickened out right away, and I'm so happy she did first because then I could be like, oh yeah, I'm going to go with her. I don't want to leave her.
Right.
I was terrified. This was basic little scuba diving in a cove. I couldn't imagine going that deep down to where the Titanic is without really any seemingly safety precautions.
Yeah. And by the way, when you can only dive so deep.
Yeah. Yeah.
because of the pressure, and it's going to get you. And the thought of these things, being down there, and if it surfaces too quickly, you could just burst because of the pressure difference. People that go in those depths, they have to decompress. Mm-hmm. Not even and those depths. People don't go to those depths. You go a couple 100 feet down, and you're just in a submarine, and on active duty, you have to decompress. Like literally, you have to adjust to what the pressure is, and sometimes it takes days. Otherwise you get the bends. You could die.
Yeah. Ticket texters multiple claiming that they faked their death. We're onto that level of the story now. Conspiracy theory. Right. This is the way to fake your death. Another person says, social media. This is what's wrong with society. The whole Cardi B fight with the kid. Another person says, if you're going to go to the concert, don't post video of it after everybody knows your family is going through this.
Probably wise.
So anyway, 248-539-9797. I think there's something there with the concert. If you would go, I wouldn't. Gator wouldn't. And then the story itself. Apparently, there's also going to be a documentary put out like this week on it. Yeah, I mean, this has been a saga. 248-539-9797. We are going to get back into the Tigers. Gator, I would love to get your reaction to this. The trade deadline is still, north of a month away. 7 different Tigers mentioned by The Athletic in their 100 players that could be traded. And most of them are names that we're familiar with. One name I think is going to catch people off guard. Mm-hmm. We'll get to that coming up next. 97.1. Titanic 2, rich people 0.
Oh, wow. Really? You repeated that one, huh?
I'm not going to say who said it.
Well, I didn't say it. But
you didn't say it, and I'll say it. That's, I think, what's drawn so many people to this story is that you had these billionaires who thought that they could cut corners and go see the Titanic, which is like a ridiculous plan to begin with, but then to cut corners.
Well, we know all this stuff now.
Of course they got lost. Of course something bad happened. Like, after the fact, it's so obvious, but now we get the reporting. An employee tried to warn them about this. People pulled out of this because it was such a disaster.
They lost contact within 2 hours. Like, I mean, that tells you something went awry.
Horribly wrong.
And there's no way. There's just no way.
My thought is they probably just got crunched and crushed and drowned
whatever it does,
yeah,
implodes or whatever, however that happens.
Everybody's fear was the darker, more morbid, like counting down the hours and the oxygen. I don't think, for their sake, I hope that's not what happened.
I hope it was quick. Because it tells me that it would have been. It's just an awful situation. You know, when something goes wrong, and in water situations, it seems to go wrong in a hurry. Maybe I'm just accustomed to watching movies where bad things happen when you go do things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see the movie Deepwater Horizon?
No.
With Mark Wahlberg.
So it's an action movie.
Yeah, well, it's based on a real story. The Event Horizon was like an oil rig out in the middle of the ocean off of coast of Louisiana. And these guys get out there and they're doing all these tests to make sure it's like state of the art. It's going to run well. And apparently they didn't do one of the tests that the guy had asked for, or they just, because they wanted it to get up and running quickly because big money to be made, right?
Sure.
Rather than doing all the safety precautions that need to be done. And the movie is amazing. I think it's a fantastic movie, and it shows how quickly things go, quickly things go wrong, and how water pressure is unbelievable in what it can do. I highly recommend the movie.
Some ticket texters. I think someone released the Kraken, and the Kraken ate the sub. It's another theory. Ticket texter says, so they go that deep with no windows. They watch on cameras. The Titanic reruns. They'd be watching reruns. Yeah, multiple people asking why go down if it wasn't equipped with a ton of windows and viewing areas. Basically, it's one little spot that they could see it after taking on all this risk. Texter says, I think going on this viewing only to look at the wreckage on a screen is asinine. I can see the same thing on YouTube. This is hubris at its finest.
It's beyond dumb when you think about it.
John in Walled Lake says the Discovery Channel was offered a chance to go down to the Titanic on its maiden voyage and turned it down due to safety concerns. They posted about it on Twitter.
No.
Ticket Texter says the AP, I haven't confirmed this, but some debris has been found near the Titanic. I don't know that it's been confirmed that it would be related to the submersible, but the story just continues. Ticket Texter says, why go down if there's no windows? Another one says, I served on submarines for 5 years. Anyone else who knew the story when it broke knew they were going to die down there.
5 minutes ago, the Associated Press. The U.S. Coast Guard says it has located a debris field near the Titanic in search for the missing submersible. 5 people aboard, a potential breakthrough. That's not a breakthrough when you see the debris field.
Debris pretty much confirms the thing exploded or imploded, right?
Oh. Awful.
I mean, there was some thought that it made it all the way down and got stuck in the Titanic.
Yeah, I saw that. Was that a possibility? Oh, great.
Everything was discussed. It's like, how do you get them out if they are? But
yeah, can you imagine a lawsuit?
What do you mean?
What's going to happen out of this? Of course,
like families are going to sue the company again. OceanGate. You named it after a future scandal. I mean, what?
Like if you told me this was OceanGate, I would have said, that can't possibly be the name of the company. This is what we're referring to.
Yeah, that's just what we're calling it now. No, they call it that. That's their
Watergate,
name.
Deflategate, Spygate, right?
OceanGate.
OceanGate, right? No, that's the name of the company. What?
And someone says they can't have faked their own death because remember, guys, it can only be opened from the outside. So they can't get out. It's 5 inches of carbon fiber from Jeff. Well, if they had an accomplice. See, this is where the conspiracy theories run with this. Like, this was so stupid, it was meant to fail. They're going to fake their own death. To do what? I don't know. This caught my attention, so I wanted to bring it up and see if people were equally fascinated with it. 248-539-9797. Gator the Athletic put out a list of 100 players to keep an eye on for the trade deadline in baseball. And as you would assume, the Tigers are well represented on the list.
Sure.
And a lot of the names aren't surprising. We've talked about them. Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Lorenzen,
Alex Lang,
and Jason Foley. Although both those guys have team control. In theory, you could get a decent return for one or both of them. Chasen Strebe is on the list as a lefty.
Lefty, because he's a lefty. Javi Baez. There was a seventh name, though, that I raised an eyebrow at. And I did, too.
I think you did as well. Spencer Torkelson. Here's the blurb. Torkelson, too, is only 23, but he is yet to live up to being the first overall pick in the 2020 draft. Tiger president of baseball op Scott Harris didn't draft him and might be open to trading him in the right prospect swap. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, I don't buy it. I understand the logic behind it. Hey, it wasn't a Scott Harris pick, but Spencer Torkelson was almost unanimously thought of as being the number one overall pick in 2020. So to think that he wouldn't have been that pick by Scott Harris for a team that was so desperate to add some special power hitter, I think is kind of crazy. So I'll dismiss it on that. I think there's plenty to work with Torkelson. He's so early on in his career, and people don't want to accept that. I think one of the worst things that happened to Tork was that the pandemic. Mm-hmm. He didn't get a chance to play in the minor leagues.
Yeah, hundreds of at-bats.
Didn't get to finish his senior season, or not senior season, but his last season of baseball.
At Arizona State.
Yeah, didn't get to finish that. Didn't get to play minor league baseball. So he was doing nothing for a year, not facing quality pitching for a year. So he's already behind the eight ball, and he's better this year than what he was last year.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that. But he's got a long ways to go before he becomes someone that we feel was a typical 1-1 pick. But I'm encouraged by it. Look, the last few games, he's been horrible. He hasn't had a hit in, I think, 3 games here. But the week prior to that, he hit 3 home runs. That's the torque I expect to see, is the torque that hits 2 to 3 home runs in a week on a consistent basis. And his hard hit rate is high. There are all these measurables that to tell you he should be better than what he is. And there are other times he just swings and misses, and you're like, what's going on?
Would you trade him?
I would not. I mean, you give me the offer, right, and you consider it.
But in my mind, I'm envisioning a deal where you're taking somebody else's position player in a swap, kind of a 1-for-1. I'm not trading him for spare parts.
No, I'm not trading him. Not at this point. It's too early in his career. I know plenty of people want to be on board and plant their flag and say he's a bust. I can't do that. He's got less than 700 plate appearances in his career.
He has 632 at bats in his career. This season, his numbers are better than last year, but worth pointing out, this season he has a 680 OPS, 22nd among first basemen. Only Jose Abreu is worse among qualified American League first basemen.
That's fine. I love when people. Sorry, this is going to sound like I'm attacking you when I'm not.
Please, I'm not here. This is what it's for.
I don't want to hear the rankings now. What I want to hear, what's the improvement from year to year?
Okay, last year he had an OPS of 604, which is embarrassing, and he's up 80 points for the OPS.
Okay, so that's what he's improved in 1 year. Is it crazy to think he can improve that again next year?
He's still a negative WAR player. I don't think it's wrong to be concerned. I'm not putting the label on him. I know you and I did a show following the opening series or opening game of the season, and I said it was a fear I had for him based on his first season that he wouldn't live up to the expectations and that B word would get labeled. I'm not putting it on him even today, but I am concerned that it hasn't been more dramatic the longer he's been in the bigs. It's been far more incremental. And I don't know if he's going to hit the ceiling of a player who was drafted number 1 overall, which is why I'm not giving him away. I was definitely caught off guard, but he's not untouchable to me.
No, I'm not saying he's untouchable either. I mean, but you'd have to pretty much blow me away. An 80-point jump in the OPS before we've hit the second half of the season. I'm not moving him. I'll see how he does in the second half of the season. You can, if you wanted to trade him, you could trade him at the offseason if you want to do that. I don't need to panic. There's no reason to panic.
So where are you guys at? You hear Torkelson named with the other deadline options. What's your reaction to Torkelson being listed with the relievers and the starters who have a year left on their deal? 248-539-9797. And it gets us into a bigger conversation about the Tigers, right? They are facing the Twins this weekend. Are you big-time sellers if you're also contenders in the AL Central? We'll talk about it coming up next, 97.1.
We were just talking about the Ocean Gate thing, and you just start searching on your phone, you're looking for stuff like that, and you're ready to power off your phone, you get back on it. Next thing you know, you're inundated with all these ads that are popping up about scuba diving, and hey, check out this submersible, and all these things that you want nothing to do with. Are you tired of those creepy ads that follow you all around your smartphone or your tablet or your computer? I'm telling you, these are awful. So if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that help to prevent the spies that are on your searches. DuckDuckGo Private Search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Keep your searches and browsing history more private and download it today for free in the App Store, or you can visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Couple Ocean Gate ticket texts and then some stuff on the Tigers. Going to get into whether this is a race or not, how serious this weekend is with the Twins. Ticket texter says, at least this might stop the tourist trips. Let those souls rest. It doesn't need to be a tourist site, the wreck of the Titanic. Other one says if it imploded at that depth, it collapsed at the speed of sound, it would be instantaneous, way better than the alternative of running out of oxygen in the pitch black at the bottom of the ocean in a submarine too small to even stand up in. And again, the latest today, debris has been found over where the Titanic sits. I don't know if it's confirmed debris from the submersible. We definitely don't have any.
They just say there's a debris field.
Yeah, we don't know much more than that. Texter says, can you explain WAR? I mentioned Torkelson has a negative WAR this season. And another wants to know, what is his defensive ranking? That's actually one of the areas that I think there's a disconnect with the metrics. He's considered a bad defensive first baseman, but when I watch him,
he's not a bad defensive.
I see him save a lot of these Javi Baez throws in the dirt. I see him make athletic plays over at first. I'm not telling you his footwork's perfect, but I don't view him as like a negative defensive player.
No, and WAR is wins above replacement.
Yes.
So basically it's how much better are you than a typical replacement player would be at that position. Like if you came out of the game, if somebody replaced you, how much better are you or worse than you? And
the numbers suggest that an average player is better than Torkelson.
Yeah.
In his second season, 600 at-bats into his career. Now, it's trending up. They've got, in theory, a more competent front office that's going to prioritize and help player development. These are things we're looking forward to. And I wouldn't trade him or label him a bust, but we brought up the Athletics 100 players to keep an eye on for the trade deadline, and he was listed under the idea that Harris didn't draft him, and in the right swap, you take somebody else's gem and make a swap. So we brought it up to people.
So just to further illustrate how much better Torque is this year than he was last year, okay? He hit 203 last year. He's hitting a robust 224. It's better. His on-base percentage is 20 points higher than it was last year. His slugging percentage is 56 points higher. His OPS is 76 point higher. His on-base plus slugging percentage. He hit 8 home runs last year in 360 at-bats with 28 RBI and 16 doubles. This year, in 272 at-bats, so almost 100 at-bats less, 80 at-bats last year, whatever it is, 90 at-bats less. He's got 8 home runs, 34 RBI, and 17 doubles. So more doubles, same number of homers, more RBIs. He's a better player.
He is.
This year.
Noticeably. Now, he was so bad last year is the only pushback. Like last year, he was not a major leaguer, shouldn't have been in the majors, didn't deserve to have the spot based on production. Even this year, he's one of the worst first basemen in all of baseball with the improvement. So I think there's a danger in saying he's much improved from actual dog feces. That's what he was last year.
Well, I think it's also first base is a huge position of production. So if you look at all these first basemen, they're going to be productive. So ranking them again, I look at what has he done year to year. If this was his rookie year, I mean, I'm disappointed with the average for sure. I would expect the OPS to be better, but it's incremental steps here. The 680 OPS is nothing to write home about. But I'm looking at that comparison. I have to compare it to what he did the previous year. He's better. And look, a week ago, his OPS was over 700. It was actually 718 or 720. So what a difference a few games can make because he went into a slump. If he gets out of the slump, watch that number crawl up again and get above the major league average. And then all of a sudden his ranking among first basemen instead of 22, it's 17.
We got a guy in the ticket desk who's been giving me a hard time because over the weekend, I was on Sunday, and it's 2 weeks out from the All-Star game. And we had a very open conversation, like, who will the Tigers All-Star be? And my producer brought up Torkelson. He was coming off of some good games. And I'm like, I guess if he got hot, why not? Because there really is no clear-cut All-Star for the Tigers. He leads the team in total bases. Riley Green's hurt. Eduardo Rodriguez is hurt. Lang has been struggling lately. McKinstry has dropped off precipitously. The answer is probably Foley. I wouldn't make Torkelson the all-star, but my point was just to illustrate how wide open it is. And if he does have a big 2-3 weeks before the all-star game or a big second half of the season, we'll view him very differently. But we are still in the stages of evaluating what Spencer Torkelson is. And maybe that's why nobody's itching to trade him and why it caught me so off guard that he was even listed in the article.
They couldn't do Miggy again, could they?
Well, he'll probably go as the honorary, but last year they got 2.
Honorary last year,
but they still got a normal all-star too.
Right, but why would they? Would you do honorary 2 years in a row? That doesn't make sense. Like this year, does he legitimately represent the Tigers? I guess it's my
not
point.
Good enough, though, right?
Well, his month of June is outstanding.
His month of June is considerably better than his months of April and May.
No, his month of June is outstanding.
What is he hitting, like 3-something? I mean, it's noticeably better this month, and he's even hit for a couple doubles, a little bit of pop, hit the home run. But you're not putting a guy in. He's batting .233 with 1 home run and a .639 OPS from a guy who's a designated hitter. There's no redeeming value to defense. You can't put a guy as a DH in with a .630 OPS.
But his OPS in the month of June, like I said, he's just trending in the right direction is my point. I don't know how long it's going to continue, but ride it out. It's .950.
Wow.
It's .950. He has raised that OPS significantly from, I looked down at 455. It was at 455 on May 27th. Mm-hmm. And now it's at 639 for the season, which still is awful. It's almost 100 points below the league average. But for the month, he has, because he's raised it, it's .950.
Let's go to Jordan. You got some thoughts on Torkelson. You're on 97.1.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. So I'm kind of comparing him to Alex Kirilloff of the Twins and Jared Kelenic of the Mariners.
Okay.
They're both guys who came up a couple of years ago, a little early.
And took some time, yeah.
Struggled.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely struggled. But now that they got, 800,000 at bats, they're coming on strong this year. So that's my hope for Torkelson at the end of this year or going into the beginning of next year.
Kelenic's a good comp. He's hitting .260 this season, and again, average is kind of being phased out. OPS over 800. It's his third year in the bigs, and he's got 800 plate appearances. Yeah, I would love to see a similar path for Torkelson.
Kirilloff was the other one?
Yeah, Kirilloff's the other one he mentioned.
So Kirilloff this year, he's in 41 games. He's got a 786 OPS. He's hitting .264, and he's hit 4 home runs. In his career, though, he's got fewer at-bats, I think, than Torkelson does, or right around the same amount.
Yeah, I think Jared Kelenic is what you're hoping. But we'll see. All right, Gator, I do want to get some Tigers stuff. How serious is this? This being a chase, a race, a chance, a hope. The Twins in town this weekend.
I don't know if I'm going to do the hard sell for you. I might do the hard sell for you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because they're not playing tonight.
They're not playing tonight.
We got the draft going tonight.
The draft, yep.
Let's see what happens if the Twins lose again tonight. There's another half game.
What do the Twins play tonight? Is the Red Sox?
They play the Red Sox again. Oh. Yeah, it's a 4-game series.
So you could get it down to 3.5.
Yeah, you could. Make this weekend series really intriguing.
All right, let me just clarify where I'm at. I am enjoying them making it interesting.
It doesn't seem like you are, Jim.
I'm not taking them seriously. That's the issue. I'm not taking them seriously. You are taking this far more seriously than I am. I don't think they're actually doing this.
I want to make sure I'm not being...
I think I know better, and I think you know better. I think we all know better.
I just want to make sure I'm not being misrepresented here, okay? Because often it can be the case that I get misrepresented with things I say. Yeah, it happens a lot. And it really gets annoying.
Is there a day part in particular that
Perhaps,
might do that?
Perhaps. And it gets annoying when it happens. I love baseball. I love the Tigers, okay? I want this team to be very good. But I'm also realistic in knowing that this team isn't that good of a team. It's not about are they a good team or not. It's are they good enough to contend for the title? And they are good enough to contend for the title. Nobody's running away with it here in this bad division that is the American League Central. And because the team is so young, it does matter. It matters that they can, if they can get to that point to a postseason berth this year, if they did that, way the hell ahead of schedule. And it's a young team that you're trying to find the foundation of this team. I'm really encouraged by what could happen because of the players that are coming back into the fold. Not that this is going to matter if they get to the postseason and they face the Yankees in the opening round. Would I expect them to win that series? No, I would not expect them to win that series. But I'd be encouraged about the direction of where the team is going in the future.
Gator, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I agree with you to the point of progress is taking place under Scott Harris in the area that he specifically wanted it in, owning the zone, drawing walks, limiting walks. They are a better team than they are last year. Right? I see progress. But the thing I disagree with you on is you think they are good enough to win this division. And that's where I just can't. I'm not taking them seriously as a team that can win this division. Now,
there could be 3.5 games out of first tonight with a series against a team that's in first. A team that they beat 3 out of 4 games last week. A team that 2 of those 3 wins were cobbled together with opener starts.
But Gator, despite the fact that they've already beaten the Twins this season and may beat them this weekend, and I hope they do, you are playing fewer games against your division than ever before. Meaning dominance in a lousy Central doesn't help you when you play more games against everybody else. And against everybody else, they're 14 games below 500. And when you go over the course of the next 80 or so games, smoke and mirrors doesn't work. They have no power and they have no speed. They're bottom 3 in both metrics.
Yeah, but the Twins
they're not good enough. And I hate
Twins
being the guy
enough?
splashing cold. They hit for a little more average, a little more power, a little more speed.
Just
Those
a little
stuff matters.
Just a little. But if their pitching ends up is starting to turn south, okay?
Sure.
Well, then that's a big problem, okay? The Twins are no great shakes, man. They're below, by the way, they're below 500 too right now.
Gator, I've done this before where I've said, the Lions have a soft schedule. And the reality was they have to be better to actually take advantage of it. The Tigers can have an easy path, and you guys have done a good job on this show laying out how easy the schedule is. You have to be good enough to take advantage. In this season, they haven't been good enough to take advantage. Now, if they get everybody healthy and they get in first place, I'll take them more seriously. I'm not taking them seriously right now. 248-539-9797. I want to know where you're at with the Twins in town this weekend. Gator said he'll save a hard sell for tomorrow. Are you already viewing this as a race? Are you taking this seriously here on June 22nd? It's 97.1. Gator has accused me of not getting on the roller coaster with him and riding it for the ups and the downs that is this Tigers season.
Just enjoy it. Have fun.
I did ask people if Doug Karsh has ever tried an elephant ear. 70% of people have said no. They don't think that Doug has ever had an elephant ear.
I'll text him and find out if it's true.
That would be great if we can get confirmation in the next 90 minutes here. Doug with the day off, Jim Costa in. We will talk a little bit of football later in the hour. Gator has a Lions question, a non-QB question, inspired by CBS Sports. So we'll get to that before the hour ends. 1 o'clock hour, we will make sure we get back into the draft tonight. I got a guy who I think is a home run for the Pistons, if such a thing exists. I know Troy Weaver said he's trying to swing for the fences with the 5th pick tonight. So we'll try to parse some of his words and offer up some thoughts in the 1 o'clock hour. We talked about the Tigers. And Gator, I'm enjoying this, even though you don't believe me. I like that they're interesting, both professionally and as a fan. I like that my team's hanging in. I like that they've got a series of consequence this weekend against the Twins. I'm not taking them seriously as AL Central threats. Neither is Vegas, and the numbers back it. Not just the Vegas odds. They have the Tigers as a long shot to win the AL Central, even though they're only 4 games back. The underlying numbers. They're one of the worst offenses in the sport. They don't hit for power. They don't hit for average. They don't steal any bases. They don't generate anything. It's smoke and mirrors. And I think while you could do it in May and a soft schedule, and you may do it for pockets in a lousy division, they're 14 games under 500 outside the AL Central. They aren't going to play as many division games as years past, and they won't take the AL Central crown. Maybe I'm protecting myself from the heartbreak, but I think I know better. I think I know better that this team isn't that good. I'd like to check in with Tiger fans, 248-539-9797.
Twins hit more home runs than the Tigers. They're in the top 10 in baseball with home runs.
Right. It's a big deal.
But Twins have fewer stolen bases, so they don't run the bases better than the Tigers do. Their OPS is 710, which is 23rd in the league. The Tigers are awful at 667, which is 29th in the league. Mm-hmm. But it just tells you that it's not good.
No, the division's lousy.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Tigers have a hot week. Guess what? The numbers change. And their OPS can jump up. Twins have a bad week. It can drop down. They can meet in the middle. And then what are we doing? We're saying the Twins hit more home runs.
Do they have a better roster?
The Twins?
Yeah.
If they're healthy. But they don't stay healthy.
Well, the Tigers currently aren't healthy.
Well, exactly, which is my point. The Tigers are getting guys back. The Twins are kind of healthy right now, and they still suck. They don't suck, but in terms of the years that they're having, I mean, you're looking at 2 big guys that you count on in Buxton and Correa that they get hurt. You know, and Correa has actually played in 65 games this year. Mm-hmm. He stayed relatively healthy, but big deal. He's hitting 215 with a 700 OPS.
Be better than Baez by more than 100 points.
Okay, but it's.
I'm just saying.
Is that what they signed up for?
No, that might not be what they signed up for. They're probably bummed too. It's crazy to me that
the point is their shortstop sucks as much as ours does.
Not nearly as much. Not nearly. They're both disappointments, but not to the same degree. That's the other thing. The Tigers are bad. The Twins are bad. Not to the same degree. I think over 162, the talent gap will be enough to where the Tigers don't win the AL Central. I don't think that's some crazy opinion, but it speaks to how seriously are you taking this current situation, where they stand. Let's go to Nick. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I know the hitting the hitting's abysmal, obviously, right? And that's, got to be fixed, but the reason I'm taking them quote-unquote seriously, and I don't think it's really seriously, it's more having fun, like Gator said, and enjoying the baseball, but they are a top 5 defense, run saved. I'm pretty sure that's what Dan Dickerson said the other day. So they play good defense, and they have a really strong bullpen. I don't know a lot about the Twins bullpen, but that's why I'm going to continue to watch and hope that they win the Central. If they don't, I don't think it's I'm so sad, but it'll be a little disappointing, but I think I agree with the offensive woes, and it's bad, but we also got to look at defense. It is something that we do well.
You look at the defense as something that they do well. And I think I saw the stat, the outfield assists, they're very good in that area. Baez is, last year he had a ton of errors. This year he has a few, but he's been better defensively. I think he's one of the better defensive run save shortstops in baseball. Defense is something they can hang their hat on. And the bullpen management of A.J. Hinch has been something that I've been impressed with. It's not that there's nothing positive about the team. It's just, guys, before the year we said people were over, some people were under, but they're about a 70-win team, and they've had no major breakout performances. So I feel like they're probably still about a 70-win team who's going to win enough games to show some promise, but not enough to actually win the division. And I'm not saying that's bad. Like he said, he's not going to be mad if they don't win the Central. Neither will I. I'm just trying to live in reality here. I don't think they're a serious AL Central winner based on the injuries and the underlying offensive issues. 248-539-9797. Phones, ticket, text. We'll mix you guys in. Coming up next, Gator found this, and I think it's an interesting conversation with the Lions. One non-QB each NFL team can least afford to lose. And you passed this along to me, and I had a name in my head, and you had a name in your head. Mm-hmm. We'll do that coming up next. The non-quarterback that the Lions can least afford to lose in 2023. It's 97.1. All right, before we get to the Lions, the non-quarterback they can least afford to lose, CBS Sports gave one for every team. Dwayne, you want to wrap up our thoughts on the Tigers? They got the Twins in town this weekend. How serious are you taking it?
Oh, I'm taking it real serious, Jim. I think what you have to look at with the Tigers, and they've been through the injury bug a lot early. they're starting to get their pitching is starting to get healthy again. You're going to get Skubal back. You're going to get Rodriguez back. You're also going to get, I think, is it Manning or Brisky will be coming back?
Potentially both.
You've got Riley Green's coming back, and I do believe that from their pitching is going to keep them in a lot of ball games, is very important. But I also think that they're starting to hit the ball better. I mean, I'm taking some positives out of the fact that Torque is starting to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You've got Riley Green is going to come back. He was on fire before he was disabled. You have Haas is starting to heat up a little bit.
Carpenter.
Javi and Carpenter. You got Javi Baez, who, he swings at a lot of bad pitches, but he's come up pretty big in the clutch. So I know that right now it doesn't look as good, but I'm telling you, I believe the Tigers can be as good as any team in the Central. Now, once they get out of if they get out of the Central, I don't think they'll beat anybody.
Oh, I'm not worried about that, Dwayne. We're starving for the playoffs. Just get in, right? I mean, if that happens, I'm not going to complain about the fact that they would likely lose quickly to a team in the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, just get in. I would love to have a young team in Detroit make the playoffs. Dwayne, also, wouldn't it be crazy? Scott Harris takes over from Al Avila, and he's the first team in the city to make the playoffs ahead of the Yzerman Red Wings, the Lions, and of course the Pistons. It'd be crazy.
But that's cool. And what the funny thing is, it's not that far-fetched in this division. And I mean, when you break it down to every team in our division has tremendous deficiencies. But the Tigers are their youth and their pitching, I think, and what they have I consider him one of the best managers in baseball. I think we will be relevant all the way. If we're close in July after the All-Star break, we will be relevant all the way into September. I really believe that.
Depending on what they do at the deadline, because again, if you trade away a couple relievers and Eduardo Rodriguez, then you're not really in this.
But if you want to sell, okay, then why shouldn't the other teams sell? Why shouldn't Cleveland sell in Shane Bieber? They've got a big player there. Javi Baez in the month of June has also perked up. He's hitting .274 for the month. Played basically every game but one, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
His OPS is .755 in the month. That's better than average.
Better than average, yeah.
So, that's a sign that is he coming around. He's got a bunch of 2-hit games in the month. So that's a bat they need to get better. It's gotten better. The question is, can it stay, or is it going to drop like it did in May, where his OPS was .586 and he hit .218? He started the season in April. He hit .230 with a .564. That's not good. But I guess you want to look at the bright side. He's trending up each month, but now this is a decent month at .755 OPS. Keep it going. They desperately need it. They need Kerry Carpenter coming back to the lineup brought a left-handed bat, which they desperately need because
they played all these righties every day.
And which is why Nick Maton was in the lineup, because he's left-handed and yet he still can't hit.
I know.
So Carpenter comes back, it makes a difference. Riley Green comes back, it's another left-handed bat. Yep. It makes a difference, and you could legitimately cobble together, or put together anyway, a decent starting, first 5 or 6 guys in the lineup.
It's what they were doing in May, right? There's a lot of platooning, using the bench, pinch hitting, pinch running.
And they were winning.
Then they got injured, and the schedule got tougher, and they lost 9 straight, and now they're trying to get back to it.
Why can't we have nice things? And now we're starting to get some of those things back, hopefully sooner than later. And, just hang in there. Just hang in there, guys.
Chance to do more than just hang in if they can take a couple this weekend.
Might be 3.5 back after tonight.
Scoreboard watching.
Come on. Just hang in there.
Gator, you passed this along. This is CBS Sports. They got their non-QB most important player for every team. Because it's obvious. Joe Burrow is the most important Bengal, right? Patrick Mahomes is the most important Chief. But taking QBs out of it, who are the most important players on every team? For the Lions, you would say?
I would say Amon-Ra St. Brown. Because of what's the situation for the first 6 weeks, unless the NFL decides to rescind some of that the suspension to Jameson Williams, which I think they should. Will they is a whole different issue. But if St. Brown goes down, and knocking on wood here, right? Mm-hmm. What do you got? You've got Marv Jones, who I like Marv Jones a lot. I think he's a steady guy, but he's not a number 1 guy anymore, not even close to it.
He's number 4 last year in Jacksonville.
And then you got Khalif Raymond and Josh Reynolds, again, not number one guys, good complementary players that Goff has trust in, but then they're asked to do more. That's a tough road to go. I think so that's what makes him more valuable. If a running back gets hurt, well, they have a good stable, right? The running back room looks good. Tight end gets hurt, they've got a good room there. Okay,
They got by last year with them.
Yeah, if you're really banking that the rookie's going to hit the ground running and then he gets hurt, okay, if he gets hurt, then they still have what they had last year, which they made something out of. So that's the way that I look at it.
Every team in the North had a receiver except Detroit. The Bears was DJ Moore. The Vikings was Justin Jefferson. And the Packers, they went with Christian Watson. And I get it on some level for all those teams. Like, the offense in Minnesota is going to revolve around a ton of targets going Jefferson's way. You have Fields trying to unlock a downfield passing game. DJ Moore was a big-time addition for them, in theory, on paper, super important. And I'm not a big Christian Watson guy, but it's the same idea. Quarterback,
really receiver.
You need someone to help your quarterback out. With the Lions, though, the identity is the offensive line, and they went Penei Sewell as the non-quarterback they could least afford to lose. I mean, I get it. It's the identity of the team. The strength of the team is the offensive line. You want to run to set up the pass. You want to use him in gadget plays like they did a year ago. He's also not just one of their best players. He's a big, attitude, intensity, kind of the character of the football team to me is Penei Sewell. If you ask me which one player best defines the kind of team the Lions want to be mentality-wise, it's Penei Sewell. So he plays a premium position at the identity of the team, and emotionally he feels like he's the identity of the team. To me, Penei Sewell would be the answer.
My argument against Penei Sewell, and I love him as a player. I think he's awesome, and he does embody a lot of things that the Lions want. He's tough, he's athletic, and he's
unafraid.
He's a dancing bear.
Yep.
Right? He's great. The catch he had last year was phenomenal. Love the whole thing. But because the offensive line as a whole is a really good unit, probably a top 5 unit in the National Football League, borderline elite unit in the National Football League.
I'm not fighting you on it.
If you take him out of it and you plug in Matt Nelson, certainly there's a difference there. But because the rest of the unit is so strong, I think you could absorb it more. That's why I think Amon-Ra St. Brown, based on what's happened in the first 6 games, you take him out of it, you can't absorb it as well.
The only other name I'd consider, and if we're missing somebody, 248-539-9797, might be someone on defense. I mean, this team is trying to take yet another step defensively, and who should be spearheading that would be your number 2 overall pick in Aiden Hutchinson, right? If your pass rush is going to be as serious as you hope it is.
But the pass rush might be. I love what they have at defensive end. They have real depth at that position.
But he was the face of it.
But he's absolutely the face
and he got most of the double teams.
He did.
And he produced at the highest clip. Losing that piece would, I don't want to say cripple their defense, because to your point, they feel like they're not a one-man defense, but it would take a lot of the snarl and teeth out of a defense isn't that going to be the backbone of them? It's what turned their season around last year from being a 1-6 team to a 9-8 team.
Yeah, I wanted to say, if I'm looking at the defensive side, I want to say Gardner Johnson, but you look at the safeties, I mean, you got Kirby Joseph, you got Tracy Walker, and Gardner Johnson. So, those are 3 decent guys to have.
I see what you're doing. You're identifying hey, there's no man below you on the depth chart.
Yeah.
And you can't replace St. Brown, is your point. You could replace a safety or a tackle or an edge rusher.
Is it CB1? Is it Cam Sutton?
Given the fact that Mosley's coming off of an
injury. Yeah. I mean, I might argue that one over everything else.
There's a case.
Linebacker wise, I mean, it feels like it's a rotational thing. Is Jack Campbell going to be able to beat out Derek Barnes or
I hope so.
Rodriguez? I mean, at some point, I think he will, and maybe he starts the season number 1 linebacker. I don't know, but Anzalone's there. It just seems like they've got those 4 guys.
You're really
they've got a combination.
2 in most packages, so you feel like.
So I'll tell you who it is in defense.
Okay, who is it?
Aleem McNeil.
Really? I feel like we're still waiting to see him deliver.
Do you think he's the best defensive tackle they have?
Probably.
Okay. I think he is, and I think it's probably by a pretty good margin.
There's Bugs.
You take him out, you got Bugs plays next to him, and Broderick Martin, Benito Jones. It starts to, tail off. So I would think Aleem McNeil is probably in on defense because he was their best guy.
Let's get David's thoughts. David, non-QB, player the Lions could least afford to lose going to 2023. CBS Sports giving us some ideas. They go. Sewell, you go. What's up?
Aiden Hutchinson. Lose this guy, he gets hurt, this team will not win a game. Because in reality,
they won't win a game?
Not a single one, Gator.
They will not sing on a single. They will not be able to
David, stop it.
David,
you can say that he's the biggest loss, but don't say something stupid like they won't win a game if Aiden Hutchinson gets hurt.
Gator, you guys, this guy, without him, I saw when he went out of a game, he had a little nick. They had no pass rush. This guy is the most important player on that team.
You can argue that. I just don't want you to take it too far and say something crazy like they won't win a game if he's out.
David, I get the premise that he's super valuable because, again, when he started slow, their defense started slow. When he heated up and became a game wrecker off the edge, the defense quickly became one of the better units in football.
Yeah,
and that is a huge source of optimism going to this season.
Then you switch over. James Houston comes in the second half of the season.
Right.
But they're better right now. They have much more. They have much more depth right now at that position.
Not on defense. Not on defense. Not on defense.
Yes, they do.
Brad Holmes didn't improve his defense.
Yes, he did. Are you crazy? Did you just say Brad Holmes did not improve the defense? Are you crazy?
No.
Are you out of your mind?
The only player that was good that he drafted on defense was Brian Branch.
I'm sorry. Did I miss the free agents that they signed to improve the defense? Did I miss that part?
No, the only good free agent he signed was the guard that used to play with the Lions. They brought him back.
Right. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
That's brilliant insight.
They signed 3 secondary players who will start, right?
Who are better than the guys they had last year.
Right.
Okay?
Now, if his point is the front 7 was not addressed in the way that a lot of fans wanted pre-draft, okay, but I think the gamble is this. They think we got 2 Aquaras, a Harris, a Hutch, a Houston, the 3 H's.
That's a lot.
And who else am I missing? Kaminsky, who they brought back. Pascal's the other one. That's like 5, 6, 7, 8. They feel like they have volume, guys who they are ready to hit the ground running. That's their gamble.
Did you
Those
say
guys
depth?
might not hit, but they feel like they've got the depth.
Yeah, I think that they've dramatically improved the depth on this team. And that's why, I mean, you look at the second, I did this, I think, when you and I did show last time.
Mm-hmm.
The last 10 games of the season, when the Lions went 8-2.
20 points per game?
They gave up 20 points per game. They also had a quarterback rating against of 80.
Which, for the season, would have been the best in the sport.
By far.
Yeah.
They vastly improved defensively in the second half of the season. Now you're adding to the mix Cam Sutton and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're adding the other corner.
Mosley. Sutton, yeah.
Right. You're adding Mosley to the mix. Exactly. And you drafted Brian Branch, and you're hoping other guys can step up with a little more experience. The depth they have, and you listed all those guys at defensive end that they have. That's a ton of depth they've added just on the defensive side. Okay, yeah. Did they spend a first-round pick on Jahmyr Gibbs? Yep. Did they spend a second-round pick on a tight end? Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm not complaining about it. I like what they've done. I mean, I didn't love the pick of taking Jahmyr Gibbs at that point, but I understood what they did, and he can be a really dynamic player. If that guy's healthy, look out.
Yeah, rather than go back into it and fight people about the running back pick, I'll just say this. Jack Campbell was a smart first-round pick in my mind. That's a guy they think's going to play a ton of snaps in the middle of their defense. You want to stop the run? Drafting a middle linebacker goes a really long way in being able to stop the run. If you're going to be the type of team in the next couple of years that's going to challenge the Eagles and the Niners who run the ball, I really like the Campbell pick.
Yeah, we like the Campbell pick a lot on the show.
Yeah, I know Doug was talking about him in the first round before I even thought that was like a thing. He's like, oh, I would take him in the first. And I'm thinking, oh, that's a second-round pick. I'm not mad that they took Jack Campbell. Not mad at all.
I have an answer to the elephant ear question.
We will get to it coming up next. Has Doug Karsh ever eaten an elephant ear? Mr. Health-conscious kale salad. Has he ever had fried dough and powdered sugar in a concoction at a carnival? We'll get to that coming up next. We'll mix in some NBA draft as well. Is there a home run for the Pistons? It's 97-1. All right, NBA draft is tonight. Pistons have the 5th pick. Is there a scenario where they leave tonight and you're excited, where they land the home run that Troy Weaver said he's going to be swinging for? We'll get to that. I know the guys out there for the afternoon show are all bummed. Oh, there's really nothing that they can get at 5. Before we do it, update on Doug Karsh's elephant ear history. Has he ever had one?
Doug Karsh has never had an elephant ear. I told you.
That was predictable.
Even before he was Captain Kale, when he used to enjoy some of those other things, he's never been a donut guy, really. So I didn't expect
He's had
him.
a donut, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious where the line is.
But you think of how many limited opportunities he's going to have in his life to have the elephant ear, because you're really only getting that at a fair or festival situation.
Sure, summertime you go to,
So how many times has he had that chance? Maybe 30, 50 times in his life.
Yeah, enough to have an elephant ear.
I mean, I told you I've only had like one in my life. What? Which is surprising to me, because I freaking love it. I loved it when I had it, but I just haven't gone back.
I'm not telling you that they're one of the 3 greatest desserts of all time. They're not. But when you're at a carnival and you smell the fried dough.
I know.
Doug has never had one. I'm not surprised. No. Some ticket texts coming in on the most important non-golf Lions for the season, the one that you could least afford to lose. Hutch or Sewell, that's Tyler from Taylor. He says that's the heart of each side of the ball. Losing each would be terrible. Another one says John Kaminsky, the most important defensively.
That's an interesting one.
Sneaky. Taylor Decker predicts Goff's blindside, super underrated. That's Ryan in Livonia. Sutton, a huge piece. Mosley coming off an injury. Gardner Johnson's going to play safety with Joseph and Walker. The CBs could be hard to replace.
Yeah, the more I talk it out, the more I think it's probably Cameron Sutton. On the defensive side.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think it's Amon or St. Brown
overall.
Yeah, but defensively, I would say Sutton.
The more we talk through it, they went Penei Sewell. That was my initial thought. I think I would answer Aiden Hutchinson, just because he was a big part of the defense going from awful to one of the better units in football down the stretch. Texter says, today's the NBA draft, and y'all are talking about the bum-ass Tigers. Well, we will switch and talk about the Pistons. Wow. I know, Gator, people don't get this. The Tigers have actually been playing better baseball.
Yeah, they got a chance to be, after this weekend.
God forbid we talk about the validity of our baseball team during baseball season ahead of a series against the first-place Twins. You don't have to. Here's the beauty of it. I'm not taking them seriously. Gator is. Some of you guys are likely somewhere in the middle and are invested in varying degrees. There's no wrong answer. It's just good that they're interesting enough for us to have the conversation, and I'm not going to apologize for it. But tonight is the NBA draft. And Gator, there are as many as 6 names that have been floated out for the Pistons to take. I know Doug is a fan of the Taylor Hendricks.
Yep.
Central Florida, 6'9", 3-and-D, can switch him on defense, catch and shoot, all the good stuff. Nothing against him. To me, there is a home run in this draft, and it's not Hendricks, and it's not a Thompson twin. For as much love as they've been getting in the pre-draft process, tell me I'm wrong on Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore, to me, is the pick tonight. And I know he's, quote, falling down draft boards, and he had a, quote, bad workout with the Pistons. I think this is smoke. Weaver did this a year ago, where he postured that they were going to take Keegan Murray or that they liked Keegan Murray. Age wasn't going to be a deterrent. It was a coded message. Well, the Kings really liked Keegan Murray and might have wanted to trade back and realized if we don't take him, he's going 5th. So they take Murray, and Weaver gets Ivy. Weaver tonight could very well trade back and get Cam Whitmore. And there's a risk, and I wouldn't do it. I'd just take him at 5. But I think Weaver's going to posture. He's going to maneuver. And I think it's smoke that they're going to take Asur Thompson. I think Cam Whitmore is 18 months younger, a super athlete, jump out of the gym, power dunk, elite first step, all that. And he can actually shoot, unlike the Thompson twins. He was a 40% catch and shoot guy at Villanova. So what am I missing on the younger, more offensive polished player who is not a slouch defensively? He'll rebound. He's a bulldog at 235 pounds. He gets in passing lanes. What am I missing? Cam Whitmore, to me, at 5, is the home run play. And if they pull off the move where they slide back to 7 or 9 and still get him, which some people have speculated you could, to me, that's the home run scenario tonight.
Yeah, I think, to me, the home run scenario would be if Brandon Miller slips. And
if he's there, talked about a little bit.
I don't think he will slip to 5, But if he slips to 5, I think that's a home run situation. If I'm stuck at 5 and I got to make the pick and Brandon Miller is gone, and let's say one of the Thompson twins goes at 4, Cam Whitmer is my pick.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a home run. I think it's a double. It gets you on the base pass.
In scoring position.
I like what he does. I like that he shoots, and the knock on him is he's not a great passer. I don't need him to be. I need him to score. I need him to play defense. I got enough guys on a team that can handle the basketball. I want to know that this guy, when I get the ball in his hands, is not afraid to launch a shot that has a high propensity to go in.
I would love it. Yeah, the knock on him, because there are no perfect prospects, the knock on Whitmore is a little bit of tunnel vision. Assist numbers were terrible. Is he a good passer? Is he a willing passer? Here's the beauty. You got 2 top 5 guards in Cunningham and Ivy, top 5 picks playing the guard positions. They should be creating the offense predominantly, one or both of them, and it still needs to be figured out exactly how that dynamic's going to work. The last thing I want to do is throw in one more mouth to feed. I want someone who is a willing recipient and scorer. Whitmore played in a slow-paced Villanova offense. I want to pick up the tempo. I want to throw him the ball and tell him, shoot, dunk, attack, shoot. Like, I don't need him to pass all that often. If Cade's doing his job, if Ivy's doing his job, they need someone who's plug and play with big upside.
Yep.
It's Cam Whitmore.
I agree with you.
Staring us in the face.
I think he's got a ton of offensive upside. Love that. And he's already a good defender. I think it makes sense. I love the idea of drafting him and being aggressive and signing Cam Johnson to an offer sheet. I mean, the other thing is perhaps you can acquire Cam Whitmore if he's there at 5, and you don't have to trade anything. You still have Bojan Bogdanovic.
Yep.
What do you want to do with that? If you hang on to him, you got your shooter, or you could move him. The Pistons have a lot of options in front of them. That's why I'm going to sit back, get the popcorn out, and enjoy the draft tonight, because Troy Weaver loves to wheel and deal. He talked about it. He doesn't want to have any slap hits. He's not looking to bunt. He likes the long ball. He wants to swing for the fences. Go ahead and swing for the fences. Is drafting Cam Whitmore at 5, is that a swing for the fence? I don't think it's a swing for the fence, but something could be, something in the works. I don't know. I don't think they're drafting at 5.
You don't think so?
I think that number 5 pick, and I think Bojan Bogdanovic, I think they're going to be packaged for something. I can't tell you what. I don't know what, but something tells me, because he's always moving.
He's been super aggressive. He's made a ton of trades in his time as the GM. It's not out of the realm of possibility that they move back to 7 or 9, which has been discussed in most of these industry sites. Like, I know The Athletic has their big mock draft, and they openly say the Pistons may be looking to trade back, which is interesting when you go, I want to hit a home run. I'm also trying to trade back. I want to hit a home run, but we want to move back. Whitmore, to me, is how you do both. Again, he's the youngest of any of the consensus top 10 picks, and he is one of the most polished players available. You're not getting Victor. You're not getting Scoot.
You're probably not getting Miller.
Although the reports today are Charlotte's looking more at Scoot now. Miller may fall to 3. If teams are scared, does he take a tumble? I'm not banking on that. But maybe that's the home run that people need on draft day to look forward to tonight. Because, Gator, you tell me, you're in every day with Doug, and you guys have hit most of this stuff around. Are people excited for tonight? Or is this kind of like, we didn't get the number 1 pick, we didn't get the number 2 pick, it's whatever?
No, I think it's that. I think people are so disappointed that they got screwed in the draft in the draft lottery, that they're out of the top 3. That it's like, I don't know. I got to do a deep dive and figure out who these guys is. I'm too lazy. I don't feel like doing that. I'll just watch the highlight package and I'll, get excited about somebody once they're drafted or whatever. But I think everybody also understands that Troy Weaver likes to wheel and deal, and that's what makes it exciting tonight, because they have players that they can trade. They got a logjam of bigs, it seems, on this team, and they've got draft picks. If they can always trade future draft picks too. So what's going to happen? There are going to be some big moves tonight.
And I think 31 is a low-key interesting piece tonight as well, that they may use that in a deal to move up, to move back, to give themselves a future pick. I think Weaver's going to be active tonight.
Yeah, he'll be active.
So the question is, what do you hope he ends up with? He talks about home runs. I think this fan base wants to see, a corresponding move to the Monty Williams move. You bring in a $100 million coach. You're coming off a 17-win season. You don't have the number 1 or number 2 pick. You got to get creative. What do you hope Weaver does? Because after the top couple picks, it's this pool, this pod of 5 or 6 names with different possibilities. You want him to trade the pick for a proven player? Do you want to see him take the pick and move back? Do you want to see him just take one of these guys at 5 overall? 248-539-9797. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. All right, we're getting a little bit of buzz on the phones. Wrapping up the final hour of the show. Jim Costa in, Karsch and Anderson, Doug Karsch with the day off today and tomorrow. We find out tonight what the Pistons do at number 5. Is it a trade up, a trade out, a trade back, or do they pick somebody at 5? And is there a scenario where you say, Troy Weaver hit the home run he's been looking for? 248-539-9797. Some ticket textures. Pistons will draft Whitmore tonight, but not at 5. They move back with Utah and get him at 9 plus 16. I think that's in play with some of the mind games that have been going on. Bad workout in Detroit, but he's trying to move back. Wants the home run. I think Whitmore with a trade back is what I would bank on. I don't know that I'd risk it because there's a chance he goes. Gator, you think as high as 4, but he could also go 6, 7, or 8 if you move back.
You don't know.
You don't know. Another one says home run scenarios, multiple chips on the table to trade back into the top 10, get Hendricks, Doug's guy at 10, while also keeping the 5th pick and take Osar Thompson. Another one says Zion is coming to Detroit. Mark my words, it's happening. Story set to break at 1:55.
Oh, great. Did a person leave a name? No name?
No name.
No name. Okay.
You've brought Gator. I think you were the first person on the station that brought up Zion as a possibility for the Pistons. Do you think he gets traded to anybody tonight?
I do think he gets traded. New Orleans has to move him. Do I think it goes to the Pistons? No, I don't think. I think there's a very low percentage that could happen. But here's where it could. If New Orleans has been throwing that name out there and nobody's biting, and you know they got to get rid of him, they don't want him, right? And he doesn't want to be there. They don't want him. They need to. This marriage is done. What's the best offer they can get? You know, if a team's not willing to give what should be a pretty good value for him, there's a reason why he's oft injured. So he's always hurt.
So what is it? I mean, is it a team in the top? Is it Charlotte at 2? Is it Portland at 3? Is it?
Am I making that move to acquire Zion and who could be a complete bust?
Oh, I don't want him. Now you floated it out, and everybody else fell into their camps on this. I don't want Zion.
If it's just the pick,
I don't want to give up the pick for Zion.
If I'm one of those teams and it's just the pick, I mean, you have to ask yourself, what am I giving up in Scoot Henderson? I mean, is he a guy that comes in the league right away and scores 20 points? Probably. You know, he's going to be given that opportunity to shoot. In the G League, he proved that he can be a dynamic scorer. Brandon Miller, is he going to give, is he going to hit the ground running? I imagine he could be a guy that probably rookie years scores 17, but could just skyrocket after that.
Sure.
Zion Williamson, you add him to the team. If he's healthy, he's 25 a game. I mean, teams have to think about it, but I don't know if they're going to pull the trigger on it. I mean, where are they in their development? Do they really want to, take that home run swing? Are you getting the home run swing from a guy who's 3 years into the league, or you getting that home run swing? It's Miguel Cabrera just hit a home run.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. There's a difference.
Yeah.
So with Zion, I wouldn't give up the 5 for him. I know there was that reported trade. Again, it's just people speculating.
Yeah,
Mark Stein of ESPN.
He came up with trades that would
potential
this be enough?
Because of this conversation, if they have to trade him, what are some deals that may materialize? And it was the 5th pick, Bogdanovich and Isaiah Stewart. And most people said abso-freaking-lutely I would do it. I said no. I'd rather have the 5th pick than Zion. I think Pistons fans have they've devalued a top 5 pick because this draft isn't good. I think Whitmore is more than good enough and has all-star potential at number 5. And the reality is, in this league, most of the finals MVPs are coming outside of the top couple picks. Since 2006, it's LeBron, Durant, and a whole bunch of guys picked 5 or later that are the best player on championship teams, whether that's Giannis and Kawhi at 15 overall, Jokic, who was drafted in the 2nd altogether, Paul Pierce, Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, 7th overall. There will be good players drafted outside the top 2 spots. And I know it sucks that we're not getting Victor tonight. This would have been a coronation, the alternate universe where the Pistons have the number 1 pick. The show is us learning how to speak French to welcome him tonight. It's not happening, but it doesn't mean the 5th pick is chopped liver and garbage. To me, Zion is too big a risk. He's been hurt every year of his adult life. To me, it would be Blake Griffin 2.0, where you take a player who has a chronic injury history at an expensive price tag, and you can't be then surprised when it blows up in your face. I wouldn't take that risk with a top 5 pick staring me in the face tonight.
If the Pistons were in the top 3, it'd be harder for me to say. I'm just not. It'd be harder for me to say I'm open to it. But because it is the 5th pick, because I don't see the home run pick at 5 like you do, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Take the chance. I want to take the chance. You know what he is when he's healthy. And, of course, he hasn't proven that enough. But if he does, if he actually is healthy, he's the perfect fit for what this team needs. And what have I given up? The 5th pick and Bogdanovich?
The 5th pick.
And if it's just the 5th pick, I mean, how do I not?
No, the 5th is the centerpiece. I'm not getting bogged down with Bogdanovich, a guy who's in his 30s. He's a good shooter, but if this team's not winning a title the next 2 years, he's probably more valuable as a trade chip.
So if you're just saying the 5th pick, just the 5th pick, and Isaiah Stewart. All right, give him Isaiah. Give him something else, please,
put Bogdanovich in it too, but
give him something there.
My contention is just the 5th pick. I mean, the NBA is littered with great top 5 picks. Even in the game right now, De'Aaron Fox was a 5th pick overall. Trae Young was a 5th. These are all stars. You've got Dwayne Wade was a number 5 pick overall. Charles Barkley, if you want to go far enough
you don't
back.
have to go that far down. Suffice it to say, there are plenty of players.
Vince Carter, Kevin Garnett.
It's not even a 5th pick. It's players that are drafted in the first 20 picks.
Sure.
Every year there's somebody
that Weaver
between
has access to.
5 and 20
Yeah.
that you're like, wow, that guy was really, really good. And this is where you pay your GMs because they got and your scouts. You got to find who that player is. And when you hit on him, it's fantastic. That being said,
you could also draft Stanley Johnson or Henry Ellenson, or
you can make those mistakes. And now a bunch of teams have made mistakes. But
Luke Kennard,
or do you want to take the risk on an often injured player and just give up that fifth? Yeah.
Mike, what do you want to see him do? You're on 97.1.
Well, I'm kind of a bad caller because I don't have a clue. But I tell you, I read something this morning that Tobias Harris was going to be traded to Detroit.
I did see that. I heard that they were inquiring. I don't think that means he's coming.
Right. It was. I heard him talking about it this morning as well with Stoney. You mentioned it. The Philadelphia Inquirer had a story about 3 possibilities, and one of them was Detroit. And
how do you feel about it, Gator?
I don't think it makes any sense.
No.
Yeah, the only sense would be Monty Williams, right? I mean, that's the only connection, and he was a good player, but not that good.
He's fine. I mean, but what are you giving up to get him?
Exactly.
Are you giving up the 5th pick to
No,
get him?
I'm not doing that.
But I just thought that was interesting. Have a great day, guys.
No, I appreciate it. And there's other scenarios out there, like not for draft night, but like NBA newsy notes that kind of tie into the Pistons. You brought up off air, Chris Middleton declined his option.
Yeah.
Now, he's coming off a pretty intensive knee injury and procedure. He's in his 30s, and he's going to be looking for a lot of money.
Well, he turned down, $40 million to stay in. So basically what he's looking for is just another couple of years on a contract. Doesn't have to be at 40, but then the total guaranteed money has to exceed that for it to make sense for him. So does he get signed to a 3-year, $60 million deal? Or is it a 3-year, $90 million deal?
Right. Yeah, I mean, part of this might be what you said about you hit a double tonight and you drive him in free agency, whether it's Draymond Green or Chris Middleton or Cam Johnson, or they have the cap space that this thing isn't a one-night deal, but we are focusing on the draft tonight. Larry, you're next up. What do you want to see him do? You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how are you? Hey, Jim.
What's up?
Hey Larry.
How you doing, buddy?
All right, Larry.
Good. Hey, you know what? I just had this, I watch the NBA channel over here in Windsor sometimes and get these reports about Antoine Davis, the best scorer in the draft. Do we look at Antoine Davis?
Well, certainly not at 5. You're talking about
no, not at 5. No,
in the second round.
Okay, no, I'm talking about if you want to say you're hitting a grand slam, you get rid of the 5th pick, but then you get a Monty Bates at maybe you got I don't know what. Say you bring Zion in, what pick do they have? New Orleans.
Are you're saying like to swap with them in that scenario?
Well, no, I'm talking about a swap with if you swap back, okay, and you I'm talking about the big hit. If you get Monty Bates, Antoine Davis, and Zion, is that what he's talking about?
Well, let's just piece this together. We've talked about Zion. Some people think it's a home run. I think it's probably going to be hit far but foul. The other two aren't home run moves. Amani Bates and Antoine Davis isn't going to get drafted, right?
Probably not. Well, I mean, he has a chance.
Second round.
I mean, the guy, look, he's a prolific scorer, obviously, but
Larry, like this is the disconnect. Great college player doesn't necessarily mean great professional player. He is not highly thought of. He spent 5 years in college. He's an undersized guard. He didn't play, high major college basketball. Like if he was going to be great, he would have left within a year or two of being in school. I think it's entirely possible he doesn't get drafted.
I said I'm not a basketball.
Oh no, I'm not mad at you, Larry.
Some of the reviews.
No, Larry, I'm not mad at you. I mean, you brought it up, and we're going to talk about it. But I don't think there's really any merit to bringing Antoine Davis.
No, but let's look at Amani Bates. Is Amani Bates possibility at 31?
Sure,
he's a possibility at 31.
Sure, and maybe that's you roll the dice,
and that's absolutely rolling the dice because he's obviously got high upside. This is a guy who was thought of as being the number one pick for 4 years ago. People thought he was going to be number one pick in the draft, be a one and done in college, and he wasn't one and done in college. He had his issues. He's got maturity issues, and but it doesn't mean he still doesn't have ability. But he's no longer thought of as the number one pick or even a lottery pick for that matter.
No, it'd be interesting to see what Troy Weaver thinks of that because everybody's been talking about his one quote about the home runs, not trying to bunt or or slap it to center field. He also clarified that that is about basketball. He doesn't want to take risks with the people. The quote was, if they tell me this guy can get 18 rebounds but he robs banks, no, we're not going to take that risk. So clarifying, risk with potential basketball upside, not personality risks.
There you go.
248-539-9797. You got a guy you want, a move you want him to make? Pistons at a critical juncture. Got the 5th pick tonight. It's 97-1. $97-1, Jim Costa in today, draft day. What do you want the Pistons to do? I think we're all bummed it's not Victor Day, coronation, number 1 pick, and I think people have just collectively shrugged. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. They got the 5th pick. They're talking to as many as 5 or 6 guys. Does one stand out? Is there a trade target that stands out? When Weaver talks about hitting a home run, what does it look like tonight? 248-539-9797. We'll get to the Lions helmet. Gator, you weren't in yesterday. Lions helmets are out. We'll get to it at 1:45.
You know, I was so excited thinking that we would get this weekend opening pitch at Comerica Park. Here's Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, man.
And then I saw the opening pitch that he had the other day.
The ball looks like a marble in his hand.
Right. It's so small. And then he just, it was pathetic to throw. And then you can understand because the size difference. And everybody would say, well, it's like throwing, Scott Van Pelt was like, he's throwing a pea. Imagine throwing a pea. He's not throwing a pea. You say a marble. How about maybe a handball or something like that, right? It's small. But come on, man. You got to be able to throw it better than that.
I haven't seen the pitch. I'm going to look it up.
Is it terrible? It's terrible.
Who had him throw the pitch?
I forget who it was, but he threw it. It was god awful.
Oh, this is going to be bad. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, let's see it, man. What do you think?
Oh, boy. He goes to the full motion. He's thrown before. Oh, that was not close.
Yeah, what it is a guy who's never thrown a ball before.
Worth pointing out, Javi would have swung at it. So it wasn't.
Well,
it was in the other batter's box. I've seen Javi swing at that pitch, is all I'm saying. So
it hit grass, but that wouldn't have hit grass.
Would it surprise you if Javi swung at it?
If it hit grass,
it did not hit grass. It looked like it hit the outer chalk of the other batter's box.
Okay, so it's terrible, but it's... Yeah.
Would Javi swing at a pitch thrown to first base?
No.
Okay, I'm just not ruling things out.
What, are we talking June Javi or May Javi?
May Javi.
May Javi may have.
Marcus, you're next up. You're on 97.1. How you doing today?
You guys are hilarious. I'm good. How you guys doing?
All right.
Hey, I really like Whitmore. I think he's going to be a stud in this draft. He reminds me of Donovan Mitchell. I think he's got that type of game. And Donovan Mitchell was, 8th, 9th pick in the draft?
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be our home run. I think he might be able to drop back a little bit, pick him up, or Hendricks, either one with the 8th or the 9th pick. But unless you bring in somebody else, I'm thinking Cam Johnson or Kuzma. Not a big Zion fan. I love his game, but if I got to only get to see him a third of the time, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Zion. You mentioned Cam Johnson free agency. I would love a double Cam offseason. Cam Whitmore, Cam Johnson. Free agency and the draft. Both of them are wings. This team sorely needs wings. Both guys are good shooters. In the case of Johnson, 40% proven at the NBA level. Whitmore, 40% catch and shoot at Villanova. Yeah, count me in. If they can get Whitmore and trade back, that kind of feels like the best case scenario tonight. I'd take him at 5. Now, if Weaver's planted the seeds, he had a bad workout, and he's fallen on boards, and you can trade with Utah, pick up the 9th pick, add 16 to the Pistons' fortunes, love it. Donovan Mitchell was drafted 13th overall. So it's the point we make. I mean, there's going to be players drafted.
There will be somebody drafted that will come well after 5 that years from now you go back and you rue the day that you took who you took. And that'll be anything. It doesn't have to be the Pistons. It'll be anything.
No, you can always look back and see it. Alec in Howell, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
How we doing, guys? I'm saying Javi Baez is swinging on that pitch probably 8 times out of 10. I'm thinking the Zion trade, personally, I'm not liking that.
I'm sorry. You guys, Alex, slow down here because it sounds like you're talking in a tube or something.
Like you're in a tube under the water, maybe approaching the Titanic.
Yeah.
My bad. I am not on the voyage, but I think
Alec, I'm sorry.
Gotta let you go, man.
It's too.
Can't understand what you're saying.
Tin can. Sorry. 248-539-9797. We did talk about the Ocean Gate thing earlier in the show if people missed it. This idea that they found some debris in the water around the Titanic. We still don't know if it's debris from the little minivan that they put underneath the water with no safety provisions. Ridiculous story. It captivated my social media feed the last couple days.
I mean, it's a crazy story. It was obviously you get to these situations, you think, well, what could have been avoided? Yeah, it could have been avoided because it was. I mean, when there's reports that Discovery Channel was offered a shot to go with them, and they're like, nope, we don't trust the safety of this thing right now. If Discovery is telling me they don't trust the safety, that's all I need to hear. I mean, if the network that's responsible for putting on Deadliest Catch
said no thanks,
is telling you, no, this is not safe enough. That's all I need to hear. The fact that they're on those fishing boats and, in the Bering Sea, but they don't want to get onto this little submersible. That's all I need to know.
A couple ticket texts coming in and says, I don't understand the NBA draft. You supposedly have good players, good enough to be one and dones, players that stayed in college, G League, and Europe. What don't you get? It's just a big pool of players. I'm sorry if I'm missing the rest of the context of that ticket text. Another one says, funnel cake is greater than elephant ear.
Well, I mean, that's a debate if you want to debate that. I think they're both great. I would prefer the elephant ear to the funnel cake just because I like the chewiness of it as opposed to the light. I think the funnel cake's fantastic. But to each their own.
I'm with you. Ticket texter says, our home run last year was Jalen Duren, in my opinion, not even Ivy. I hope Weaver pulls off another magic trick like last year. Yeah, it was just cap space that he essentially rearranged and created Jalen Duren out of thin air. Took on some bad salaries, picked up an extra first, and took a guy that your new coach loves. You hear that quote, Monty Williams on the morning show, where he said he thinks Duren can be one of the 10 best players in the sport. Not big
right.
man.
No, I know.
Players.
I remember that.
In the sport. And they got him for cap space, essentially, is how it all worked out. Texter says home run for Weaver. He has 0 so far, even though this will be his 7th first-round pick. So I'll wait for when he drafts one single all-star player.
Well, the 5 and the 6 first-round picks he's used up have been all rookie team. I mean, hard to imagine a guy being an all-star player when they're in their first or second year.
Well, and it's a little misleading. So 3 of his first-round picks were his first draft. 2 of them were not top 10 guys. Like the Killian thing is a real miss. Didn't take the right guy. Halliburton would have been the better pick. Fine. But since then, Cade played a rookie season and then got hurt. He's a number 1 overall pick. The goal is he's an all-star. And Jaden Ivey's coming off his rookie season. Those guys very rarely are all-stars in their first season.
With Jalen Duren as well.
Yeah, the 2 best players he drafted, maybe the 3 best players he drafted, have all played 1 NBA season.
Yeah.
I think holding the all-star carrot is valid 2-3 years from now.
Right, but not right now.
Not right now.
Give it a minute.
Texter says elephant ear and funnel cake are the same thing, other than elephant ears have that added type, the different sugar. That said, elephant ears are the best. Screw funnel cakes.
Yeah, and elephant ear has a little bit of cinnamon to it, right?
Yeah, that little sugary.
Yeah, the cinnamon, it's grainy. The funnel cake is the powdered sugar.
Right. It's a preference. Doug Karsh has had neither. If you haven't had elephant ear, funnel cake?
I bet you he's had a funnel cake, but I don't know about that.
Okay, probably more likely funnel cake.
I mean, the funnel cake is great. The difference is funnel cake is batter. Elephant ear is dough. They're both fried, but one is dough and one's batter. That's the difference. So think about it that way. It's like
science.
Funnel cake is like if you take a pancake batter and just swirl it around. There you go.
Ticket Texter's bringing up the craziness that is this submarine story and the billionaire steps on. Oh, no, we talked about it. For people that missed it, Odyssey app, use the rewind. We talked about it involving Cardi B and an OnlyFans model and Blink-182. Oh, trust me, this story is not just about a submarine that gets stuck by the Titanic.
I think headline writers all across the country are pissed because they didn't get a chance to get creative with this controversy and this.
Some did, though.
Well, I'm just saying in terms of like they don't get to say attach the word gate to it.
Oh yeah, because Ocean Gate's already in the
written
name.
itself. Yeah,
I mean, this story writes itself.
Yeah,
you name yourself after what is a future scandal.
Yeah,
beautiful, masterfully done. Next level marketing. Coming up next. Speaking of marketing, Lions put out a new helmet. And Gator, you weren't in yesterday. It was just Doug's short show before Tiger baseball, but the reviews are in. Reactions are all over the board. The Lions have a brand new logo they're going to wear, or not logo on the helmet. Brand new helmet they're going to wear for 2 games this fall. Want Gators' thoughts, your thoughts as well. It's all coming up next, 97.1.
Tell you, what goes great with an elephant ear or funnel cake? A little bit of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah, look, it's a versatile spirit. Have it any way you want. You want to do shots with your friends. You want to spill a little side in reverence to those that are in Ocean Gate, you can do that. You want to have it as an everyday sipper, maybe with a little bit of ice in there, that's good too. Hey, you want to mix it with ginger ale or a cola? It works either way. It's fantastic. Flying Ace Bourbon is a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks about it. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And here's the best part. At only $30 a bottle, it is not going to bust your budget. Not at all. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of that Coppercraft family, so you know it's quality. Artfully crafted for the brave of heart. Check it out for yourself. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
97.1. We were just laughing, having a good time. Gator, this Lions new helmet came out yesterday, and you were out on the golf course, and you're probably talking about the helmet, but you haven't had a chance to share with the audience your review of the blue helmet with the old school Lion logo. Blue helmet on the gray jersey. What's your review?
I love it. I love the new helmet. I think it's fantastic. I think it's everything that I wanted in that helmet. I like the color. The blue color is great. The logo it's the old school logo, which we all love.
Mm-hmm. When they were actually good.
Yeah. I bought a Lions hat specifically because it had that logo on it last season. I love it. The only bummer about it is it's got to sit on top of the gray unis, which sucks.
Well, it's because of the NFL rule, right? That you have to wear alternate helmets with alternate jerseys. They couldn't put an alternate helmet on the main home or road. Would have looked great with the white. They have to wear it with the alternate jersey, which means Monday Night Football, when they're going to break these out against the Raiders, and Week 18 against the Vikings, final game of the regular season, they're going to put what is a beautiful blue helmet on the ugliest jerseys they have, those gray blob jerseys. And the contrast looks terrible too.
Yeah, I love the helmet. The helmet, the best thing about the uniform, it's unfortunate that it comes at a time when that is the alternate jersey.
Now maybe they switch that out. Not this year, but the year after.
Maybe they will, and let's hope that they do. It does put us in a really uncomfortable position as Lions fans, though. Because I love it. I'm thinking you love it. I know Doug loves it. I think the vast majority of the people love it. Mm-hmm. The uncomfortableness comes where the Lions just continue to do and string together a bunch of really competent moves, And I think it started when Martha took over the team and said enough's enough, that whatever it was, 9-8 wasn't good enough and needed to do better, or 9-7 wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
Went on and tried something different. It didn't work out. And then that was not long for this team. Those guys lasted 2 years, right? And then they were gone.
Yep.
So we're not doing this whole loyalty thing. We're so loyal like the old man was and not willing to fire people, that she held people's feet to the fire. Then, the daughter takes over. Sheila Ford Hamp takes over, and she's made this team her own. She's clearly invested in the team, and the moves that she made to get a new coaching search, a new GM search, and then as soon as those moves are made, the first thing happens is, oh, by the way, your franchise quarterback wants out of town. But she's got the right guys in place, so we're able to handle that situation, maneuver through the obstacle, turn it into a positive, hire the right guys around them, sign some decent free agents, draft the players that you want to draft. It's like every step along the way has been seemingly, a lot more often than not, the right staff. So it's uncomfortable because we're not used to this.
No.
Being Lions fans, that they're doing things in a competent way. So when it comes to something as simple as, hey, we're going to offer up a design change to the football helmet, and we're like, all right, last time they did it, they took the same lion and they gave it an angry eye and a fang, right? That's what they did.
Yeah, I remember.
And it was subtle. It was better.
It was fine.
It was better. Bubbles the circus lion went to, Angry Leo or whatever you want to call him. But this move was a dramatic shift from what we've seen. We haven't seen this look in forever.
Yep.
So I think that this is another big feather in the cap of this organization continuing to be competent moving forward, and please God win the division to really hammer it home.
Well, and that's the thing. I'm just going to head this off at the pass. You're going to get ticket tags, and I saw it on social media. I don't care what they wear as long as they win. Okay, cool. Glad we said that. You still can talk about the helmet. It's not going to win or lose any games. And I thought the helmet was cool. They haven't worn blue as the helmet since 1955. Coincidentally, the last time this team was competing for championships, right?
57 to won the championship.
Right. So you were wearing the blue helmets in that era. The stretched out, what did you call it? Prowling lion.
Prowling lion
is from the era when the Lions were actually competitive and championship caliber. So it comes full circle. You're trying to take that next step to where you once were, and you bring back some of the schemes and logos and mentality. I love that. And you said with Sheila, I was a little nervous at first when she backed Patricia and Quinn initially. But since then, and then she eventually took over as the owner and has done, I think, a pretty solid job. I mean, probably more than a solid job. Hiring people, knowing when to back those people, knowing when to stay away and let those people be your football people. Yeah. And they are looking up. And they are tying back into the history that we think of winning with.
I mean,
I think that's smart.
Look, I if they win the division, so many narratives go the hell away. Yep. And hopefully for a long, long time. But that's another obstacle they still have to clear. Win the division, host a playoff game, win a playoff game.
Yep.
And they've got the foundation built for perhaps this could be something where we become accustomed to, which would be awesome. But, there aren't many of those bad things, or at least those narratives you got to get rid of. There are still a few. But if they win if they win the division, it feels like another one of those goes away. The whole Rod Wood stuff, right? Nobody likes, don't show me Rod Wood. He's running the team. No, he's not. He's not. But that's out there, right? So that's another one. And then there's the whole Chris Spielman influence and all that.
Oh, yeah, that whole bit.
I think we can start to let all that stuff go and just enjoy what they're doing because, again, competent moves made time and time again. It's an uncomfortable place to be as a Lions fan right now. We should love it, but yet we're like, does this feel right?
Again, if
like you try on this awesome blazer, it looks fantastic on you. You lost weight, it's fitted well, it's tailored, and should I be wearing this? Like, no, dude, you're fine. You're good. Go with it.
You deserve nice things. Mike Valeni has come into the studio.
Yes.
What's going on, buddy?
Nothing. Just we're gonna try to make the draft great again.
Oh,
you gonna get hats made up?
Yeah,
Mata
make great deals. I just can't figure it out. NBA draft used to be fun. Used to be something you cared about. They're sitting at 5. There's nothing they could do where I'm like excited about it.
Not a Whitmore guy?
Unless they're not picking at 5. Like if they got rid of the pick and somehow got a player, I go, okay. No, I'm not against Whitmore. I'm not for him. I'm not against Taylor Hendricks. I'm not for him.
I'm kind of with you. There's guys I like, I don't love.
Just don't care.
What if Brandon Miller's there at 5?
Well, then there must be like a bong mask video that came out. I mean, sure, if we want to do Fantasyland, yeah. But Gator,
But I'm saying that it's a move. It's something like that would have to make you feel like here's a home run and waiting, right?
Well, look, I liked what Cookie said earlier. Like, at least he's planting a flag. He goes, this is my home run. This is my guy. Respect. I don't feel that way.
I don't think many people feel that there is one.
Well, that's my point. I don't want to be here. Like, I want Troy Weaver. If you're Mr., I'm Tommy Tough Guy, and I don't hit the ball to center, fine. Get the hell out of the pick. Make a bold trade, get the hell out of this deal, and end your night early. Go get an adult who's 25 who's good at basketball.
Just don't sell the name that you gave out there. You said there was a name that you would like later in the draft.
I said I wouldn't hate it.
Just don't do that today.
Don't do what you do on Cash the Ticket. Don't play this game.
I didn't give the name. I'm not trying to harpoon you. I said just don't do it on the air today. Just don't do it on the air today. Oh, no. You win 17 games and you're rewarded.
I'm saying I wouldn't hate the player. Like, he's an elite shooter. He's a good defender. He's great off screens. This team blows. Don't know what to tell you.
So why are you anti-Grady?
Anti-Dick?
Now, come on. Can we elevate the conversation a little?
I don't think he has the upside of Cam Whitmore. If you're picking in the top 5, take a guy who can also shoot and dunk and defend.
Oh, wow, he can dunk, Rico.
Here's what bothers me.
Can Grady Dick?
Yes.
Why is it that knowing what a guy can do
is a bad thing?
Well, no, you need upside, you need potential. And that's how coaches and GMs get fired. That's how towns end up like this town, because you go after potential.
And I'm not advocating it. I'm saying, to prove my point that there's a half a dozen names, that's why I don't want to be at 5. I shouldn't be excited about taking that player at 5. I shouldn't be excited about Cam Whitmore, who apparently had a disastrous workout here. I don't know what to do. Jerace Walker?
Here's the thing. I think that you're going to be a part of a second lottery. One of these 6 players that you could probably have is going to become that Devin Booker.
Sure.
It's like a showcase showdown.
You just got to hope that you got that
exactly. You got to
guy.
hope you've scouted well enough and you looked into it enough that you got the guy.
Right.
Deal or no deal. You got your
you didn't
case
pass
sitting.
on Halliburton to get Killian Hayes.
But you got to take him at 5.
Who?
I'm saying at 5, you have to identify that player.
You don't just trade out of the pick. You identify and you take
need to find
him.
it.
You don't just opt out of the draft.
No, I'm saying
no, we're too good for that.
You take
I
a
think
player.
I'd rather have the Jazz picks at 9 and 15 or whatever it is, and just take 2 bites at a very mediocre apple.
I would rather have 6 and 9 and 16.
Yeah, it's the Jazz.
Yeah. I think you might be able to get Whitmore at 9. If you're playing possum the way Weaver is, which he had a bad workout in Detroit, now he's sliding down boards. It might be like Ivy last year, where he manipulates people, gets his guy.
We're going to
anyway.
talk about it, and then we're going to try to make the draft great again. Like, what would need to happen for you to care about this event anymore? I think I have a fix. You get to make one change.
One change to the draft.
One change to basketball in general.
Oh yeah,
it's simple to me. Kids should have to be in school at least 2 years.
I love it.
We have to know more about what the hell we're drafting. And I'm sorry, this G League crap, got to stop.
You have to put an age limit on it, too, because of European players.
All right, got to be 20. 21. I don't care. Make him 23 again, like Rashid when he entered the league. I don't care. I don't care.
Got called earlier about Antoine Davis. 24. Who cares?
Right. We're gonna do it. We'll have a good time, and I don't know. We'll see what the hell happens.
All right, Mike and Rico coming up next. 97.1.
All right, let's get to it. It is NBA draft day.
You know what?
Not bad, right?
Roberto gets a slow clap.
That's right. Stafford's out. Weaver's in. Never thought anybody could say more than Stafford. Well, meet Troy Weaver. We got a big day ahead. People, we are going to start. We feel like this is more than a radio show. We can make an impact on the community and the sports world at large. So instead of just going in and saying, who do you want to draft at 5? Let's face it, none of you know these players. We want to lead with striking at that. How can we make the draft great again? What can we do? If I offer you one change you could make to make the NBA draft great again, what would it be? Let's think about this. The Pistons are picking at 5, and I hear words like depth, journeyman, solid,
upside.
Picking at 5? I mean, that's crazy. You wouldn't use that term in the baseball draft. You wouldn't use that term in the hockey draft, and you sure as hell picking 5th in the NFL would never use that term of picking a, quote, solid player at 5. But yet, the NBA has ended up here.
Because at least in baseball and in hockey, you can ship them away for a few years, work on their skills. You see what they can be. For the NBA, you got to be ready right out the gate, especially as a lottery pick. You're expected to start. You're expected to play. And, yeah, this is not a good year.
No, it's Wembanyama, and to me, a bunch of garbage. So here's the question.
See, I'm still questioning on what Wembanyama's going to do next year. Because you brought up the point, and kid's still growing.
Oh,
so,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, once you get past 7'2", 7'3", now, think of all the players who were that tall, didn't have long careers.
Well,
we have horrible deals.
Thank you. Exactly. I want to know, how do we make the draft great again? What can we do? Now, I know what my standard issue response to it has always been. If I could make one change to the world of basketball, I'm getting rid of the one and done. I'm getting rid of it. There should be an age requirement to get into this league with a 2 in front of it. Now, you want to go G League? You're going to have to play 2 years. You want to go college? You got to play 2 years. I need 50, 60, 70 games of data in order to figure out what you are. I need 2 years of training table, of being in the weight room, of working on your game, 2 off seasons. And oh, by the way, how about just 2 years to grow the F up?
And we're going to create new deals. We're going to have trade.
We're going to make the draft great again. Tell me right now if you can come up with a better suggestion than that. Because to me, I don't know why the NBA likes anything that's happening right now. Why would I want a collection of ill-equipped, ill-prepared boobs entering my league?
Yeah, it's been the downfall of the league. Because I remember when it was, you can just go straight out of high school because it was the argument, well, you can't hold back potential and this person can make money. And it's like, actually, you can.
Then leave out of high school.
You need to protect your brand, is what I've always said. There's always going to be that one exception, that LeBron James, that one kid who can come and make an impact. But chances are there's more Corleone Youngs out there than there is LeBron James, where you draft this guy and just off potential and he's not there. I've said it for the longest. I'm with you. I said 2 and done. After your sophomore year or you play 2 years in the G League, the reason being, Mike, I've seen too many times this high school can't miss guy missed. And he missed badly. And if he were, I'll put it like this. If you were allowed to do 1 and done at the time, Kelvin Torbert was once the #1 player in the nation.
Ugliest jump shot in the history of organized basketball.
But he would have gone, and he would have been the #1 overall pick had he gone. And some GM would have been fired because they would have said, well, this guy was a can't miss. Well, he kind of did. But what happened? He goes to state, and you realize, yeah, he's not the person that he thought.
Just say it. He sucked.
Yeah, he ended up being a good defender, and that was it. And he could dunk, but all that other stuff was because of the people he played against in high school. You look at Amani Bates. Amani Bates is supposed to be that next guy. And he goes to Memphis. And then he goes to Eastern Michigan. And now he's talking about being in the second round of the draft. So, yeah, I'm with you. You need more data. I need to see you go up against people who are at least in your same skill set and not some bum that you played in high school.
One of the worst deals ever.
Thank you. How do we fix it? How do we make the draft great again?
All of a sudden, they're starting to pay up. They have to pay up.
Maybe we just start buying picks. No, I want to know if you could change a rule, if you could change something in basketball. You know what I'd love to see? It won't happen, but like the NBA lottery should only be 4 teams deep, and you should do the drawing the night of the draft. Live. You don't know what pick you're getting until you're right there, 30 minutes before the draft. I want to make this a TV event again. The NBA draft for my whole life has been something very fun, very interesting. And you know what's happened? The NBA draft has turned into a comedy hour.
That's interesting. Because as Detroiters, we all would be glued to the set. Now, we would just think the disappointment would have just got pushed down the line because we're fifth?
And I don't want to hear people go, oh, well, what about time to trade for picks? Have you seen a pick traded? No one's trading for the pick.
We're going to make a great trade deal.
I want to. Tonight, honestly, we'll get to it at 3. The only thing that could excite me is the Pistons trading the 5th pick. And whether that means moving down, moving up, or getting rid of the pick altogether to get a player. Mm-hmm. That's really the place I'm at, but we'll do that at 3 o'clock. David, how do we make the draft great again? What can we do? One change.
Yeah, it's come across the text, so I'm not stealing because I had the idea before the show. It's 3 years out of high school like the NFL.
Guys can either leave out of high school or you're going 3 into college.
Correct.
I'm in.
Correct.
And the NBA would have to say, leave out of high school? Fine. You can play 3 in the G League.
Correct.
Here's what'll happen. You might see the complete death of college basketball. Because if you're forcing guys to play 3 years in the G League, they might take that over going to college.
Not necessarily. Not with the NIL deal.
Is NIL going to still be around?
Yeah.
Okay. Rico says yes.
Where's it going?
I don't know. It can't continue like this. There's got to be guardrails put on it. Okay. There has to be. It's goofy.
These are very rich, powerful countries.
So young, so naive.
I mean, it's destroying the sport. So, you don't fix it, don't fix it. I don't care.
Well, that's a whole nother topic. But no, you have your choice. You can go to the G League or you can go to play years in college basketball. The thing is, you go to the G League, nobody's going to see you play. Now, the scouts will, but if you go play for Kansas, you go play for Duke, you go play for teams that people can see, now all of a sudden you elevate your own stock and your own brand.
Then you're there for 3 years.
Right. The point I'm making, though, guys, the bottom line is if you want to make the draft great again, I think we all agree on one point. We have to get back to a place where whoever the Pistons drafted 5 tonight comes in and can play 30 minutes a night. Yeah. Do you know what the average rookie plays? You're lucky you get 15 minutes a night out of them.
I was going to say 16.
These guys are not ready to play.
No, but the league keeps perpetuating this because it's the thing that just angers me. And even Cookies was talking about it. But his upside and potential, I don't care. Give me since when is it a bad thing because a kid stayed in college years and you know exactly what you're going to get? He's going to come to this team. You know his skill set. He's got the NBA body, and he's ready to go. No, give me the guy with a ton of question marks because I may find the next Kobe Bryant. Okay, good luck.
Yeah, the problem is Troy Weaver has said that's exactly what he's trying to do. Troy Weaver said, I'm not interested in hitting it to center. I'm trying to hit a home run. So my question is, who the hell's the home run?
Every time I do this exercise, breaking down the draft picks this year, it's depressing.
Who's the home run? That's the problem. If I want to make the draft great again, I mean, I have to get to a place where when the team in my town picks 5th, I should have some level of excitement. Look, if the Pistons were picking 21st tonight, I don't think we'd go nuts.
We are going to start the engine rolling again.
Right, that's what we're trying to do.
There we go.
I just want to understand what we could do to fix this. But you know what?
I like your lottery live. And I would simply say top 3 teams.
Okay.
We're going to figure it out right here, right now.
Settle it. And then you got 30 minutes to make a deal.
Nothing but money.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and you know what?
The biggest thing is every year the league gets more and more watered down, hoping to find the next superstar.
You know the biggest thing? If you're listening down at Pistons Central, this is what you've done to this town. This is on you. You people.
On you.
It's on you. I mean, really, NBA draft night, and there's no juice. And you know what's funny is you create a situation where a guy like Troy Weaver can just sit there and continue, never having any pressure because there is no standard, and there's no standard because there's no care factor. There's no attention. They're picking 5th overall tonight. People don't know these players. These players aren't ready to play. Then I ask you how to fix it. You don't have nothing. And it's like, yet, hey, at the highest levels, it's still a very good sport. But this is exactly the issue to me with where the NBA is in about 20 towns.
This is what the NBA wanted, Mike. You get a bunch of guys who are in there. I mean, a buddy of mine just sent me something. I'm like, hey, Max Christie going in the first round. Really?
How? He stunk.
But the Lakers said, that's the first rounder right there. We could find something and build around him. And then you end up with a team full of nobodies, praying to God that you find that one person that just becomes Steph Curry. Then again, Steph Curry stayed for a while. And because he stayed, people said, I don't think he could do that in the NBA. He didn't have the upside like some other people did.
David, what do you got? I mean, what is coming through on Ticket Text?
Someone says Mike having a full back and forth with Donald is amazing. Get to work, Roberto. That is great.
Oh, I mean, we're enjoying it. Look, I'll be straight with you. On the day of the NBA draft, this is what you're getting. You can make a choice, do whatever you want to do. But if you think I'm talking tiddlywinks today, you're crazy. Pistons are picking 5 tonight. And at some point, we need the Pistons to get off their ass and do something. And the same thing we talked about with Steve Yzerman is what I'm talking about today. If Troy Weaver wants to go out and do the whole, I don't hit singles, I'm shooting for home runs, well, good. Then why don't you do something besides collect some of the all-time great draft busts? Guys like Wiseman, Bagley, Okafor, all the all-time draft busts, they come here to die. Do something. But see, you can't do that as a topic because not enough people even damn well care in this town. Go ahead.
No, I think they're broken. And once again, when you look at the names, they have no idea.
Well, that's why we're doing what we're doing it for with the NBA mockery draft. Believe me, we're going to have fun with it. But I want to know how you fix it to where, look, the NFL draft is coming to this town next year, and 250,000 people are going to be downtown, right? Mm-hmm. Even though the baseball draft, you don't love it. If your team's picking high, the words depth, role player, that's not used. Why are we allowed? Why have we gotten to a point where the Pistons picking at 5, I can't even tell my listeners they're drafting a starter? How is that acceptable? 248-539-9797. What?
No, that's where the depression kicked in when they got the 5th pick because you knew if you weren't in 1 through 3, yeah, good luck.
248-539-9797. Rico, take him.
And we're going to create new deals. We're going to have trade.
Well, you know what? Here is a new deal for you because you've probably been going on multiple diets saying, I'm going to try doing this, I'm going to try doing that. Let me give you one suggestion. Stop doing it. Awaken 180 weight loss. That's where you want to go. I've been doing it over 40 pounds later, and I'm loving it, okay? This is what you can do because they tailor it specifically for you. Not for somebody else, but it's yours. You work with a coach, and they're going to find out and everything that you like and tailor this weight plan so that your weight just starts falling off. And it's going to happen relatively quickly as well. But you got to get started. You got to start today. Pick up the phone, call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800, or simply go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
David Femininio, we've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, we also want to tell you, you get the best in communication. You get the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So you're injured. You know someone who is. Tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. Because, we'll actually talk Pistons draft top of the hour. But I'm being open with you. Never in my time in this town in 20 years have I had a team pick in the top 5, and it doesn't matter what they do. I can't be excited about it. I do not have this, I'm going to plant a flag. This is my ride or die player. This is the guy you have to take. When I have that opinion, I give it to you, clearly. I don't think anybody in town has done that more often than me. But in this draft, hey, I'll give credit. Jim Costa wants to live and die with Cam Whitmore at 5. God bless. I'm not doing it. There are 5, 6, 7 different players they could take at 5.
Right.
Whatever.
If Cam Whitmore walked through this lobby, is Costa even going to recognize him?
I mean, he does his homework.
No, yes, but I'm saying to say that this has to be the guy. Yeah.
Hey, look, and my point has been for months now, I don't want to be picking at 5. You know I don't love this draft, guys. So,
if you didn't get one of the top 3 picks,
you could move down. I've wanted to trade it for a player. For how long? I'd be shopping number 5 in Bogdanovich as hard as I could to try to bring in a player. Now, I'm not telling you to do what the Celtics did last night. I don't know if this Porzingis thing's going to work or not, and you're not in a position to really do it, are you? Probably not. Right? Celtics are going for a title. They have a very unique need. They think he fills it. We don't need to go there. I'm making a point. If Troy Weaver is Mr. Home Run, do you really believe you're hitting that home run at 5?
Unless all of a sudden he found a way to work out a deal to bring Zion here. That would probably be the best home run that he could do tonight.
I still believe he is getting traded.
Oh, I think so. Probably about an hour before the draft.
That'd be amazing. Have it happen in draft. I mean, I got to have something happen tonight. But let's go to people. Let's see where they're at, see what they have to say about it. Dorian's going to lead us off. What's up, Dorian?
Mike, I love you to death. Love you, Rico. Listen, why do you think a big splash matters at this point with this team? You just want good radio, and I get it.
No, that's not it, Dorian. Dorian, you signed a $100 million head coach. You haven't won more than 23 games in eons. And at a certain point, I don't want to hear about culture when losing is your culture. I've explained very clearly why we need a move. That doesn't mean you do something stupid, but Dorian, there needs to be an adult in the room. They're running a daycare center. You can't win that way.
Of course they are. So maybe his plan is to get rid of the number 5 or veteran. Other than a Zion, see, a big splash isn't necessary. If we could trade a 5 for a guy, hey, imagine if we traded him for Marcus Smart. How would you feel?
If you took 5 for Marcus Smart, no, it wouldn't make any sense. You've already got Ivy and Cade.
But Troy Weaver's already come out and said that he's swinging for the fences. So it's not us saying a big splash. This is your general manager.
Hey, maybe that might be something in that. Look, you still got Miles Bridges out here. You still got guys that are a little bit older, have some experience. Not necessarily, because think about it. You're getting rid of the oldest player on your team in a draft pick. And what are you going to gain out of that if that person, maybe you're Draymond. Maybe you got capital.
Now, hold on. Just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure we can really enjoy the circle of life here. You finish your call, Dorian, with Draymond. You yell at me because I wanted a big move. You accused me of only wanting it for radio purposes, but then you bring up the same very idea I brought up 2 days ago. Do you want to tell me how that works? Because I'm not very bright.
Well, I would say this much. If you draft, you take, look, I'm not enamored with no Cam Whitmore. Look, we just traded him away, remember, to the Hawks? That's basically Sadiq Bey.
Hard to do when you're at Villanova. Have a good day. We're not off to a good start. We're not off to good. Not a good start. We're turning back for an emergency landing. We're just going to turn this flight around and try again. Hard to trade Cam Whitmore when he was at Villanova last year. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Hi, Doug.
What's going on, Mike?
What's up, man?
Look, I think the issue with the NBA draft, and it's hard to fix, I think the problem is no one recognizes these names. Like the Thompson twins, for instance, they're playing in the G League or overtime elite. No one has any idea what that is. If you could force these guys to play at least 2 years in college, watch them in the Big Ten or the Big East, whatever it might be, but at least they're household names by the time, the draft comes around. That's why the NFL is so special.
Yep. Doug, we know what we're getting. Mm-hmm. We have tape on these guys. These guys are ready to play, but it's no coincidence, Doug. They have to be 3 years out of high school to enter the NFL draft.
You've seen them play in the SEC or you've seen them play in the Big Ten and, in big games, okay, look at the game he had against this school, against Bama, against Georgia.
And look, like Doug, I don't want to go to the Wayback Machine, but think about the year that Darren Williams and Chris Paul both entered the NBA draft. I mean, you were drafting guys who were ready from day one to come in and be the floor general of your team. And I know people make fun of Darren Williams for the Brooklyn years. Darren Williams with the Jazz was a monster. Yeah, was good. Chris Paul, absolutely monster. You see a direct correlation between the fall off based on how the league has allowed this to erode.
Because the league now believes, you're robbing young players the right to make money.
Shut up. I'm so sick of it. Everybody's a victim.
And actually, it's not even the league. This is it's the player association. You would think that they would want to cap young players from coming in because it's taking their jobs. But instead, it's the players, not the NBA. Well, the NBA would love to have it at least 2 and done.
Absolutely. And the last thing I'll ask you guys is, do you think there should be an exception for guys like, Dwight Howard or Garnett or obviously LeBron?
No.
Where they came out of high school, they were ready to go.
No.
Is there a process where we can let those guys, skate through?
Doug, no. Here's why. Because every player is going to say, well, that's me. You're shortchanging me. So it's one of those, if you're a LeBron, if you're a Kevin Garnett, sorry, you got to go through the 3-year process. You got to do it just like everybody else, because once you make that exception, this is where we are right now, because everybody thinks they're the next great person.
Yeah, because we have a society now of enablers. We have a society of sycophants. All these kids are told they're so effing special. Newsflash, you're not. And if Tim Duncan ever comes along again, no, I disagree. You know what? We aren't all the same. Tim Duncan is better than you.
No, you're
Front
not.
of the line, Tim.
No, you're not, but it's just like in college football. There's guys who could probably play right now.
And I've said the same,
and they're
Rico.
Stuck.
No, I've said the same. There should be an exception. Jadeveon Clowney, there should have been an exception.
But once you make that
Trevor
exception,
Lawrence, it goes under a review board.
But it's hard. It's
you
hard.
Treat it like parole.
It's hard to quantify because now it's political. Who says that David was better than Kenny?
The board.
When they have the exact same numbers. It's like the Hall of Fame. It's like,
what if I put 5 Hall of Famers up there? Like oracles, all in their yellow jackets. They make the decision. No. And the deciding vote, it's like dodgeball. It's Chuck Norris. Thank you, Chuck Norris.
Because then if you do that, then you have the college football playoff all over again. Yeah. You got the committee that just doesn't know what they're doing.
And guess what? Rico's the very one who sells me that that's what's good for the sport. So he should love this.
It is.
Drama. And we'll televise it live. You bring the player in, the live board review.
Live on ABC.
You are not the father. You're Maury Povich. Dig him up. Have him host. You are not draft eligible. Done.
I think you just killed Maury.
Is Maury alive? I'd like to apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Maury's alive.
Okay, my bad.
He's still alive.
It was Jerry Springer that died.
Yes.
Oh, I got my cheesy daytime TV hosts confused.
He meant dig him up professionally, not out of the grave.
The guy needs a hit. Sorry. I wasn't far off, right? Both daytime TV hosts, both old as dirt.
But if you can't have the exception. Sorry.
Okay.
You gotta ride it. You're 3 years out.
Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull gray concrete, cracks, stains? How about in one day you transform it to the gold standard of garage flooring with the Comer and Cross Premium Garage Floor. They make it easy. They do everything, and they take all of your stuff out for you and put it back perfectly. 4 times stronger than epoxy, guaranteed it won't chip, crack, or yellow, and no tire tracks, no fumes. In one day, you're going to transform your garage. Call Comer and Cross right now for that free estimate. 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443. They'll take $250 off their best price when you mention the show. 266-4443 or go online to comerandcrossgarage.com. All right, top of the hour, we will turn our attention more Pistons specific. And what the hell could they do at 5 that's going to make it move, so to speak? But we're just having a conversation, and we've got a celebrity panel. How do we make the draft great again? I mean, I've always loved the NBA draft, but, man, it's gotten to a point, you're picking number 5, and you're like, oh, yeah, Pistons are going to, it's going to be a good depth player. What?
Yeah. Well, I always like, too, how they try to get people to stick around for the second round. Like, bruh.
Yeah, they put up a picture of, like, Gilbert Arenas.
Right.
Or yeah.
Draymond Green was taken. And like,
Jokic was taken during a taco commercial.
Make sure you stick around.
Yeah. Compared to the NFL, we're watching the 4th round, 5th round. I think the evidence is clear. If you have players that people know a little bit more about, whether they pan out or not, I don't know that it changes the percentages.
But you've seen them play.
And tonight, I think fans would tune in to go, okay, while I am not structuring my evening around this, I'm willing to watch the Pistons select 5th because they may take player A, who I watched for 3 years at North Carolina, or player B, who I watched for 3 years at UCLA. now, there is a very good chance you are taking a player at 5 you've never seen play. Full stop.
Which I've never understood.
That's crazy.
The NBA is a billion-dollar business.
That's it?
Multi-billion.
I was going to say, it's kind of poverty.
But I never see, you really don't hype up the G League.
What is their end game with the G League? They don't make money on it, do they?
I think I don't know.
Make a call, will you please?
Well, I mean, I think it's because it's played in small markets that it doesn't cost a ton of money.
Yeah, they do have sponsorship, so I think they do make a little money from it.
But you're the NBA. This is your league. Showcase it. Put it up against. So Saturday, I could watch the top college basketball game, or I could watch Overtime Elite take on Wembayama instead of watching it on ESPN2 in the middle of the day.
Cameron, 97.1. What's up, Cam?
Hey, so I kind of wanted to agree with your point about how you need more years for eligibility. Putting this in an NFL perspective, could you if you only had these players only have to do 1 year, you would have people like your Josh Rosens, your Jake Lockers, your Johnny Manziels. They'd be going top 5, if not number 1, if you only looked at their first year. That's what's happening in the NBA, and you get these people that are drafted really high and they do nothing.
Right, because you know what? Quinn Ewers would be on an NFL roster somewhere because he came in with so much hype to put things in perspective. Great call.
Yeah, exactly.
So is that really the only fix? I mean, what else could we do to make it a better TV event?
I liked your idea of doing the drafting, do the draft lottery the day of, because then you'll have people that will watch the draft lottery, and then they'll see they get a low pick, and they're like, all right, well, I'm just not going to watch the draft then,
right,
because
I'm out.
You're getting a bum with a lower pick.
I mean, honestly, Cameron, the other night I was trying to get into one of the prequels for Yellowstone, 1923. Maybe we need to do some form of duel on the stage. Now, not with real swords, perhaps like American Gladiator style. And if you lose the duel, you lose the pick. And then the guy who kicked your ass gets the pick. I mean, I don't care anymore. The whole league is a folly. It really is. Right now, it's like the players themselves are running a personal pickup game. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. Hey, I just signed an extension. I demand a trade. Huh? Hey, I have a $250 million deal with the only full trade, no trade clause. I'm out. Hey, I don't want to be here anymore. But wait, you just got here. I'm leaving, and here's where you're trading me to.
Oh, wait. Or wait, you know what? I don't really feel like playing today, load management day.
Right.
I'll just dress up and sit at the end of the bench and cheer my team on.
That duel scene, I laughed so hard, you have no idea.
Oh,
I'm not spoiling it.
No. I was like, in 1880. Okay.
1923.
You're in 1923.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think we get a couple of GMs up there. We go American Gladiator style, maybe with the giant puffy sticks. And the loser, like tonight, you draw 2 cards. Weaver at 5 and whatever, Poopy McPooperson at 9. And they duel. The guy at 9 wins, we lose the pick. Troy has to fight for our honor. Come on, give me something to watch tonight.
And I know you already have a rip in your family, but I'm catching up on last year's Yellowstone.
Are you in 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's you. Every time I see Rip, I'm like, that's Mike. Put him in a hat, give him the Yellowstone jacket. You know what, Beth? I just don't have time for this.
There's plenty of people affiliated with these teams. I'll take that train station.
I see you walking through the building.
Take him to the train station, Rico. Drop them off over the border. 248-539-9797. I need to make the event better. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, now I don't have any ideas that sound as fun as what you just said, but my
Jeff,
was,
you cannot have a duel on stage.
No. But my thought is, somebody said 3. No reason to have more than 3 in that lottery. Again, you shouldn't be the worst team by far and fall to number 5. Maybe that's Pistons bias, but That's one thought. And then, a second thought was Mike mentioned, the lottery. I would compromise just a little bit and do it the night before, 8 o'clock that night, and then watch them all night, up all night with coffee and and Red Bulls trying to make that deal. I'd give it just a little more time because some of the details you have to work out to make these, multi-team trades. But and then the last thing is, as far as eligibility and time, could you go with 1 year of college, but then you have to do 1 year in the G League? Maybe make it a combo meal?
I don't think it helps. Okay, now listen. We've always had these arguments about where is it best for players to develop. I'm still a true believer. If you play now, the other thing you could do, you could change the college rules. It makes no sense why the 3-point lines are different, why the shot clock's different, why
they're the only game that has 2 halves instead of 4 quarters.
We could go there, but that aside, I don't think it helps the issue we're talking about because let's say you watch a kid for a year in college and then all of a sudden he's playing for the Lewiston Lasers or whatever it is in the G League. He disappears. He vanishes. I mean, in many ways, it's like when guys go play juniors for hockey. Nobody sees these people. Not even nerds like Kenny watch that stuff.
Yeah,
that's why the NHL draft, the quality's there, but no one knows the players.
And that's why I still don't understand why the NBA really doesn't showcase the G League as the next group of stars. Instead, it's like, okay, I heard you were supposed to be pretty good. But
wait a minute. Now the Hornets are expected to draft Scoot Henderson? I thought they were taking Brandon Miller.
It's been all over the place all afternoon.
Yeah, that's why I said out there I was so upset when I tried to make the bet and they took it off the board.
Do you want to make the draft great again? Do you truly want to make the draft great again?
Get rid of Jordan.
Contract 8 teams. Honest to God, between what I've watched the Washington Wizards do the last week, what we've watched the Hornets do for 20 years, I mean, hell, you might contract the Pistons while you're at it.
I was about to say, be careful.
But the point I'm making is, I mean, this league, it's not even like the NFL. The Raiders are still exponentially smarter than whatever we watch at the bottom rung of the NBA. These teams do such ridiculous stuff. It makes me not want to care.
Right, because you draft guys off potential, and then
you have LaMelo Ball. How are you drafting Scoot Henderson?
Because they're going to be a great backcourt.
Are they?
No. Seriously, that's what I was. Okay. That's what I heard. Oh, that's going to be one of the great backcourts of the NBA. You draft guys that you don't know anything about, and then you're forced in 3 years to figure out: do we reinvest in this player because he may be something, or do we let him go?
I think that's the other problem with the structure in the league. The Supermax contract, we haven't left true negotiation out there. Like, players are either poverty or Supermax. Mm-hmm. Like, you should have to negotiate on merit. I'll give you an example with Cade and Jaden. There's no world where their development is perfectly linear and perfectly equal, and they're both Supermax guys. They're not. One guy probably is going to be slightly better than the other, maybe a lot better. But yet, the Pistons will be put to a choice where they will have to, this summer, Cade is eligible. And if he has a good year, you're going to see it. No player's ever turned down a rookie extension. They'll extend him. And then a year later, you'll do the same thing to Ivy. Mm-hmm. All it does is create this false value.
Right. And now, because you make this amount of money, fans and people think, well, you must be good. No, you're just a product of this broken system. That's what happens. You got to make that choice. Do you really think that New Orleans really wanted to reinvest in Zion? But they had to.
What, with the rookie deal?
Yeah.
They didn't have a choice.
Right. That's what I was saying. You're forced.
Versus actually having to negotiate. Zion, you've played 80 of a possible 300 games.
Yeah.
Now, we can make your life hell. But see, again, these players have a power base where when guys are good enough like LeBron, do whatever you want to do. You've earned it. Do whatever you like. But you got scrubs in this league who can call their own shot. Mm-hmm. Bradley Beal, sorry, dude. I mean, he's not a scrub in the sense of a scrub, but he's kind of a scrub. You played 11 years in the league. You haven't won Bupkis. You're a whopping 3-time All-Star. And ever since you had this year of your life 3 years ago, you haven't made an All-Star team. You haven't even been that good.
I know.
And yet Bradley Beal has the only full no-trade clause?
I mean, I know it's make the draft great again, but maybe the NBA can help themselves out as a caveat that there's only 20 Supermax contracts at any given time.
I'm in.
If you want one, you need somebody to retire from basketball, and then a spot opens up.
I still like the duel. I'm just telling you.
I think Silver frowns upon bloodshed.
No blood. Gladiator stuff. All of a sudden, a siren goes off after Wembanyama gets drafted. Hornets versus Pistons, 2v5. Pick swap at stake. And it's Troy dressed as like Zap or Laser from the Gladiators, and he's got the tennis ball gun. I'll make this event sizzle.
I'm just saying. There's
Pistons draft Scoot Henderson. Done.
He made it through.
Right. That'd be amazing.
You got to run the obstacle course. How about that? An obstacle course. Okay.
The show on NBC.
Yeah. Who wants Scoot? All right, line up.
You see David Griffin just falling into the water, losing the pick. It's all over for the Pels.
Well, there goes Troy.
Right. Every player that you want, you line up. Okay.
No. Gone.
You know what? I'm going to pass. I'm waiting for Scoot, though. I'm going to get in that Scoot race, and then, this is
perfect.
It. Everybody's eligible for every pick.
You're eligible to sell to people something. 97.1.
I'm going to sell you judgment-free. We're sitting here judging the basketball league, but Planet Fitness Home is a judgment-free zone. You can work out in a non-intimidating, judgment-free atmosphere. It's a great gym, guys. I go there all the time. You got every type of machine that you're looking for. If you want to do elliptical machines, that's my favorite. They got it. Free weights, bicycle machines, treadmills, you name it. And if you're short on time, they got the 30-minute full body workout circuit that you can do. And then you could be on your way. You get all of this, $10 a month. If you want all the perks, upgrade to the Black Card. Then you get the unlimited tanning, hydro massage, massage chairs, total body enhancements, and you can have access to the over 2,400 locations worldwide. It's very simple. All you got to do is go online, www.planetfitness.com. That's planetfitness.com, or stop into any local Planet Fitness today. You can get the regular membership, $10 a month, or the Black Card, $1 down, $24.99 a month.
David, a couple ticket texts. We'll ask a Pistons-related question, top of the hour. NBA draft is tonight. What can they do at 5 that'll make you care? And I'm not trying to be a bad guy about it. It's not their fault they fell to 5. I don't blame Troy Weaver for that. But at a certain point, you don't get to blame your circumstance in life. You figure it out. So ultimately, Troy Weaver got up on that microphone and said, chicks dig the long ball. All right, okay. He says, home runs only. Well, go ahead and show me a home run. Because I think when you say stuff like that, it's cool for radio.
But you put the bullseye on yourself.
Right, but like, what the hell could he do at 5 that's a home run? I've argued from the beginning, my only home run is not picking at 5.
There's 2 options. You make that trade for a player, or you make that trade. Basically, your home run, you're not picking at 5.
Yeah, I would move down and just take 2 bites at the apple. Give it a shot.
Or you made that trade and you're bringing a player here that can help you right here, right now.
Yeah, like maybe it's a Troy Weaver masterstroke. Like he does a good job maneuvering the draft. Hell, maybe they sandbag Cam Whitmore's value. Maybe they can get Whitmore at 8, 9, 10, some of the places you've read about them going down to. And you pick up, an extra pick or a player, whatever it is. I don't know, but we'll talk about it. David, what do you got ticket text-wise quickly?
I always said basketball needs to do a hockey-like draft the rights to the players and let them continue to play in college until they are ready to be called up. Squid Games, the draft, when Bayama is out because he lost red light, green light, and got shot in the face. Whoa.
I've never brought myself to watch that movie.
Me neither.
I heard enough about it, and I'm going, that does not sound good to me. That sounds terrifying.
You would love it.
I like the concept of it, I think.
It's Survivor to the next level.
Are we undervaluing this draft? They say Scoot Henderson was better than Jalen Green. He went overall.
Oh, that's nice. Do I have a chance to take Scoot? Nope. Don't care.
From Rashid, I agree with you, Mike. Troy Weaver needs to find ways to get relevant talent and not throw away players no one else wants.
Yeah, honestly, he's collected 3 of the top 10 draft busts in history. That's what he's done for me.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get Josh Jackson. Dead. Hey, let's get Marvin Bagley. Signed. Dead. Hey, let's get James Wiseman. Dead. Hey, let's get Okafor. Dead. All right, he's got maybe 4 of the top 10. That's his claim to fame.
Yeah, the reclamation projects, they don't pan out.
None of them have worked. All right, let's go on the board. Rico's going to have you betting your mortgage on Kobe Buffkin. All right. Penn and Chase resumes tomorrow. Nothing for me today because Rico's going to give you the most irresponsible, I'm embarrassed to allow it on the air selection, and maybe this show's history. A Kobe Buffkin draft position over-under. Please.
Let me give you my main one first. How about that?
Okay.
Let's go with, believe it or not, for the 3rd overall pick, Brandon Miller, plus 115. You can still get plus odds on Brandon Miller going.
But that keeps going back and forth for Charlotte. Miller, Scoot, right?
Right, but right now, Scoot is pretty much the lock for 2.
You know why? Because the Hornets aren't picking there.
Okay.
Smartest thing they could do is move that pick, no?
Yeah, you're correct. I mean, right now, I think that Portland is probably hoping he's going to be there.
Oh, yeah. Amen.
You can get Brandon Miller at plus 115, but here it is.
Yeah, give the people utter disrespect.
Over under Kobe Buffkin's NBA draft position at 12.5. If you take the over, which I think it's going to be over, it's not a slam against him, but plus 140. Plus 140 over.
What's the under?
Under is minus 188.
Wait a minute. You're telling me Kobe Buffkin is going in the top 12 of this draft?
According to Vegas.
Yeah, tell me this is a good draft again.
But I look at the chart, I think he's probably 13th or 14th, which puts him just outside of 12.5.
What a Sparty hater, David. Hatchet, Kenny, what do you got for me? The Penn and Chase resumes tomorrow.
Yeah, the Penn and Chase, I was going to do something at the beginning of the show. The Twins were beating the Sox 4-0, so I was going to say, live bet the Sox to come back.
No.
But now it's 6-0, and they're not even offering odds for it anymore.
We're not doing that.
We're taking the day off today.
And Chase resumes tomorrow.
Indeed.
All right, David, now give us something with this draft tonight.
Nothing with the draft. I'm going back to WNBA. I am 2-1. I am going
You have to
money
go
line.
7 out of 10. So
Yeah,
okay,
I'm going money line for the Storm tonight, plus 104. And the reason why.
Brilliant bit of marketing, by the way. Play games the night the NBA draft is happening.
Yeah,
Brilliance.
Well, the reason why I lost on Tuesday night is because of Jewel Lloyd, who's been killing it for the Storm. She scored 40 points in the last 2 games.
David, nobody
Aren't
cares.
the Storm bad?
The Storm are not that good this year, but she's been killing it.
Okay, no one cares.
Is that
Give
the
a
one?
pick.
Is she the one that got ejected out of the
quit.
game?
This
did.
is unbelievable.
And like signed an autograph.
She signed
and
an
waved to the
autograph on
crowd?
the way out, yes.
Okay.
So plus 104, money
Sorry.
line for Seattle to win tonight.
I watched WNBA
against the Indiana Fever.
Is it over?
Yeah, you know what? That money counts if you win.
I didn't
right?
say it didn't.
about the WNBA
I didn't
off
say
the
it
air.
didn't, but we're not hosting WNBA tonight.
Well,
come on.
Honestly, I think they need to bring Bill Lambier back.
Next.
Well, I'm gonna be betting on 2 cockroaches running up the wall later.
Right, Roberto's got a hot pick. It's Russian ping pong. I mean, dude, it's the NBA draft tonight. No one's watching the WNBA. I don't know how you give a pick out like that.
It'll be 10 o'clock. It'll be the second round. I'll be watching.
Oh yeah, second round will be over.
All right, I'm done. Listen, bet whatever you like. I mean, and they're incredibly talented. It's just I can't watch
WNBA game, second round of the NBA draft.
Second round of the NBA draft. Actually, choice C, bed.
You know what? Another episode of Yellowstone.
Choice C, Netflix. 97.1. All right, baseball season in full swing. No better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's $1,000 back in bonus bets. If your bet doesn't win, just go to FanDuel.com/ticket and join today. No sweat first bet up to $1,000. They have the home run promo on Tuesdays. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. One of my all-time favorites, and we can play it because Dwayne Casey got the retirement package. He's in the front office. It's the best. So let's get a little Piston-centric. Can they do anything at 5 that's going to excite you tonight? And what I want you to do when and if you call in is you got to make your case. Like Cookies, I'll give him credit. I don't have to agree with him to give him credit. He was like, plant the flag. This is my one player. I got to have Cam Whitmore. Good on you, man. I don't get it because I host a podcast with the guy and I didn't hear him mention Cam Whitmore's name once during college basketball season. So this is my problem.
He was saving it for last.
Right, exactly. But my whole point is I have said for weeks, I don't speak for Rico, I don't speak for anyone else in the show, I don't want to be picking at 5. That's the only thing they could do that would make me excited. So I'll explain it real clear. No one believes they're moving up, and I'm not advocating it. However, if they moved up, it means Troy Weaver is backing up his statement of swinging for the fences, that he has his one player he's got to have. Okay. If they move down, I think it's also backing up exactly what he said. And let me explain. If you move down to 8, 9, 10, you get a couple of picks. Troy is able to draft differently. Let's say this proposed deal with the Jazz that Yahoo was flirting with, and you had 9 and 16. You could draft utter moonshot home run peripherals. From a physical standpoint, athletic traits, projection, you do whatever you want. You get 2 bites at the apple. You can't do that at 5 and walk away with Ike Diagu. Can't do it. Now, the other thing is what I know Rico has said, and I know I agree with it, and it's been weeks of it. Pair up Bogdanovich, pair up 5, cobble a deal together to get a player. No one's under any illusion you're getting some all-NBA player. But if you can get a guy who's expensive, teams are cap crunched, teams are luxury tax crunched. I mean, look at what's happening around this league. Troy went on the microphone and he said, outside of he said the new CBA he said we've lost Rico.
He's done.
He said that he'd be able to find vulnerable teams to take advantage of. See, all I'm doing with this 5th pick is using Troy Weaver's words against him, outside of So for me, the only thing that would excite me is not picking at 5 at all. Move up, move down, move out. Do you think I'm insane? Go for it. You can make fun of me. You can call up, make your impassioned case for players you didn't watch. It'll humor me. It'll be fabulous. You'll tell me about Jarace Walker, even though you didn't watch him and I did. It's going to be a hoot. But the point I'm making is I don't want to pick at 5. Is there anything they can do at 5 that gets you excited? Or are you with me? Troy Weaver said, I'm going for home runs. Then act like it. Troy Weaver said the new CBA, you'd have to be able to take advantage of somebody. Okay. Do it. Or maybe you move down, you get 2 bites at the apple, and we get 2 rotational players in this mix. So I'm just asking, 248-539-9797. What can they do at 5 that gets you all amped up? Or is there anything?
That I see either on the scroll at the bottom where they break in and say the Pistons have traded that pick. Because, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on this hour, Mike.
What?
The selections that they have, it's the equivalent of going and eating dinner at a buffet. And everything there is okay. But nobody gets excited to go to dinner at a buffet.
Hold on. I will tell you back in the day, high school, college, and these buffets have gone away. There was a golden era of Chinese buffets.
Yeah.
Now they are gone. But I will not allow you to lump in the Chinese buffets of the late 90s and early 2000s.
But they're not here right now.
I know. I'm just saying.
And it's kind of like the NBA draft right now. It's not like it used to be.
Fair.
I'm talking about the current buffets now where it's like,
there were buffets and then there were those.
Right. Oh, yeah. It was one here on, I think it was 14 or 15 miles.
Those are the golden era. Carry on. I'm sorry.
But no, it's where it's like, okay, you get something simply because it's there, but it's not like we're all saying, hey, David, let's go hit up this buffet right after the show. It's like, all right, we're there. We got to make a pick. And what do you want? This one or this one? Fine, because I can tell you this, spoiler alert, there's no one great at their spot. You're looking at someone who may average anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes a game. A lot of them have the same comp to them, an offensive liability. So that's what we're looking at right now.
And look, later on, you'll preview, the 6 guys that you think they're seriously looking at 5, and you can tell me who you're going to predict. I'm just asking, what can they do at 5 that's going to get you excited? Or are you like me, you don't want to be there at all? I'd like to see something bold. Because if you're going to get on that microphone and talk about hitting home runs like Troy Weaver did, and you're going to talk about taking advantage of other teams, you're going to do that whole routine, show me. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead. Tell me, what can they do at 5 in this draft? What could they do that's going to get you excited? Or are you like me, you're just on GTFO mode? Get out of that pick.
Yeah, trade that pick for a player. Go get Julius Randle. Go get Zion Williamson. Go get OG Anunoby. Go get somebody.
OG Anunoby.
I'm just naming players that we've heard. Just go get me a guy that's going to contribute and start and be a scorer for this team.
And see, I'm thinking maybe Weaver kind of tipped his hand, and maybe he's going to get not somebody that big, but because of the new cap coming in, people cap casualty type of players where I'll offer you this or let's trade, and I'll that's what I'm hoping to see.
Get somebody.
If you make that pick at 5, that's not what he said. That's just you doing what you're supposed to do. Now, I will also say this about Troy Weaver. This is his night. He's the belle of the ball on draft night for the last couple of years. Even after the 5th pick, I'm going to wait to see if that pick stays in Detroit. Or did he draft somebody in order to trade him to somebody else? So I would caution Pistons fans, if they pick at 5, wait to maybe the end of the lottery, and then you'll know if we're going to keep that person or he was a part of a package deal.
248-539-9797. Let's get into it. I'd ask Kenny, but he don't care. So it's just, no, Kenny, don't worry. You're playing a part of the NBA mockery game later. I'm going to give you a player with a first-round grade or a completely fictional made-up person. You have to tell me which is which. And the people can play along at home.
I will do the best at this game. I'm sure of it.
Kenny, you know enough that you're not going to be that terrible. Maybe, sort of.
Can we do this with the NHL draft when it comes around next week?
Sure. Because it'll be everybody and then you.
Russian diplomat or NHL prospect.
Right. Bobby Mikhailov. Real. He's the guy going second.
I was about to say, or better yet, how about just David and I trying to read their names?
That would be just as good.
Yikes. 248-539-9797. David, give me some of the ticket texts if you would, and then we'll get to the phone calls here up next.
Give up Cade and the 5th for the number
can we
1.
Can we give up that microphone? The noise that thing makes. How long is it going to take to just get to it?
We're never getting that, okay? How long have we been asking for that? We're never getting it.
I don't know.
Put it on the list every time.
It's proof that prayer doesn't work.
Oh, stop that. If they trade 5 for Randall, I'm done with the Pistons. That's from Dimitri.
Dimitri, why say that? I wonder if that's emotional, Dimitri, the one who calls the night show all the time.
It is.
Like, why would you say that?
Because he's not a star. It's not a big enough splash. But
taking this 19-year-old who might be completely useless is better?
Once again, you better get used to it. You're going to be taking some damaged goods tonight. If Weaver makes a trade, yeah, LeBron's not coming here. Paul George ain't coming here.
No, the Knicks.
Devin Booker ain't coming here.
What are the Knicks doing? That Paul George thing is wild. See, that would be another hope, too, is I wish the Pistons could attach themselves as a third team in one of these deals.
That may be it, kind of what Memphis did in that whole thing. Like, wait, we got some – we'll take Smart.
I really don't know how to feel about that trade. And we're not talking about it because no one cares.
No.
It's a rare trade where 12 hours later, I don't know how to feel about that.
I think what you're saying is Boston pushing their chips in the middle of the table, saying we can do this with just these three and get it done. Now, with Smart gone, he's the heart and soul of that team. Now, I'm not a big Boston fan like you are, but as I said in pre-show, it's like if you took Draymond off the Warriors aren't as tough anymore. Draymond was the guy that, he was the big brother that would just go in there and beat everybody up and say, okay, now, Steph, you go shoot the ball. Don't bother him. That was Smart to me. He was the tough guy for the Celtics. Now, I guess Jaylen Brown's your new tough guy.
Kill me. All right, we'll get to the people coming up next. 97.1.
You've heard me say it before. Specs at LTU is the place for you. Why? Because you want to be curious, you want to make magic, and you want to enroll at Specs at LTU. Right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. You can join up now and enroll into the certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications. Meaning, you want to do radio, you want to do the stuff that we're doing, or TV, you want to get into graphics communication because you're really good at designing things. Specs at LTU can help you get to your goal. But you do have to be curious, and you got to make magic by enrolling at Specs at LTU, and do that today. Go to ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. Do that today. Make magic. Be curious.
You spend a third of your life sleeping, so if you're gonna accept that sad reality, let's get some good rest. The iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for over 100 years, almost as long as Rico's been alive. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta. Now, I will tell you, Rico almost ruined this for everybody. There's apparently big breaking news. And then this social media
Mike overreacted like he normally does as I'm talking to David in code.
I could hear you. Organic response. David says he's got breaking NBA news. Let's have fun with this.
Right, and it popped up on my screen.
All right, let me give it.
Hold on.
The Washington Wizards have found a home for Chris Paul. They're sending Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole, a protected first-round pick in 2030, and a second-rounder in 2027.
I'm done. I'm done with this league. This league's a joke. They just traded a dead body. What did I say earlier in the show? Contract this team. Get him out. They just traded a nuclear reactor in full meltdown, Jordan Poole, and gave Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole is something you would have to put a handgun to someone's head to get. Here's what Washington has done in the last week. They've traded Bradley Beal after giving him a no-trade clause. They got a box of condoms back. They take Kristaps Porzingis. They don't get a first-round pick back. They don't get Marcus Smart. They get box of condoms. Now you go out, you take Chris Paul. You don't get first-round picks back, do you?
We're still trying to see.
They got a 2030 prprotected first-round pick.
A protected pick in 2030 where Kenny will be dead. Awesome. I mean, my God.
No. You contract the Wizards.
I quit. This league stinks.
If somehow the Wizards end up with DeAndre Ayton, then now you can go ahead and contract them.
There's one more part to it, Mike.
They got Ayton?
No.
Oh.
The part that now the Warriors reset their cap. They can get out of Chris Paul at the end of the year, and they continue to go for it by buying more players. They'll have cap
the
room.
Wizards who didn't want to pay Porzingis and didn't want to pay Beal and wanted to rebuild, why would you take the single worst contract in maybe sports and not get bribed? I'm talking old school in the movies, foreign diplomat bribed. Coke, hookers, party, booze, houses. What? And of course, it's the Warriors. The Wizards couldn't do business with anybody else. No, let's go to the MF Antichrist. How?
Because
we sit here in Detroit. How are we supposed to have any respect for this league? The hell is this? That can't even be real. Tell me that's not from Adrian Wojnarowski. It's from Adrian Doblablowski.
It's from Woj. It's from On the Athletic.
I quit.
Talking about it on ESPN right now. That's why I knew it was real. I thought it was fake as well. I can't even root for the Warriors anymore.
It's like, how's Troy Weaver supposed to do good business tonight when this is going on? Jordan Poole should have cost them 3 first-round picks to move. Picks they don't have. If you're the Wizards, and I don't want to hear, this is in Detroit, why are they talking about it? Kiss my ass, because it's sports. You have to understand, when someone goes out and acts like an idiot, it hurts everybody else. So the Wizards, hey, Golden State here. How are you poverty-stricken bums doing? Hey, we got a hell of a deal for you. Here's penis cancer. That's Jordan Poole. It's the worst contract in the sport. So all Washington's got to do is go, yeah? Well, how bad you want to get rid of that cancer? They got no leverage. What on earth are you doing? David, Golden State gave up a pick to Memphis, and that was a part of the Celtics deal last night. So they don't have a first rounder in 24. They don't. Giving up a 2030 pick where there's at least a 33% chance one of Rico or I are dead. Like, that's not...
Just clarify that it'll probably be you. He's trying to kill me off.
I said us. You spin a wheel.
How about neither?
I just, guys, I'm sorry, but
I guess maybe they're looking at somebody who can be that scorer, and Jordan Poole has never seen a shot he did not like.
Why would you take the money when everything we've read this past week is they didn't want to spend the money? Plus, even if you wanted Jordan Poole, even if you were deaf, blind, drunk, and stupid, you would still make them. I'll tell you what. You want Chris Paul? You want Chris Paul to shake his ass for you a little bit, lead you in the playoffs? I'll take Jonathan Kuminga.
Right. This is
because I'm not doing this.
This is where the Pistons jump in and say, okay, you know what? Let us help you out.
That's okay. And now we've arrived at why he teaches a course. Okay? That's my point in all of this. Because now I took my hat off for no reason. I'm pissed. How is Troy Weaver supposed to do business tonight? If that's what's going on.
Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with the Wizards. You would think that Michael Jordan has now bought a share in the Wizards because none of this makes sense.
David,
they're openly they're tanking in the wrong year. Wembanyama's going to get drafted now, not next year.
In the past week, they have traded Chris Paul, Kristaps Porzingis, and Bradley Beal. Let me help you with how many first-round picks they've received in the next 5 years. You want to know why the number 5 pick's useless? This crap. You can read some ticket text if you like.
Oh, the Warriors are going to struggle.
Imagine trading Beal, Porzingis, and CP3 and coming away with Tyus Jones, Jordan Poole, and a 2030 protected first.
Right.
LOL.
2030.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seriously, you might as well get him a canned ham.
Correct. Someone says.
I mean, 2030.
You should sign them up at Maker's Mark. Their barrel might be ready by then.
David, think about what 2030. That means that person's what in 6th grade.
That's what someone said. What middle schooler are the Wizards watching to want the 2030 pick?
They're in 6th grade right now.
Like, how do you get to that point in the conversation? All right, look, we're not doing this straight up. I'll tell you what. It's your lucky day. I'm going to offer you a 2030 first-round pick.
There's a guy at Country Day we got an eye on.
In 7 years, you got a great pick to use.
Does Jordan have another? I mean, LeBron have another kid around that age right now that you're hoping to get? It's right. I mean, but when you put it in perspective like that, kid's 6th, 7th grade, and you made a trade for him.
How do you even speak to your fan base?
My thing is, how do you even speak to the other people in the boardroom? Hey guys, quick meeting. We made a deal, and everybody's what? Okay, you know what? I'm on Indeed right now.
Guys, you're not going to believe it. You got to see this. Bob shoved his head up his ass again. I mean, what's the meeting like? Hey, everybody in the kitchen, you got to see this.
You know there's an employee pool. I won the pool. I told you this was going to happen. I had Jordan Poole. Give me the money.
The Wizards are running like they're trying to make worse deals at every turn.
Right.
Beal deal, bad. Porzingis deal, worse. This deal, worst.
Right.
Well,
and now somebody's sitting there saying, wait, I still have my money on Kuzma. They're going to do something even dumber for this one.
Well, he opted out. He's gone.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a vapor trail and a bad sweater.
Right.
David.
Jim and Wixom sends in, who's the Wizards GM? Al Avila?
Can you imagine?
He pulls off the mask.
Bartelstein rips off his mask or whatever, whoever's running that damn thing, and he unzips his face, and it's Al Avila.
It was me all along.
Gotcha.
Scooby-Doo.
Right. I would have got away with it, too.
Mike Rico, I think you're overreacting. The Wizards got rid of a dead body in Chris Paul and are dealing with the ex-GM's mistake. Nick in Oak Park.
No. But here's the thing. You just helped out the Warriors.
No, Nick, you're a moron. Chris Paul has, 1 year left? You just inherited 4 of cancer.
Right. You know what, Chris? Here's your chance to win a ring. Your job, bring the ball across the court, get it to one of the Splash Brothers. There you go. Don't pass it to Draymond. We can win.
I mean, Christ, I would have traded for Chris Paul. Here, what do you want? I give you Mini Hooper and a stale pretzel. It's the same thing.
For 1 year.
Insane.
Because you know they're not going to bring him back.
Totally insane.
I can't root for the Warriors anymore.
David, you.
Oh, because you hate Chris.
I'm going to Butch because I have nothing. This league sucks. Hi, Butch.
Mike, here we go. You're wanting a big splash, some kind of an explosion. We don't know what it'll be or how it will be.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what the Pistons, you got to bear with me for a minute here.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what the Pistons need to do. They need to trade 3/4 of their roster. There's like maybe 3 players that you would keep, 2 trainers, the keys to the janitor's Mustang out in the parking lot. For a leader, the Pistons need an identity. We have none. And here's my correlation. You go back to the early Isaiah days. They had Isaiah, Kelly Dubuque, and they had Adrian Dantley, but no face. Until the Pistons broomed out Dantley, Dubuque, and then the Pistons became Isaiah. He became the face of their team. They had a leader. Right now, we don't have a leader, Mike.
Okay, so how do you want to remedy that tonight at 5? It's not taking a 19-year-old kid.
No, that's up to the Dream Weaver to do. He needs to make these trades that he's known for, or he's so deviously have pulled off in the last couple of years. I don't care if it's a veteran. I don't care who it is. He needs to bring in a face for our franchise.
And they have a very valuable, and again, I'm struggling to ascertain value in this league anymore, but you got a 34-year-old wing in Bogdanovich who's on an expiring, who's a sharpshooter, who's a way more valuable asset to a playoff team than you. And you have the number 5 overall pick, which should be valuable because, let's face it, those teams are over the first or second tax apron. I just can't fathom not being able to make something happen. Now, if Monty Williams came here and said, I'm only taking the job if you keep the number 5 pick, all right, different conversation. But I got a $100 million head coach. And I don't know if Gorse knows what day it is. The point is, you're paying this guy a hell of a lot of money. I don't think you're doing it to win 18 games and have a daycare center. Like, Monty can only do so much. If I'm Monty, I want somebody 25, 26, 27 years old who's, been around the block a little bit.
Unless they really sold money on the fact that Cade is going to be back and healthy, and him and Jaden Ivey are going to be your guys. You'll be able to win with.
And you know what this gives me faith in, everybody? It is official again. It is undefeated like 2 other things that I won't mention. No contract is untradeable. There is hope for Javi Baez. That's all I can tell you. If you can trade Jordan Poole, you can trade Javi Baez.
No.
Yes.
They couldn't trade Miggy.
God, I hate that he's right. All right, there's one deal that's untradeable. All right, Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating 50 years of flavor, and they've been serving great pizza with fresh dough made in-house daily, 100% real mozzarella, 8 different flavors of the flavored crust. And again, special menu items, the mix and match deal. Start with the mix and match. Any menu item, $6.99, paired up. Make that meal deal the way you want it. The special items right now, the 73 Classic, going to settle in for the NBA draft. You want a little pizza? 73 cup pepperonis, $9.99 on the 73 Classic. It's right there for you now. For a limited time only, it's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's recenter this deal. Let's get Pistons focused because I've said it. I don't think a lot of people know a lot of these players. Well, Rico, he nerds out on it, and he's going to set up, in your mind, what is this? The 5 players? The 6 players. Now, if they take someone who's not on this list, we are going to break your balls in unholy fashion tomorrow. But this is exciting. Now, do we have subpar music for this? Yes, we do. All right, Rico, take us through it.
All right, Mike. Well, first of all, we're going to start with the Thompson twins. Amen Thompson, who could be going at 4 or he could be going at 5. Play with overtime elite, 6'7". Here's the thing. His pros, he's quick, good passer to great passer. He can drive with the ball. He's good on D. Cons, well, you could kind of give him that Russell Westbrook treatment, meaning you don't necessarily have to guard him. You can kind of wave at him and double team somebody else. He needs to fix his shot.
So just so we're clear, in the greatest offensive renaissance in league history where shooting is at an absolute premium, you want to take a guy who can't shoot. Awesome. Fun. Next.
Well, you know what? Asur Thompson, his twin brother. Another 6'7" guy, wing player, overtime elite. He averaged 16.3 points a game, 7 rebounds, shot 30% from the field.
What's the downside here?
No, he's an off-ball cutter. His scoring and three-point shooting actually went up in the G League playoffs. Like, he was the MVP. That was his time to shine. Good on weak side defense and help defense. Downside, he's a 65% free throw shooter. Can't really create his own shot. He's turnover prone.
Oh, super.
And has been known to play a little bit out of control.
How do you go top 5 in a draft and can't create own shot as a wing is on your profile? All right.
Remember that statement. Let's go to the next one.
Is this Cam Whitmore?
I can give you Cam Whitmore.
No, go ahead.
Cam Whitmore, Villanova, 6'6", 235, has been compared to a Jay Crowder type player. Averaged 12.5 points a game, 5 rebounds. Now, he missed a lot of early on at Villanova. He came back. He fought through the injury and actually came back. He did not opt out like a lot of people could have. Shot 34% from three-point line. He can jump out the gym. He's got a 40-inch vertical, and he can take advantage of the mismatch and score the basket. Now, the problem is when he's not on a mismatch and he's just being D'd up by somebody who's just as good as him, he can't create his own shot. He's been known to take a lot of bad shots. When he gets the ball, he'll over-dribble or just dribble himself into the corner and then jack up a bad shot. As I said, his reference is Jay Crowder. So,
again, raise your hand if you're excited to draft Jay Crowder tonight at 5 overall. Do you understand why I get so angry at the NBA draft? Jay Crowder at his peak. I wouldn't be happy if that's what I took at number 5.
All right. You want, I got Anthony Black.
I don't want any of these people.
Arkansas, he averaged a little under 13 points a game, 30% three-point shooter. He's a floor general, but you don't really need another floor general on the Pistons team. He can finish through contact, plays good defense. A lot of people have compared him to maybe Alonzo Ball light.
Does he have feet?
He has feet. Here's the problem with him. He can't create his own shot.
I'm done.
The opponents sag off of him.
What is the point of this list?
And he's a 60% free throw shooter.
Wait, you're a floor general who can't create your own shot, and in the rare moment you do, you're Shaq at the free throw line.
But he can finish through contact.
I don't even like Lonzo Ball. Now we get Lonzo Ball light who can't create his own shot.
But it's new and improved Lonzo Ball with feet. All right, can I get Jerace Walker? I mean, I loved him in college. What's his comp? Fennis Denbo?
Jerace Walker, 6'8", 250, power forward from Houston. Would fit in with the Pistons. Is something that they could put him with Durant.
Shot blocker, rebounder, rim runner.
7'2" wingspan, NBA body. He can do the pick and pop, fade away. He's really good around the basket. Can play good defense.
But
lateral quickness when he's on defense, meaning he can get crossed over or just get left in the dust. His ball handling skills are to be desired.
Not ideal.
He's got one move. It's the bull rush to the basket.
Correct.
Other than that, that's it.
So just to review.
We got one more.
Oh, God help me. All right.
Taylor Hendricks, UCF, 6'8", 214. 15 points a game, 7 rebounds, shot 40% from the 3. He's a stretch 4, and he can switch really good on defense. He can switch with anybody on defense.
Then that's the guy. If you're basing this off of the Rico Beard scouting reports, I don't even care. You could tell me horrible human being and can't dribble. Okay. If he can stretch the floor, stretch it at the 4, and he can switch everything, chess piece of what you've described to me.
And he could also score when he's being guarded by smaller people.
If that's what you're offering me, that's who I take.
Well, there's also he's got poor ball handling skills.
Don't care.
His shot has been deemed to be quite erratic, and he's kind of skinny to be in the post.
Well, he's not. He's going to stand in the corner. Okay. Just take your man away from the basket.
Were you going to put him and Duran on each in the corners?
Correct.
Okay.
We're playing 5 out.
Okay.
5 out.
So there's the 6 people.
All right, now hold on. Now, the moment I'm waiting for. I want to know who you think they're taking of the 6 possible people you've listed right here. Who do you want? Who are they taking? 2 distinctly separate questions.
Who do I want? I want Drace Walker. I think that because of all the guys, he's the one that can come in and there's actually a spot for him on this team. Okay. The betting favorite and who I think they're going to end up, Asur Thompson. You remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turnover prone, plays a little bit out of control. But hey, the positive is all of a sudden his game picked up in the G League in their finals, in their playoffs. He was the man. So you're hoping that guy sticks around and comes to the Pistons.
But that's Asur, not Amen.
Correct.
Okay. I need to know which Thompsons when I'm rooting for them to take.
Because Amen is probably going the pick before him.
Well, if
No, but I'm saying they're
if
interchangeable.
Asur is so good, why is Amen going ahead of him?
They're interchangeable.
David, you do not look pleased.
I don't look pleased because none of these guys that you said they can't create their own shot.
No.
They don't shoot well from 3.
No.
They can't play defense.
They can play defense.
One guy's Jay Crowder. We got
Oh boy.
It's good weak side defense. But when they have to guard their own man.
On man defense. On the ball defense.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why I say at least with Walker, you could possibly teach him because his big thing is just the lateral quickness. So this is something that you're paying Monty a lot of money. Fix that. But at 6'8", he's got the NBA body. He's got a 7'2" wingspan. He could play right away. That's the guy that I would take if you have to pick at 5.
Can we do what the Vikings did and just skip the pick until we see something we want?
I would say you're joking, but it's like the NBA does. Have you ever seen the end of the second round?
Oh,
it's like
something.
everybody goes home.
I know. You're right.
Wait, did we stop at pick 56? Yeah, lights out. Everybody left, went home.
You know, it's interesting. No foreign player. Rico didn't give us a foreign option. No, Euro in the mix here. No. What happened? What is it, a bad year for import? What's going on?
Kenny says he must not like foreigners.
No, he's at the top.
Rico against the European basketball.
Yeah, he's at the top. Yeah, it was Wembayama. You didn't get number 1.
There's no Killian Hayes in his draft.
You know what? Here's the thing. If they move down, there are picks later on in the draft.
Let's do that.
But as of now, I'm saying that even if they pick 9th, 5th, or they move down and take that 9th pick, you'll get one of these guys.
Okay. Rico's guaranteed it. There it is. All right, baseball is in full swing because we're in Penachis. America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. Right now, new customers. A no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's up to $1,000 in bonus bets. If your first bet doesn't win, just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Don't miss your chance. Take advantage of that offer. They got the Tuesday home run promotion as well. It's FanDuel, the official partner of Major League Baseball. Trademarks used with permission. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, we'll get the deal breakers in the 4 o'clock. We'll continue to rap about the draft a little bit. I'm still annoyed at this Chris Paul thing because the league just feels fake at this point. And I'm not just saying it because we're in Detroit and our team's terrible. I mean, it's just, why would you help the Warriors if you're the Wizards? But then again, you're incompetent morons. David, the ticket text.
Someone says Rico's list sounds like a bunch of second-round picks. I can't believe these guys are going to go in the first round.
Not first round. Try again.
Yeah,
top
lottery.
5, top 7. Right. Why do you think we opened the show with make the draft great again? We're at a crisis point. I mean, hell, I can't even look. We're talking about it because the draft is tonight, but the reality is the average person going to watch this? No. The difference between the NFL and this, the players. Mm-hmm. The players have had to play 3 seasons.
Yeah, and there's no drama with the first pick because we all know.
Right, it's Wembanyama.
You literally had bet $10,000 to win 100?
No, you'd have to bet $50,000 to win a $100 bill.
Okay, I
on Wembanyama.
Even more. Wow.
$50,000 to win $100.
Someone says, I say we move down in the draft and pick up one of those sweet 20, 30 first-round picks, Ross from Lapeer.
I mean, Ross, you got the humor in it. The idea that Washington came back and went, guys, we got a great return. We got a first-round pick. Really? 2030. Oh, and by the way, there's protections on it.
Right.
Good God.
Jarris Walker is Beef Stew 2.0. Why would we take him? Take Whitmore because he has a chance to be Miles Bridges.
I'm with you. You haven't heard me advocate for it. Do I like him as a college player? Sure. You know what I would have loved to have seen? Jarris Walker go back to school, get some handles, and get a pet move in the post. Well, we don't have time for that.
Someone says Walker or Hendricks seem like plug-and-play options while the other guys that were mentioned either didn't have a big enough sample size or their numbers didn't stand out in the slightest.
The problem with Hendricks is, from everything Rico said, all I'm imagining is Trey Lyles 2.0. Just a string bean, bean pole, stand in the corner, and if that shot's not falling, you're utterly useless.
You can't do anything in the post. I mean, this is truly the, hey, do you have Coke? Sorry, sir, we only have Pepsi. Fine.
Someone says, I still want Grady. He's scrappy plus a pure shooter. Got his own shot at the end of the season.
That's your guy.
If you move down to 9 and 16, let's say what Yahoo reported, and you end up with this pick, at 9, you take Whitmore. Because he had again, his stock might be falling a little bit. Let's say at 9, you got Whitmore, and at 16, you got Grady Dick. Is that a problem?
No.
And again, look, I'm not telling you it's going to change the fortunes of the franchise. But at least I'm with you on this, and Cookie's got all indignant and crosstalk. At least I know what that kid can do. Right. He can shoot it, man. He'll come off the screen, and he can grip it and rip it.
Yeah.
And he's a really good athlete. He can get in the open floor. I like the kid. I'm not telling you I'm taking him at 5. I was just making a point. There's very little they could do or I'd be upset because none of this really none of this is exciting.
See, I wouldn't be that. I know this is shocker, but if you took him at 5 because you thought he could just come in and play right away, I'm okay with that. You don't have to be the smartest man in the room and do what everybody else says. You got to take this person because of the value and all of that. Take the guy that you like. Take the guy that can help you win. Because the one I told David, the one for me, maybe you get lucky and he's there at pick 31 if you make that selection, is Trace Jackson Davis from Indiana. He's a guy that I think can walk right in. He's that wing player that you need.
Like, what if
you took him at 16? I'm okay with that.
But I guess what I'm also thinking about is what if Grady Dick is like Bojan Bogdanovic? Like, what if you're drafting Bojan's replacement? A guy who has similar skills, right? Similar frame.
Right.
You're going to be trading Bogdanovic, getting rid of him.
Are we?
Okay, I'm done then. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, because I remember shows saying they're going to trade Jeremy Grant, right? You know it's going to happen.
Okay, I got nothing for you.
When did it happen?
Draft night.
Thank you.
And you got a bag of peanuts and an upper deck seat at Comerica
Okay, fine.
Park.
They don't trade him and he walks away for free. My point still remains. You got to have somebody out on that wing who can play off ball, who can really shoot it. I mean, what if he's like a better version of Kevin Huerter? I don't know, man. I'm just trying to help you out.
I mean, I like the pick. I mean, that was Cookies. That was like,
I mean, listen, Jim gets like that. I don't know. It is what it is. It's fine. David, go ahead.
This sounds like drafting your dinner out of a dumpster. Why can't anyone shoot a free throw either? It's like drafting a baseball prospect that can't throw. It's the basics.
It's unbelievable. Again, we talked about it to open. I stand by it. You could fix this very quickly. Rico and I both agree. You can leave from high school, or you gotta be in college 2 years. You want to play in a G League for 2 years? It's your prerogative. But these guys don't play enough basketball. And when you enter the NBA, it's a goofy phrase, but it's like it is. It's a men's league. I mean, very few guys are going to walk in the league and have the toughness, have the body, right, the physical attributes to play 82 games, and then to do it against grown-ass dudes. Like, these guys aren't ready to play.
No, because a lot of times, especially just coming that year out of high school, and then if, like Whitmore, got hurt at the beginning of the year, so you really don't know how good he is because he missed like the first 7 games for Villanova. He was coming back off of an injury.
And I'm more sensitive to it because we're in an endless rebuild. So even if you tell me, well, Whitmore could be good in 3 years, what is it, year 8? I mean, you get to a certain point, I don't have that kind of runway. Am I wrong as a fan for letting how long the rebuild is taken affect how I view who they pick or what I would select?
No, I think that's just human nature because you're sick and tired of being sick and tired.
He wins. Okay. Let's go to Darren, and then we'll get to deal breakers. Darren, go ahead, buddy. What's going on, bub?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
So, Calvin Booth calls you up, Denver Nuggets GM.
Okay.
Offers you Michael Porter Jr. for 5 and bogey. Who says no?
Not me. And I know Porter's medical is the concern, but I think I'm at a point I have to do it. I would do it.
Denver gets a win because they free up that little bit of cap space to re-sign Bruce, and they rotate Bruce and Bogey in at that wing spot. Detroit gets their, quote, star player that everybody wants to go to. And Porter wants to shoot. He's going to get plenty of opportunity to shoot in Detroit.
And listen, everything you say makes a hell of a lot of sense. I'm good with it. Bottom line, it does come down to the medical. And if your staff doesn't trust it, and remember, he is also about to begin the first year of his extension.
That's true.
So no, I'm just making a point here.
Half guaranteed too. Oh yeah.
Darren, I would do it. I would do it because I'm desperate. I would do it because I like the player. I wanted them to take a shot at him on draft night. They didn't. I get why, but it worked for the Nuggets. And he's a shooter. He's an athlete.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, if he comes here, I think you're going to ask more of him. Well, the Nuggets didn't ask him to be that guy.
No, I want to ask more of him. I want this. Look, if I put Cade, Ivy, and Michael Porter Jr. on the floor together, yeah, you're damn right. I'm asking you for the better part of 80 points a night. Like, this is the core of our team.
Nah, I mean, I like him. I like Porter Jr. Bad back at that age.
That's why it's the medical. I don't look at the X-rays.
The choice is that or a guy like Zion who just can't stay healthy. Boy.
And then you return right back to what we always talked about. Anything you'd be doing is damaged goods. Yeah. And if Denver, I don't think Denver's pondering it at all. He asked me a question, I gave him the answer. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think Denver actually saw something. They bought a pick. They bought the 28th or 29th pick in the draft.
They got another Serbian sensation.
Yeah, I think they bought it from the Jazz.
Great. All right, let's do deal breakers, shall we? 97.1.
4 o'clock hour. NBA draft tonight.
Look at that athleticism, Roberto Beauchene.
He's going to break an ankle.
Maybe he's going number 5, huh? Can't create his own shot. Can't function. Can't balance his checkbook.
Right.
Can't shoot free throws.
Get him some Gatorade.
Usually I look when I'm running to the men's room.
But you get him a few drinks. He's a banger in the post.
Now he's not going to be able to talk for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, so, now
he's out of breath.
Headphones
Rico,
don't
scouting
work.
report. Physical fitness is a challenge.
Right. He's got a 5'8" wingspan.
Right. Stand 6'4".
Has the wingspan of a T-Rex.
I just ate 8 wings.
All right. Sports and life intersect. We bring in Evan, Roberto in an aggressive athleisure wear T-shirt. Let's do it. Yeah, see? I don't like the 5th pick. All right. Terrible music. Roberto, what do you have for us this week?
Okay, so we took a week off from Deal Breakers last week, but I did happen to come up with a Father's Day scenario.
He's still out of breath.
I told you. I told him it'll be for the whole thing.
You'd think it was Barry Sanders with an 80-yard touchdown.
What do you think that is total? 100 foot from here, there, and back?
No,
Like
not even.
30?
He just went around a corner. That's all he wanted.
Yeah, that's 30, and that's
I was
pushing it.
trying to make it sound better.
This is Tony Siragusa scoring a touchdown. Here's the oxygen mask. Try again. His head is all red. What is this?
Does he run a sub 840?
We timed it before, remember? To the end of the hallway.
You almost died.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
It took a long time.
Let's go. Wow.
Okay, here we go. Your new father-in-law of just a few months wants to go on a guy's bonding weekend for Father's Day. The problem is, every time you go out with him or see him, he tends to get overserved. Do you speak to him about this or try and just get out of this bonding weekend?
Oh, I hate stuff like that. I'd totally opt out. I would just not, because nothing good's going to come from it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You're going to be like apologizing to wait staff. You know, that's going to be happening.
Yeah, I don't want any part of it. I would just opt. I would opt. I'm the wrong person for this. I would totally opt out. But see, Evan's in a different deal.
Well,
Evan loves the uncomfortable and loves these events.
So I was going to opt out up until he said that he drinks a ton. Now I'm back in. I kind of want this experience.
No,
well,
you
you
don't.
sit there, you're gummied all out of your mind.
Right.
So it's a different deal. We don't do that stuff.
And the conversations that will be brought up. Yeah, I'm in. If he's a boozer like that, I'm in. I want to be around it.
I'm out.
Sober, I'm out.
I'm out.
You'd opt out of the same deal.
Right. Because I don't want to babysit. No.
I don't want, and honestly,
Are you really having fun?
When you do a forced bonding weekend, it is suggestive the relationship isn't there. So just let it not be there.
It's not a bonding. It's an excuse to drink is what it sounds like, and he just wants a partner.
No, I'll pass.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'll pass. Kenny
He's not going to remember anyway.
Yeah.
Kenny.
Well, I feel I'm pretty good at diffusing the drunk situation, having gone to bars and being around all these types of people. I feel like I could mellow him out a little bit. I'm in. I think it'd be a good time.
You get drunker?
Yes.
Yeah. Just feeds them shots until they pass out, basically,
I don't like
is what
that.
he was saying.
No.
You're carrying him to his room.
No, you get a wheelchair or something.
I'll say it again. Okay. We're good. Just move. David, please.
I'm out. I'm sorry. I have a rep to uphold. I am a pastor. I cannot be seen with you.
Oh, really?
Get it together.
That's a good excuse.
That's just facts.
Sure the church is quite proud.
Yeah. That drops in at the very end of the sermon. Just facts.
That's what they put on like the board when you drive by. They put
Yes, the billboard. Just facts. David Hall.
This Sunday.
Hey, he's risen, y'all. Hashtag just facts.
He is risen. He is risen.
And it ain't Easter.
In June.
Oh, man.
Roberto.
Woo-wee, we're talking,
All right,
talking
got
your breath
snakes.
yet?
Just facts.
You caught your breath yet?
I'm good.
Okay.
Just facts.
Why does your face match your shirt?
He is. Yeah, he's red.
Woo!
Listen.
You got this.
What is it lobsters do when they lose their shell? Is that what you're going through? My God.
Take your time. Don't stroke out on it.
My entire
Take your
body
time.
is bloodshot.
It's something. Go ahead.
Man. Okay.
He literally went 30 feet.
You absolutely love your girlfriend, but there's one problem. She's absolutely crass. She openly talks about sex and your sex life in front of people and curses like a sailor.
Ugh.
You are constantly embarrassed around her. Is this reason enough to break up, or can you just talk it out?
So she's Beth Dutton.
Yeah, I'd have to be out. I wouldn't have a choice. I'm in an Italian family. That would never work. It would never work. It would never fly.
Michael, we need to talk.
Oh, I mean, it would be a joke.
But all the movies I see, all the Italians are yelling at each other across the table. And is that?
Hold on.
Wow.
David. David.
Comfortable right now.
But that's usually culinary, not sex.
Okay. Yeah, it's about the pasta.
Right.
And they cooked this long enough.
Sorry, I'm not as good as Joey. Oh.
Right. They're talking about the salami on the tables, not the one under. It just wouldn't work.
No?
From a cultural standpoint,
You
that would
guys
not
just
work.
going back and forth?
No.
I would love to see it.
No, not for me.
I know Rico
You
wouldn't
know
do
what?
it.
You know what kills me?
He has to have class. He likes class.
Oh, him?
His women. That's right.
Oh, please.
That's right.
Who are you bringing around that you'd be embarrassed about?
Put it this way. You couldn't take her to any company function.
No.
I don't want to go anywhere.
You couldn't go anywhere. I'm going to say, you couldn't go. She's the type that goes to the restaurant and you already know, you know what? Hurry up and bring me my food before you ask us to please leave.
Sounds like a great girl.
Yeah, but you're around people, maybe her work acquaintances, and she's like, he did so-and-so to me last night.
Oh, my God.
That's right, I did.
Can't happen.
Tell them more.
Boom. What is going on?
I can't do that.
Thanksgiving
Again.
dinner. Evan, I want you to, yeah, sure. Go ahead, tell Nona what we did last night.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, she's like my hype man.
Hey, tell Nona all about it, huh?
Just like the first one, I have a rep to uphold. I'm staying with her. Let's keep going. Talk about it. Let's go.
David's in. I'll just pray for her.
But, David, what if it's the other side?
Well,
What if all of a sudden you're not that great?
Uh-oh.
She ain't gonna give it that story. I'll tell you that.
No.
Just facts.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Church is burning down. Just facts.
If you need to know about that, David, I'll tell you all you need to hear about not being good at it.
Right. He's like, oh, you know what? I'll be back in 5 minutes. Well, that's better than him.
Yeah, I guess if it goes the other way, you don't
Right.
want that.
Right. You're thinking she's bragging on you.
That's true.
It ain't always.
Yeah, but I feel like that girl, if it's unsatisfactory, she's out anyway. So, it's good.
Oh, Jesus. Come on. Get out of here. I got to get out of here.
Roberto, what do you say?
He's in. He'll take what he can get.
Yeah, I mean, who am I to,
Kenny just
protest
opted
it?
out of this show today?
No, I was just waiting. Evan, I'm surprised you didn't ask. Is she
Has this ever happened to you, Kenny?
No, but how hot is she? That's the better question.
Well,
here.
you're dating her and you love her.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in. I'm staying in.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, then again, you dated a woman for a sandwich.
Yeah, true.
I hate that this is always the baseline.
You
Sandwich,
admitted to
bare
staying
minimum.
in a relationship for a year to get discounted lunch
a
meat.
few
Some
extra
weird lunch
months,
meat
maybe.
fetish.
Right. There's no going
Talks a
back.
lot.
I gave her the
Dinner.
Capicola. Oh.
Oh, that roast.
Okay, stop.
The roast beef's amazing.
I mean, you literally stayed with a girl for a lunch meat discount. You think we're not always going back to that?
That's crazy.
Extra pastrami.
It happened one time when I was in college. Everybody relax. I didn't do that at age 25.
Right, it was 24. My bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Like 19, all right? Leave me alone.
Next.
Oh, the clean-shaven Kenny.
Yeah. Oh,
The
I like
skinny
that, Kenny.
Oh, yeah.
Hard rocker Kenny. You know, Kenny had blue hair at one point?
Really?
For real?
I was going to ask Mike how he knew about that. I didn't tell anybody here that.
I know lots of things.
I know what I'm doing after I get on this segment.
I got to say this. Go see Lori.
Really?
She's got
Blue hair
everything you need
photos?
over there.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we got a photo of Kenny you won't believe.
Kenny blue hair. Okay.
He looks like an extra, like a roadie for Blink 182. Unbelievable. All right, let's just keep it going. This is great.
All right.
It beats talking about the Pistons' fifth pick.
I got another one here, like a weird scenario we've never gotten into on this, so bear with me for a second. You're in a foreign country on business. You find a wallet on the men's room floor of a restaurant. There is a few grand in the wallet. You don't know who it belongs to, what they could do to you, or legally could you possibly get in trouble in a foreign country. Do you take the money or just walk away from the wallet and the situation?
Walk away. I've watched the show Locked Up Abroad way too much. I'm out.
What happened?
I want no part of it.
Yeah, but that's mostly from like airports and drug smuggling.
Generally, people are like Coke mules. I'm just making the point. You're not at home.
Yeah.
And you don't know who that wallet belongs to. And
You
the
might
justice
not ever
system,
go home.
You may not leave that restaurant. I'm out.
Right. Foreign country. You don't know what's going on. It's not your
I'm
home
out.
turf. I'm out.
No,
too.
thank you.
I'm not going to take it. I'll just pretty much the manager say, hey,
I wouldn't even. I would
Here's
just
a
walk
wallet.
away. I would just.
You're the king of I'm not going to do any type of conference. Well, you're dying. Well,
I don't want to help.
Well, what kind of restaurant is this? Are we talking like Michelin, dive bar? Are there cameras? Because I feel like
that guides your choice.
If there's no cameras,
Well,
I'm going to be the
cameras are a big
dirtbag
deal
and I'm going
because,
to take that cash.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm in a foreign
And if
country.
there are cameras, I'm going to drop my wallet next to it and accidentally pick up that one.
If you're someplace where you can't drive home, I would recommend you just don't.
I'm with him. Because I got news for you. Ain't no lawyer coming to help you.
Yeah, that's scary, man.
I got that cash to bail me out.
Okay, that's not
That's
how
not
it
enough.
works.
Until you find out it was the wrong wallet.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Kenny
I'm in.
Cott.
Next thing we
Yeah,
know,
I said I'm out. Yeah, no, thank you.
What
Foreign
if
country.
the wallet was filled with lunch meat?
Well, now we're talking about something.
bunch
No.
of coupons.
Cold cuts.
No.
Buy one, get four free.
And get made fun of you guys for another decade? No, thank you.
Oh, Hatchet?
Yeah,
he's
I'm
a
not
man
picking
of
that
God.
wallet up. I'm not looking
Why
at
not?
it anymore. I'm walking out and saying, nope, not mine. I'm leaving it
Oh,
alone.
he's back to be. He's back
yeah.
to being the high and mighty.
All right.
It's a foreign country. I want to come home.
Okay, so
Like,
what
are
if
we
it's-
talking
what if
like
it's here?
Canada? Like,
Hold on.
No.
You're in Texas.
God bless me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Texas.
It's mine.
You're in
it's
Texas,
mine now.
and you find a wallet.
Yeah.
It's
at
mine
the local
now.
Piggly Wiggly.
It's mine.
Nope.
He's getting a new hat.
No,
listen,
because I guarantee you the guy who dropped it is exiting his truck where he's got a hand cannon and he's coming back
Right.
for his wallet. And then Evan's going to sit there gummied out of his mind like,
Maybe I shouldn't do it if it's down
I'll
south.
be like, hey, I got 20 if you need to borrow it.
Yeah, no, I'm out on that.
If it's up in Michigan, Ohio, maybe I'll do it. Maybe not down south.
Okay. Stop.
I'm just taking the wallet. That's all I'm saying.
I'm out. All right. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm watching these guys. So it's a wallet with $1,000 in it. You just.
If it's a foreign country, no.
But
If
if
it's
it's here?
America,
What if it was here?
I mean, I honestly,
if it's in this building, yeah, I'm taking it. It's mine
right,
now.
David, just turn it back in and say, I found this wallet with $100 in it.
If it's thousands in this building, it can only be Wojo because he carries $5,000 on him.
Well, Wojo walks around with cash like it's 1980.
Oh, yeah.
Such a bizarre thing.
That's an old guy thing, right?
I don't know.
No, he's just, it's so weird.
He
But
just doesn't trust banks.
he always, he goes to the bank, gets cash out from a teller, not an ATM. Talks
Yeah,
to
but
a
you know
person.
what's worse?
Maybe he's got a crush on the teller for years and years.
You know what?
I don't
We're
know.
done. We're done.
Hey,
I'll tell you one thing.
people do weird things.
The bank teller can probably create their own shot more than Rico's 6 draft prospects he just had the Pistons taking. Christ.
They got a jumper?
Scouting report. Can't dribble. Awesome. We'll get back into it momentarily.
Well, remember that game that Clay scored like 60 and he had like 7 dribbles? Maybe it's like that.
One of great shooters in history. Not relevant to this.
Silver lining, Mike. Silver
Please,
lining.
that is deal breakers.
All right, you guys have heard me talk about Awaken 180 weight loss, 11 weeks and some over 40 pounds later. Telling you, I'm feeling great, and you can too. You just got to sign up, and then you'll talk to your coach. They will designate a program made specifically for you. My coach, Emma, we speak weekly. Hey, you don't believe me? Tony Ortiz has gone through the same thing, along with thousands of other people. What are you waiting for? You know you've tried a bunch of diets. They have not worked for you. I suggest you give Awaken 180 Weight Loss a chance. Give them a call, 844-346-1800. 844-346-1800, or simply go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first 95-degree day to realize, AC is not working. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical have got you covered. $78 tune-up. Get your air conditioner in tip-top shape to save on your energy bill. It's Mastercraft. Plenty of generators in stock as well. Schedule that AC tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, we'll get some ticket texts here. Odyssey.com rewind. We did about 2 hours of the draft. A couple different ways. We're going to get back into that as well at 5. I have what I think could be a fun way. You're never going to bat 1,000, but we make jokes about it all the time. That even people who watch the sport, even people who like the NBA, like college hoops, the NBA draft has become in a lot of ways like the NHL draft. You don't know these players. So I've created a list filled with first-round draft grade people and then completely made-up humans or other. And we're going to have an NBA mock draft mockery. I want to just see. And it's not to embarrass anyone because, listen, I mean, I'll play the game if you want to. You guys can throw names at me in the second round. The point I'm making is, and it's what we started the show with, and you can rewind to it. Not only did we do a Troy Weaver, Matt Stafford remix, that's outstanding. It was, how do we make the draft great again? Because it's just clear where the league is going and where the draft has gone. Unless you have a team, one of the 3 or 4 teams that's capable of winning a title, there's really not much to it. And if you're a Pistons fan, it's really hard to be engaged. On days like today when you see Chris Paul handed to the Warriors and the Warriors get rid of the most toxic contract in the league and maybe in all of sports, there's nothing to it. There's just not, like, how do we operate in a league where we're begging Troy Weaver to make deals? And yet the Washington Wizards have traded Bradley Beal, Kristaps Porzingis, and Chris Paul and have received 0 first-round picks in the next 5 years. 0. And yet I'm sitting here and I admit it. It's probably unfair. I look at trading the number 5 overall pick in a draft and Bojan Bogdanovic, and I'm like, go get me something. Like, let's at least get someone 25, 26, 27. Maybe a team's up against the tax. Maybe he's the number 4 on another team or number 3 on another team, and you can bring him here and he can be your number 2. Like, how do you operate in that space? So if you want to rewind, we got a ton of real draft coverage for you. We'll get back into it. I am going to do this thing at 4:30. It's either going to hit and be cool or it's going to be a total disaster and I'll never do it again. But you take some risks. No, I'm upfront with the listener about it.
Well.
What?
No, I'm just saying there's a bunch of people, bunch of names out there. You're like, wow. So
what do you mean?
This should be fun. No, just the names.
Oh, you're like, I just still go back to, like, forget about the 80s or 90s. I'm not even doing that. Go back to 2005 or 6. When you were drafting Darren Williams, you got an immediate floor general and an all-star. You drafted Chris Paul, immediate floor general, all-star. Like, none of these guys are that. Wembanyama, God love him. I'm rooting for him. I hope he's the next great, meteoric player. Mm-hmm. He's going to take a couple years. Yeah. Maybe Scoot Henderson because he's 6'2", and it's easier as a guard than a big. Maybe. But outside of that, like, who's this plug-and-play person who's going to come in and play 25, 30 minutes a night? I can't sell my listeners that the Pistons taking either of the Thompson twins. What am I going to tell them? It's probably going to take 3 years.
And at that point, you got to decide, do we want to extend this person or do we just write them off?
Right, and by the way,
if not, you end up with Killian Hayes.
By that point in time, if things work the way you hope they work, you've already maxed out Cade and maxed out Ivy. Cool, $400 million in contracts. David, ticket text.
My wife got us kicked out of multiple restaurants, bowling alleys, and has no female friends because she wouldn't shut up. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you don't want to be around that person.
No, you're right. You're right. In reality, you're right.
It may be fun for a night, but then no. Because at this point,
they don't respect you anymore.
Right. You're going to wonder why you don't get invited to anything. And it's like, David, I like you. but I don't like her, and that's why.
And it goes both ways. The husband can be a ding-dong as well.
I've seen that.
Come on.
Right. Well, yeah, you just go
Two-way street here.
Always getting drunk, and it's just like, oh.
That's why Roberto gets invited to nothing. I'm sorry. Show's off the rails. I'm here for it, someone says.
And just understand, like, 2004, maybe you put a draft expert on and geek out. Tell me about pick 17. Guys, we ain't doing it. Like, we're going to have some fun with it, poke some fun at it. And again, with the rewind function, you can get whatever you want when you want it. But yeah, we're trying to have fun with it, because if you're not irreverent, I think you're just going to get really sad about this draft.
This is the greatest and most awkward deal breakers ever. Church signs, she's still wet, blue hair from Kenny.
That's not.
Lunch meats.
That is not what the drop says. And I will not allow that. Not allow it.
It doesn't say what he said.
Exactly.
Right? Correct. Oh, my God.
I'm just looking at the 2010 draft.
We've lost him. He's up next. Rico's memories of Purvis Ellison. What is so interesting about 2010?
No, I'm hoping like this draft is not like a draft like this where it was John Wall, Evan Turner, Derek Favors, Wesley Johnson from
Syracuse.
Oh, I just figured you knew everything, Mike.
Well,
I beat him to it. I'm sorry.
And
it's okay.
With the 7th pick overall, your Detroit Pistons selected.
That was Stanley?
Greg Monroe. Oh, Georgetown.
I was at the Palace that night. There was a big draft event. I hated that pick. I hated Greg Monroe. Type of player you had to put a mirror under his nostrils to make sure he was still breathing. I hated Greg Monroe.
He couldn't jump past 2
Couldn't get a
inches.
credit card under his sneakers. Awful. You know what's funny? I do have a list of the all-time Piston draft busts. I do have that. We could get to that later. Because it's something. I mean, very few teams have the badge of honor of drafting a guy with narcolepsy. But the Pistons accomplished that.
Roberto says he liked Craig Monroe for the Tigers.
In fact, not the same person.
It's Greg Monroe. That one's Craig Monroe.
Oh, my God. All right, David, go ahead.
Kenny stays with the girl for free sandwiches but won't take free money? Come on, man. Stick to your principles, Abe in Southfield.
You're overseas. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't mess around with that.
You can't drive home, just no. Nope. No.
Someone says, I learned from deal breakers that we are drafting probably a guy with Roberto's speed, and Evan is a racist towards Italians.
I mean, it
did get a little uncomfortable.
It did.
I opted out. Nope.
No, it's as I always say. Oh, Italians are fair game.
You were not.
Let me see Evan be so brazen with other ethnicities.
I was about to say, you see the two brothers, we opted out. We're we're not playing this game.
I appreciated it, but you knew what I could say next. But I didn't, because we're having a good time.
Someone says, yeah, David, be careful on wanting that girl because she might say it's not that small.
Okay, all right. Can we please? Let's move on. Now, what do you guys want next? Because I can do the mockery. You want to do the mockery game, or do you want the Pistons top 10 draft bust? You have to guess. I'll fill in the blanks. We'll have some fun. What do you want to do? I'm over-prepared for today's show, so just...
Can we have both? Because I've been looking forward to... I've been looking forward to the draft bust all day long.
Do you want the draft bust?
Because I'm sitting here looking at it really quickly. We all know about the whole Jordan thing and how Sam Bowie. But in 2014, Mike...
Oh, God.
Philadelphia, with the 3rd pick, selected Joel Embiid. You know who went the pick before him?
Pick before Embiid.
Yep. Andrew Wiggins went 1.
Right.
Somebody went 2, and Embiid went 3.
I'm thinking. Who was the team?
And I'm surprised he's not a Piston.
Who was the team?
Milwaukee.
At 2.
At 2.
Why am I drawing a blank?
Let me help you out.
I'm so sorry.
From the University of Duke, Jabari Parker.
Oh, well, hold on. The man was born with linguini for ACLs. That's not fair.
Still.
Okay, I know. Literally had Nutter Butters for knees. Like, he had nothing. The poor kid. Then he blew his knee out another 17 times. Mm-hmm. Not a great draft.
No.
That was the Saric draft, right? Philly walked away in the process with Embiid, who wouldn't play for 2 years, and Dario Saric. Sarge go like 8 or 9? That's when they were drafting people that were hurt on purpose.
No. No. Because 8 or 9 was Nick Stauskas.
Oh.
Doug McDermott went 11th.
Dear God. Okay, then. Did you know there were over 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year, many of them ending with someone dying? Distracted driving is a massive problem. So's being uninsured. Call Mike Papur, National Benefit Plans. He will get you affordable life insurance that will meet your family's needs and your budget. National Benefit Plan shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guarantees you the best possible rate, and in the event of that tragedy or a devastating diagnosis, your family will have the protection they deserve. The longer you wait, the possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you go on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, so we're going to have some fun. And obviously hope tonight goes better. But part of draft night, every team in the league, every team in every sport, you have some all-time bad selections. Now, Lord knows, in modern Pistons history, which means the last 20 years, celebration of the Darko pick, the last 20 years, there have been some all-time draft busts. So you don't need to go back to Fennis Dembo or any stuff like that. All right? A 20-year retrospective. We're going to see if Rico, how many of these he can get on the Pistons' all-time bad draft picks. Are you ready to play? Last 20 years.
20 years, so no Corleone Young.
No. We're not going all the way back to that. Okay. David,
That
are
to me
you
is the
prepared?
worst.
No Jerome Williams. All right, are you prepared?
JYD.
All right, Rico, you guess the player. I tell you whether they're on the list and where they are.
Okay. I'm going to go with the guy that I just spoke about, Greg Monroe.
Number 8. They took him at pick 7 in 2010. Pick number 9, Gordon Hayward. Pick number 10, Paul George. You drafted a player who you needed a mirror under his nostrils to see if he was breathing and couldn't get a credit card under his sneakers.
Mistakes were made.
Moving. Right. All right, Monroe, off the list. Who's your next guess?
Stanley Johnson.
Ah, yes. At number 5, Stanley Johnson. They picked him at number 8 in 2015. Oh, Stan Van. Remember. Thank you, Tommy. Stan Van, this was a year after we were all still very sensitive about it. Him taking Luke Kennard, who had Harrison Ford's kneecaps, over Donovan Mitchell. An even bigger mistake. Stanley Johnson wasting a top 10 pick when you could have had, wait for it, Devin Booker.
Oh,
Next guess.
You actually took my next guess.
What?
Was Kennard, Luke Kennard.
We had a conversation about this. Because Kennard at least still played and started, we actually exited him from the list at number 10. So I'm going to give you credit for the guess, and we swapped in a player I hated. I mean, hated his guts. And I battled listeners every step of the way. The shooter, the knockdown shooter who couldn't shoot. Not here, at least. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. You took him at 7.
Oh, wait. Was that the Trey Burke draft?
That was but here's the bigger one. Ready? You took him at 7. Do you know who went at 10th? CJ McCollum. You know who went a few picks after that at 15? An unknown, lanky, oddly put together young man named Giannis Antetokounmpo.
But what has he ever done?
Chauncey family. All right, who's your next guess? Yes.
I want to go with a guy that's currently on the team.
Can you upload a Troy Weaver for us, please? All right, go ahead.
I want to go with Killian Hayes.
Rico Beard's on fire, people. Killian Hayes at number 7 on the draft bust list. And while it's maybe too early to write him off, the problem is you took Killian and passed up on Tyrese Halliburton, who's already an all-star. Killian Hayes, factually, the worst shooter in basketball, a career. 37% from the field, 27% from 3. Ouch. Rico Beard, your next guess.
Can I, David, can I phone a friend here? Kenny, David.
Don't ask Kenny. I mean, go ahead.
David.
I'll say why, because he guessed KCP back here. So I'm going to give him credit.
All right, Kenny. All right, buddy.
There's no way, because of injury concerns, there's no way they put Cade on this list, right?
No.
Okay, I'm just trying to be spicy. David approves. I just wanted to ask the question.
Come on, let's go.
KCP was my one lightning in a bottle. I don't think I have anything besides that.
I will tell you who's not on this list, but should be. Another player I hated in my radio career here. An absolute bum. Rodney Stuckey. No matter how bad this fan base wanted him to be good, he wasn't. And I fought them to the death, but not on this list. I want you to think about some of the Stan Van picks, Rico. Come on.
Three-name guy.
Three-name guy?
Ooh, can I guess one?
Michael Carter.
Henry Ellenson.
Oh.
Evan Jenkins walks in 330 down the fairway. Henry Ellenson comes in at number 4 on the list. Oh, boy. And they drafted him at 18 overall. One problem. Are you ready for what was taken right behind him? No. Karis LeVert, DeJounte Murray, and Pascal Siakam.
No.
And then don't forget what Stan Van said. We are so lucky to have this young man fall to us at 18. We thought he was going to be 10 to 12. No way he ever made it here. And now we see why he fell to 18.
Was it Michael Carter Williams?
He was drafted by the Sixers.
Pistons never drafted him.
It was a three-name guy.
Okay, hold on. What's your favorite hyphenated player? Okay, you think about that. David, register a guess, because three-name guy doesn't work for me. It was a one-armed man.
I know. Okay.
Just think about it. You're fine. Okay. David, go ahead.
Oh, my gosh.
Think narcolepsy.
Yeah, I was... Walter, he was a second-round selection, though. Would he be?
It doesn't matter. The Pistons, at 32 in the NBA draft, drafted a guy who had a disease where he could fall asleep at any given moment. Walter Sleepy Sharp, 2008.
Thought of another one.
It was a three-name man.
What about Brandon Knight? That's one of the few ones I do remember.
Kenny Cott, he's in.
Okay.
Number 8, and it's not necessarily just Brandon Knight. Now, who ended Knight's career with the ultimate catch-a-body dunk? Yeah. Evan Jenkins wins. But who was taking a pick after Brandon Knight was selected? I melted down on the air. Nobody will remember this. It was 15 years ago. Who was taking number 9 when Knight was taking 8? Think about what I used to love in college basketball. Think about a city I love. Think about an absolute dog on the basketball court.
Was that DeMarcus Cousins?
No. Kemba Walker. You took Brandon Knight. Kemba Walker went 9.
And then the Pistons had him last year, at least his rights.
No, they had the dead body of Kemba Walker. There's a big difference. All right, moving on. Can we take it back to 2009? Are you prepared? Pistons were in desperate need of a point guard at that point, but they passed on it. And they took a literal stick figure, a man who looked like he was built out of Duplos.
Did he go to Gonzaga?
He did.
Is his name I Suck? No, I mean Austin Day.
And here's the best part. Not only do you take Austin Day 15th overall, okay, only played in 6 years in the league, but he was atrocious. You passed on, ready for this? Drew Holiday, Jeff Teague, Ty Lawson. You desperately needed a point guard.
Lawson from Carolina.
Okay? Drew Holiday.
Oh, man.
This
is painful.
Woo! This is great. All right. Tommy G. All right. Number 2, I think this is controversial. I think this is probably being a little rough on the kid. Sekou Doumbouya. A complete nothing burger. The only people who were excited about Doumbouya's selection were Doug and Scott. And then he had like 5 good games. They tried to make him into Karl Malone, and the rest is history.
No, they tried to make him into Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
And then he got traded to the Lakers. Yeah.
And then never appeared again.
I forgot. Did he even play?
For the Lakers or for
No,
the Pistons?
for the Pistons.
I don't think so.
But do you know who you passed on in the picks just after pick 15?
No.
Grant Williams, who's with the Celtics. Matisse Thybulle, who's one of the best defenders in the league. And, even though he's now since gone radioactive, Jordan Poole. And we leave you with this. There could only be one. And on the 20th anniversary of the pick, I give you Darko Milicic. It just didn't.
See, I didn't even think that was eligible.
Let him do a title.
He did not lead us to a title.
Darko goes 2, Carmelo goes 3, Bosch goes 4, Wade goes 5. Here's a fun fact. Only one of these 4 people currently runs an apple orchard in Serbia.
Oh, my God.
And he might have been the last player in the NBA to put the tape over his earrings that he got done during the NBA Finals. Remember that one?
I mean, I think I would have took Kirk Heinrich, who went late. Didn't Kirk Heinrich go in that draft too?
Buddy, it's okay. And that, it has to go better than tonight. Top 10. All right, Northville Lumber. Listen, we just talked about the Pistons drafting a bunch of stiffs. Go get some lumber. At least it'll build a deck for you. Bottom line, Trex, Northville Lumber, they got more of it than anybody else. They cover 26 football fields with the product they move because it's all in stock all the time. Decking, railing, lighting. And whether you're a deck builder or a do-it-yourselfer, Northville's got you covered. Deck season's upon us. Don't wait. Get someone to do it. Oh, I don't have a builder. No problem. Northville Lumber will introduce you to a Trex certified pro. The bottom line is they are the one-stop shop for all your outdoor projects. It's Trex decking. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're going to get back into the draft.
Hold on. I got the name that I was thinking of.
Three-name man.
It wasn't three-name. No. It was Amir Johnson.
Oh, Christ.
How was he not on the list?
Because he actually turned into a decent player for a bit. I think big problem, but I mean, this is where Detroiters always do this. Maybe it's all towns, just overvaluing your own stuff. I mean, you wouldn't believe the trade things. People would call in for Amir Johnson, like, oh, we can get, Kevin Garnett. And you're like, what?
Tayshaun Prince for LeBron James.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Amir Johnson for Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, though. Give me the ticket text. We'll get back into the pick at 5 and kind of what can the Pistons do tonight that will excite you? Is there anything? Or has the NBA draft just become a giant nothing burger, which I cannot argue based on so many of these players are so ill-equipped to play. David, go ahead.
Someone says, why wasn't Mateen Cleaves on this list? One of the worst picks in NBA history.
20 years.
Yes, that's why.
It was a 20-year retrospective, guys, because believe me, if we were going to go more than 20 years, Mateen and the yellow mouthpiece would be on it.
Someone says, Finis Dembo would be on that list. Andre Drummond should have been on that list, someone says. He played, though.
Yeah, guys, listen, I hated Drummond. I couldn't stand him. Bottom line, the guy played 30 minutes a night. The guy was a rebounding champ, right? The guy, you can't make an all-time bust list when you start and play, and you do have moments where you are a really nice player. You're not going to make that list.
That's why David can't put Kate on there, even though he wants to.
I just can't yet. I can't yet. Mm-hmm. Rodney Stuckey should be number 1 on that list.
Oh, I hated him. God, I hated him.
You know what?
What?
Yeah.
I hated him. I've always been at odds with Piston fans. I've always been at odds with him. We don't agree on nothing.
Someone says KCP can't be a bust because he was a part of 2 championship teams.
As the 8th guy.
He was a bust for the Pistons.
Yeah, come on, man. No,
right, we're talking about just Pistons, not you went off and lived happily ever after.
Right.
No, I mean, it's okay to say, hey, a player got better and it plays a role. KCP, stand in the corner and shoot the open 3 for me. Come on. The guy got taken 7th overall. He was supposed to be an elite 3-and-D player. Yeah, okay. Yes. Where did he go to school? You're breaking my stones. You know this.
Alabama?
Georgia. Close enough. Yeah. Same colors, same conference. Yeah. You get full credit. David, go ahead.
Someone says, I still can't believe we passed on Devin Booker. He says it wasn't a situation where he wasn't good and got good later.
No.
Everyone knew the potential.
David, in back-to-back years, I will argue that the damage that Stan Van Gundy did ruined 15 years of Pistons basketball. Back-to-back seasons, you don't take Donovan Mitchell, and I will always go back to this. The year Donovan Mitchell came out, there is a test that grades coachability by prospects. Donovan Mitchell graded out number 1 in that draft class. And Donovan Mitchell came here and killed his workout. I'm talking it was Kobe working out for the Celtics, legend. He killed that workout. It was all there for them. He wanted to come here. He everything checked out. They don't take him. The very next year, you get a do-over. And you do the same stupid-ish again. You could have had Spider and Booker. If you get one of them right, we're not where we're at. If you get both of them right.
No, think about it.
Where the Celtics are right now.
You have your Supermax player that you drafted. It's their time to shine right now.
You got something to build around.
Right.
And then back-to-back years, they screwed the pooch. I'm telling you. Mitchell.
Stanley Johnson.
Oh, God. Please. Oh, Christ. Okay. David,
wait, it was a player for Duke that a lot of people wanted, though. And I don't think he amounted to anything either.
Is this another 3-name man?
No. No. That was the guy that everybody wanted. It was either him or Stanley Johnson.
You're going to make me guess random Duke player from 7 years ago.
Oh, let me look this up.
Please do. David, go ahead.
And now you got me looking it up. Oh my
No.
gosh. Yeah, someone says Austin Bum Day. I can't believe that was a horrible pick. Says Darko is clearly the number one worst pick in Detroit sports history.
I'd have to think about that. I'd have to really think about that one. Come on. Christ.
Peyton Siva should be on that list, even though he was a second-round selection.
Stop it. Come on, man.
Peyton Siva.
Poor Peyton Siva. You get drafted in the second round of the draft. I don't know how you could be a bust.
Hey, you may not even be an NBA player. They're just trying something.
That's right.
Here.
That's depth.
Someone says it was Justice Winslow. Rico?
Yep, that's what it was. Justice Winslow.
Yep. Now, if you believe the reports, I mean, since we're just rapping about it, do you remember the year of that draft, the reports that Danny Ainge offered 4 first-round picks for Justice Winslow? You remember those? Thank God that didn't.
I don't believe that.
Okay,
That's crazy.
I remember stupid stuff because we do this every day.
Didn't the Pistons pass on De'Aaron Fox as well? Yes, they did.
Listen, I know the Lions catch a lot of grief, and rightfully so. But the Detroit Pistons are probably the worst drafting and worst player development team in this town. I mean, they have a...
Yeah, and I remember Spider-Man. Yeah, his numbers, it was right there. He wanted to be here. It's one of those rare cases. He wanted to be here.
And he killed the workout.
Right.
It's not what allegedly numbnuts from Villanova, Cam Whitmore, allegedly had a terrible workout here. Now, that could be a little bit of slander to get his value to fall, make sure you get him. I'm making a point. Mitchell killed it. He tested off the charts. He wanted to be here. But you know what the reality is as I look back now? Guys, think about it. Some of Troy Weaver's picks, they make the All-NBA team. They don't get better. The Pistons never develop anybody. Nobody ever gets better. Maybe Mitchell doesn't develop. I don't know. But I'm telling you, those 2 drafts, passing on Mitchell and Booker, I think wrecked, at minimum, 15 is hyperbolic. It wrecked a decade of Pistons basketball.
Killian Hayes.
Okay, let it go.
Bust.
All right, are we done? You want to keep it
you just
timely?
depressed me when you talked about Donovan Mitchell again.
No, that's all. It shows you the importance of what tonight is. So maybe that's the segue. Well, okay, what now?
No. I was going to say, you're almost in a second lottery where you missed out on Wembanyama. But if tonight, we're going to be talking about years from now, one of these players, let's hope you didn't pass them up. Let's hope that you got that guy.
I want to spotlight then who is the one. I want you to call up right now. I want you to plant a flag. Who is the player you want at 5? Or here's your other option. You don't want to pick at 5 at all. That's it. You either have someone you want or you don't want to pick there at all. Now, you know what team I'm on. But we'll get into that next. 97.1.
So we were playing this game, and all of a sudden you went to Google and you looked up beef stew, and now all of a sudden you're getting inundated with soup ads. Why? Well, you got trackers following you. That's why you need to go with DuckDuckGo. It's a private browser, but it blocks trackers. So you don't have things following you every time you make a Google search. Very simple. All you need to do is download it today for free in your app store. You can get it for Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Download it free in the app store or just visit DuckDuckGo.com.
My God. When you listen to Goris talk, can you believe? I mean, none of this has aged well. We like this team. Okay, then. Back to Beverly Hills. All right, Pistons are picking at 5. And I want to know what side of the fence you're on. Now, I have said for weeks, doesn't make me right. It's just how I feel. I don't want to use the pick at 5. And I want to offer you 3 different ways this could work where I'd still be happy, because I want to prove to you my point that it's a principle thing. Troy Weaver gets out there and does the Sylvester Stallone routine. You know, we're not trying to hit it in short center. We're trying to hit home runs. Then he talks about how, I'm the smartest guy, this new CBA, we're going to be able to take advantage of team. Okay. So here's where we're at. If you move up from 5, which I don't know that that's advisable, and I'm not telling you that's happening, it would make me believe your words because you have a player you covet at a level. You want to go get that specific player, and you are really putting your job security out there to do it. Okay, fine, but I'm not picking at 5. If you trade down from 5, you can draft a different way or stock up your trade coffers to go swing for the fences. You can draft different because you got multiple bites at the apple. You can draft riskier prospects that you're drafting on metrics, on measurables, on traits, projection, as Rico says. And then there's the third one, and it's the one I've wanted for a while, and I'm pretty sure Rico's with me in the boat. I want to take 5 and Bogdanovich and get the hell out of here tonight. I don't want to draft a player. I want to trade. I want to make a trade tonight and get a player.
Right there, my friend. Yeah, because that, to me, that's your home run, because that's somebody who can help you hit the ground running next year. You just brought the coach in. I've said it before. I don't want Monty Williams to be the biggest thing that you did in the offseason. I want you to go out and do something. And you're saying that you don't want the singles and the bunts and all of that. You can't make that pick. If you make the pick at 5, I'm going to wait to see if you trade it later in that night, because as we know, Troy likes to wheel and deal on draft night.
Yeah, I won't freak out until about 10 o'clock.
But if at the end of the draft, you're still sitting there like the last kid waiting for his parents to pick him up from after practice, well, now we got problems. Because that, to me, I don't think you hit your home run.
Yeah, I think if we're on the air tomorrow at 2 and they just took a player at 5, obviously we're all going to root for the kid to do well and hope that he blossoms. But, guys, you just get to a point, the rebuild is how far along? You paid Monty Williams how much money? I just don't think it's the best course to keep losing 60 games in continuum. Now, if you want to pick at 5, here's all I ask of you. When you call up at 248-539-9797, I need a name. Don't tell me a position. Don't tell me a trait. No. If you're telling me you want to draft at 5, well, then, boy, howdy, you must love a certain player there. Who is it exactly? Now, luckily, at 5:30, Rico's already done the homework for everybody else, and he'll give you the 6 names he believes are in play there. But I would love to know. So I'm on Team B. Anything but the pick. Move up, move down, or move out. And if you're on Team A and you want to use the pick at 5, who? Who is the player that is the home run? I'm not claiming to know, and this is one where there are certain drafts. I tell you who I love. I'm willing to be wrong. I'm totally okay with that. This is not one of those drafts. I do not like this at all.
No, this is a draft where, honestly, you can put them all in a hat, shake it up, and just draw a name out and cross your fingers and hope that you got lucky and you found the next Devin Booker instead of the next Stanley Johnson.
If I could sign a piece of paper right now that Jazz offer that Yahoo Sports was reporting was real, I'd probably take it.
Yeah. Because at least you would have 2 chances.
5 for 9 and 16. And you know what I could do? I do trust Troy Weaver in this regard. He has an ability to maneuver the draft. You saw it last year with what he did for Jalen Duren. We've seen him play some games maneuvering picks. I feel like they would take a player and trade a pick and get a play. I want to see, there needs to be someone on this team that is a leader. Now, we want Cade to be that or Ivy to be that. Duren is not that because, he's still 19. You got to have somebody who's 25, 26, 27 years old. This league, look, the Phoenix Suns, which Rico also follows closely. Look, the Suns had a lot of talent for a lot of years, but it didn't come together until Chris Paul came to town. Now, I am not telling you to trade for, at the time, a 34-year-old point guard. I'm making a point that you're not going to win with a daycare center. You don't have a culture. What upsets me is listening to Tom Gores and listening to Stafford 2.0 in Troy Weaver. I don't want to hear about culture anymore. You don't have a culture. You don't. Now, the Lions talked about it, and it was teetering on the edge of being a parody. But guess what? Their culture is now, they believe. They play for this man. They win games, and they need to win more. But I don't want to hear about how we'd stack our locker room up against anybody else. You won 17 games. Hush up.
Well, no, but help that culture was Jared Goff.
Right.
We all made fun of him, but Goff had playoff experience.
Got to win.
Been to Super Bowl.
And all I'm saying is Monty's first year, I'd rather bring in someone who's going to help me win, take a little pressure off of Cade and Jaden, and I need to win 35 games, 36 games, 38 games. I need to.
No, I'm just laughing because I'm thinking back to yesterday how we're just like, because the Tigers are in such a bad division, they're interesting.
We're in a pennant chase.
Can you just be interesting?
That's it.
Can it just be where we're sitting there talking about in March possibly making the play-in game and not all of a sudden talking about the draft pick?
You're not going to do it without making a move.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So I'd love to know what side of it you're on. 248-539-9797. David, Team A or Team B? What? You're Team B. You want to trade?
I am Team B. Just trade it, man. Go get me a player or get me multiple picks. And then I'll say, look, okay, maybe there's a choice here. But I really don't want to pick at 5 at all. No way.
There's no player there
No.
and it doesn't mean we're right, but David, doesn't it feel like it doesn't matter who they pick, you shrug your shoulders and go,
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Whether it's Grady Dick, whether it's Osir Thompson, I don't want that. I don't want Jerry Walker. He might be the best out of those 3 names, but I still don't want him.
Look, and also here's the problem. Look, they need a wing. There are wings available, but my problem when you draft wings who in the scouting report can't dribble, can't create shot, or outright can't shoot, well, I mean, that's a train with square wheels. A wing in today's game.
Or a wing that over dribbles.
Yeah,
and
I just
dribbles himself into the corner.
I don't know what to do. I mean, I'd love to see him have a power forward who could move out the 3-point land and stretch the floor and allow Duran to really patrol the middle. Who is that? Is it Taylor Hendricks, the kid from UCF? The guy weighs 210 pounds. I mean, you have no shot of being effective. You're going to get bullied up and down the floor.
Race Walker has the NBA size, 7'2" wingspan. But he's got one move.
Dunk into chest.
Right.
248-539-9797. So what side are you on? David, the ticket text, please.
Top 5 picks for 5 would be, or his top 3 would be Whitmore, then Walker, and Osir Thompson, he says.
But why? See, this is my issue, and it's not a shot. I think Cookies does a great job, and hell, he's my podcast partner with Cash Ticket. This whole Whitmore thing, like Cookies goes on the air today planting a flag, like it's a Lions draft pick. Like this is the quarterback I'm taking. And he's like, oh, Whitmore. It's like, Jim, I never heard you utter his name, and I did about 30 college basketball pods where we were picking games every day. So now all of a sudden you've had this religious experience where Cam Whitmore is the dude. And by the way, according to reports, didn't he have a terrible work here?
Yeah. Now, once again, though, it's GM talk. Maybe it's not
What if
real.
Troy Weaver slandered Whitmore, moves down to 9, still gets Whitmore? See, now we're playing the game.
Right. And Troy plays the game. Tonight is his night. So as many times you're like, man, he needs to do this on draft night, just get out of his way because the Pistons will be involved in at least 2 deals.
We agree. They can't just select at 5, pack up shop, and go home.
Yeah, and then we'll be back for pick 31, and then we're leaving.
So is it fair? Is it fair for us to just say there has to be more?
Yeah. That
there has to be, whether it is maneuvering with pick 31 and getting back into the first round, whether it is taking 5, moving down, here's my issue. I don't want Bogdanovich on this team. a player of his age on an expiring deal has no role here. No role. Trade him, package him with the pick, and let's go do something, man.
Well, you can't sit here and say, are you going to swing for the fences and just make the pick at 5 and pick at 31? Because this draft is not that deep where, if it was 8, 9 people in the draft, you're like, yep, we got another starter for this team that we could pair up with Jay Ivey and Kay Cunningham. We're set. You don't have that. This is depth. This is somebody who's going to be 7th or 8th man second or third man off the bench. That's what you're drafting right now.
Can I ask one question? I'm not mad if you're like, I have no idea. It's fine. What do you think, Zion? Like, I still believe Zion gets dealt tonight. What do you think it actually ends up looking like? Like, I almost feel like, have I gotten to a point where I've lowered his value in my own mind, where it's unrealistic, and we're going to see a deal tonight, and you're like, I would never give that up? Like, it'll let the Pistons off the hook if you see a team give up like 3 1s, a young stud under contract, and you're like, what are they doing? Yeah. Or are we going to see it happen, and you go, why the F weren't we in on that?
Well, that's what I think it'll end up being a 3-way deal, but I think it's going to be Portland. Portland's going to make a move. They're going to be desperate. They're going to want to get – now, in their perfect world, Scoot falls to 3, but I don't think he will. So now they're going to make a move, throw in some extra picks to get Zion there to pair him up with Dame.
I would never. There's not a world where I'd give up number 3 plus 2 first-round picks plus players to salary match for Zion at this current state. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, but if I told you...
Oh, Dame runs the organization.
Well, no, if I said pre-show meeting, Mike, the Warriors will get Chris Paul, and they'll be able to unload Jordan Poole's contract.
I don't even want to talk about it. I know.
You wouldn't believe me.
I know. I'm not for free.
You'd be angry and be like, okay, seriously, if you don't want to be serious, go home. That's what you would have told me. If you don't want to be serious about today, just go home.
Not far off. If you started with Jordan Poole, and I'd be like, well, how many first-round picks are you giving up? And you'd be like, none.
No,
2030.
Yeah, I'll give you a conditional 2030 pick. And the Warriors will get Chris Paul.
You're right, man.
So, yeah, I could easily see Lillard has come out and said, I want to be here. He's all about, I want that statue. I'm loyal, but you got to do me right. And I think that they're sitting there saying, okay.
The whole problem with that, and I know we're in Detroit, so no one cares. If what was true was New Orleans wanting Scoot, and Scoot's not there, then what's the value of the number 3 pick? They don't need Brandon Miller. They got loads of wings in New Orleans. So it just doesn't add up to me, but I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm saying this is maybe where an extra team gets tossed in there.
Well, then the Pistons need to pull up the tugboat and be like, here, throw your garbage here. We'll tow it to shore. I don't care. Christ, go get me Anthony Simons. That kid will shoot from half court. Just give me something I want to watch. What I don't want to watch is Cam Whitmore in a Pistons button-up playing 16 minutes a night next year.
See, I'm happy that Poole is gone because I was like, please don't let him be one of the people that Troy Weaver's going after.
No, come on now. 248-539-9797. We'll get your calls in the mix. Rico will break down the 5th pick for the geeks out there because we want to deliver something halfway serious since we've been a little irreverent today. And don't forget, tomorrow the pennant chase resumes. Tigers, Twins, a series to not be missed. They sweep them. We're on the air 1.5 out because the Twins bombed the Sox today. Lost half game. It's all right. Okay. 97-1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Heck, you can go and pick up this month's Rico deal and then drive down to the ballpark to watch the Tigers play. Hamilton Chevrolet wants to be your Chevy dealer. They will find you the lowest payment, every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy. New vehicles are being delivered daily into Hamilton Chevrolet, including the June Rico deal. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months, $995 down, 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me. An automatic transmission Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. And you know you've always wanted one. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. A 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas, located in the heart of downtown. And again, the D and Circa, their sister resort, both a hell of a good time. If you're at the D, you get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the new Circa Hotel and Casino. And remember, largest outdoor sports venue, largest sports book in America, both at Circa. The D, March Madness event, still really a hell of a good time. So check it out. D.com to book your stay today. The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. All right, before we go to the people, gentlemen, I have an announcement. I have changed my mind. I know who we have to draft at 5. We have got to draft Grady Dick. Have you seen what he's wearing to the draft tonight?
No.
Yes.
Wait.
You have to see. Evan showed me this.
What, is he wearing buffs?
Even better.
No.
He is wearing, you remember Dorothy's slippers in The Wizard of Oz?
Ruby.
That's his whole suit tonight. You have to draft that.
No, thank you.
Come on. That's Tyler Hero.
Right now, Jalen Rose is saying, could you please dress a little more conservative?
Even Jalen Rose.
Looks like a 12-year-old kid who just found $5,000 on the street.
Right. He looks like the kid, what is it, Bobby Papadopoulos or whatever in the Chevy Chase movie. What is it?
Nick Papagiorgio.
Yes. Come on. You got to draft that.
Right, like he went to one of those Vegas stores in the shops and actually bought that.
Oh, my God, Nick Papagiorgio. That is him.
That is.
From Yuma.
He just found $5,000, and we're going to go get you a tailored suit. He's dressed head to toe in sequins. We got to take him.
Stay far away from this guy now.
No. That's
David.
That's my guy.
All he needs now are buffs, and the city will love him.
Oh, please, no. Don't do this again.
Hey, David, I got bad news for you.
Well, I told you once Kate put the buffs on.
David, the whole reason I don't mind this kid, I'm with Rico. Okay, you're old. I've already seen what he can do. I don't have to question whether he could develop a shot. He has one. I don't have to question whether he knows how to play the game. He does. I like that he played at a blue blood program. I like that this kid can come off a screen and rip it. Like, you know what he is? After Bogdanovic's dead body is out of here, that's the guy that replaces him.
Played in pressure situations, not some empty gym in the G League.
And hell of an athlete.
And with that name, he makes my job a hell of a lot easier.
Exactly. That's what it comes. Yes.
Gator.
That's what it comes down to.
Gator. We'll have a ton of Gator drops.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we would.
I'm just being serious. From a basketball perspective, what if he's
Hooker and Grady Dick?
What if he's Kevin Herter? Okay. I tried.
Right, Mike tried to go back to me.
Okay.
Did the best I could.
You did.
We go to Paul and Shelby. What's up, Paulie?
Well, I guess it's settled then. You know, fashion speaks, and Mike has declared that Grady Dick is now a Piston.
That's it.
So
that's all.
It negates everything till 6. So there it is.
Now, what do you now? Tell me what they're doing here. Like, do you want to stay at 5, or you like us? Just get the hell out of this pick.
All right. Look, a couple of weeks ago, I called and I argued with you guys that there was no way that there couldn't be somebody at pick 5 in the basketball world. And you guys tried to talk me off the ledge, and being stubborn old white guy, I wouldn't believe it. Well, after doing a deep dive into the top 20 prospects for 2023, I have to admit you're right. I mean, it's okay. For me, if Brendan Miller somehow falls, maybe. But yeah, the way out is for the Wizard Weaver to sprinkle some pixie dust, pull out the magic wand, and presto changeo. Hey, looky what we got. That's really it, guys. I don't know. And I don't know how serious you are about Grady Dick, but let's talk about him for a minute. Mike, are you serious?
Yeah. I mean, look, kind of, because I know what I'm getting. And I understand, look, it's the opposite of what Weaver said, but when I look at the construction of the team, with Cade and Ivy, if I add a shooter out on the wing, Bogdanovich aside, whether you have him or you don't, I at least know this kid comes into the league, Paul, he can shoot it. When you listen to Rico in a couple of minutes breaking down who they actually might take at 5, can't shoot, can't dribble, can't create own shot. I go, Maron, what are we doing here?
Mike, I read the top 20. I read every synopsis on him, and you're preaching to the choir. You're absolutely right. But is he projected to be there at 5, or is he one of the top 4?
He's a player that's a wild card. I've seen him anywhere from 6 to 16. And look, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm going to scream and yell about it. I was only making the point to Costa and Crosstalk. Like, everyone mentions all these names. Well, why not this kid?
And the thing is, Paul, anybody from pick 4 to probably pick 13, they're the same. So, yeah, if that, I'd rather you get somebody who's established and you know.
You know what I like about the kid, too? And I know you can't quantify things like this, so it kind of sounds like word soup, but you either trust that I watch games or you don't. This is a smart kid, man. Like basketball IQ, whatever buzzy words you want. Knows how to play the damn game. I'm 90% sure he shot 40% from deep at Kansas. Like, you do those things. And I go, you're not a dumbass. You know how to play the game. You can rip it. Right. And all I need to do is have one of my guards find you off of a screen, that's going in, and you're athletic. Oh.
What? Well, it's why my guy, maybe they can get him in the second round, is Trace Jackson Davis. He was a good player on a bad Indiana team or a marginal Indiana team. So it's not like he's coming from this winning tradition. So
Right.
he'll be able to work. You can place him in the lineup, and he could. I've seen what he can do. I think that this is somebody that could help the Pistons. That would, to me, would be the steal. If he's still sitting there with pick 31, you absolutely take it.
Now, you want to knock this guy? You want to tell me you don't like him because he's not a playmaker? He's not going to break you down off the dribble? Fine. What my argument is going to be is, as long as I have two guys on the floor at all times where their handle is a weapon, we're good. You know what I want from Grady Dick? Run the open floor. No, I want him to wear that jacket in games. But he can run the open court. He can absolutely hammer the basketball, like super athlete. And he can shoot the three. It's not your job to be a ball handler. It's not your job to initiate the offense. I need you for when Cade or Ivy are able to get where they want to go on the floor, kick that ball out. I need you to be able to make 40% of your threes.
So you want him to be what Sadiq Bey was for a few games?
Yeah, I hesitate to say that, but yeah.
I said a few games.
Yeah. Look, man, I'll take a 6'8" kid who knows how to play. He's wicked smart, and he can shoot it. And that, guys, you know what? The kid come to the league and stink, and you'll remind me about it in 3 years. The point I'm making is I'm not planting a flag, but I'm always puzzled in today's NBA how guys with no discernible ability are taken ahead of guys who can actually play the sport.
Because they potential, they have upside, and oh my goodness, this guy is he grades out like this. He's going to be the next. Yeah. Whenever they start saying you're the next, chances are you're not.
And let me admit this. On the record, because it's just I'm straight up with you guys. I have a bias against these G League players. I do. I just don't believe in it. I don't believe in the G League as this major developmental league. It doesn't mean I'm right, but I'm sorry. I'm with Rico. When you got to go on the road at TCU and people are throwing garbage at you, and it's a Big 12
chants about your name,
right? And it's a Tuesday night at 9:30. You're in Stillwater, and the fans want to murder you, and you put a bullet in that team. I believe those situations matter. You can say, yeah, well, the roster of this team has more talent than Oklahoma State. Fine. But when you're playing at 4 p.m. and there's really no pressure, I still struggle to wrap my mind around.
And here's the thing. In the G League, there's really just two teams and then a bunch of just, Washington Generals. You never hear of anybody outside
Team Kenny.
It's Overtime Elite and Team Ignite.
Yeah, the other guys are rejects from the NBA.
Right. It's Team Kenny. It's a bunch of creative players. 5 Kennys on the floor. Hey, it's Scoot Henderson.
Georgia Bacon.
Jesus. And again, it doesn't mean I'm right. Clearly, these GMs are putting in the work with the G League, but I have a bias. Like, I always will take a college player over these G League dudes. And if you want to knock Wembanyama, I'll just tell you he's playing against grown men. Those dudes in Europe, it's not Europe of 30 years ago. And even then, there's still a risk. But when these guys in Europe play, they're starting at age 13. Like, they're playing.
Right. And you look at the talent that they're playing up against. I challenge you, look at some of the rosters in the G League.
Oh, boy.
It's really like, oh, that's where he ended up.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Tell them all about it.
All right. Well, you've heard us talk about the baseball team here. They're in a division chase, and I need the fastest internet around to keep up with the action. And Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed that I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, no more pixelated video, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with the speeds that will make your head spin. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows anytime that I want without interruption. So if it's Yellowstone you want to watch, you can watch it without any interruption. That means you can get the latest scores as they happen injury updates, fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just simply drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Stoney, please. Summer is here. Everyone on the road trips, going up north, Moran Buick GMC. Make sure you are all set. 2023 GMC Acadia. Flexible third-row seating makes room for everyone and everything. Moran has new stock arriving daily. And, of course, the easy online ordering system, moranexpress.com. If you need service, you get the certified service appointment. You get a free loaner. Go about, live your life. They'll call you when your car's done. It's perfect. Scheduling is always fast and always easy at moranexpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, we'll get the ticket text. Reegs and Woj are here. Wojo has a number of bad puns about Grady Dick. It's impossible to even have a remotely decent conversation with Bob, so I left. Truly, just buckle up for what you're about to experience. All right, David, what do you have?
Want an athletic wing that can score? Get Bryce Sensabaugh, one of the best scorers in college basketball last year for Ohio State.
Yeah, the guy from...
Not exciting, is he? No.
Inconsistent. But, yeah, I wouldn't take him. Not at 5.
No, yes. To me, that's another kid who needed another year.
Yeah.
But, again, you play one, You leave. You got a first. I don't blame the kids. Let me be very fair. I don't blame them. They give you a first-round grade. You're going to get a 4-year contract with a 5th-year option. I understand it.
You take it.
But a guy like Sensabaugh, when I watch Big Ten hoops this year, nice player, talented, clearly has a bright future. Need another year.
I mean, and I'm trying here, but I've been looking at this stupid stuff on ESPN leading up to the draft.
By the way,
every
ESPN has reached a point of poverty where now they're doing trade grades and there's no writer on the article. I said this to Rico earlier. Oh, hey, look, they're grading the Porzingis trade. All it says is ESPN staff.
That guy.
Remember they used to have actual writers do actual articles?
Oh, speaking of which, I guess there was a trade that, according to ESPN, that got nixed. Portland was offering pick number 3. And
Paul George.
No.
Right?
Mikal Bridges.
What was discussed, and I think this was a Shams report a week or two ago, is at one point they offered 4 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges.
Number 3 and Anthony Simons for Mikal Bridges.
I wouldn't do that at all. I don't know what Portland's doing. Look, I like Mikal Bridges. A nice basketball player. But I'm not giving up Simons, who's 21 and a dead-eye shooter, and giving up the 3rd pick in the draft for him. I'm not doing it. But you know what? Honestly, you're right. Dame is running this thing.
He is. And it's the NBA. If your offer is ridiculous, still put it out there because somebody may say, sure, you want Jordan Poole? You can have him. There you go. Good luck with him.
I still can't believe that's right. Unbelievable.
It almost seems like one of those fake ones. Like you had to make sure that it's really Woj and not that the other Woj. What? Not our Woj.
You got the real Woj in here right there. There he is.
No, we're talking about the Chris Paul trade.
Penn and Chase resumes tomorrow, fellas. So we had a baseball-free day today.
Now, we're still in it, right? Although the Twinkies have started winning again, right?
I don't want to hear.
Okay, all right.
We're back to
you
business.
can lose today.
It doesn't matter. We are going to sweep the Twins. We're going to be 1.5 games out when we start next week. Bob, for Christ's sakes. I mean,
it could be a half game out, though.
My headphones are all tied up.
If the Twinkies lose today.
They won today.
Oh, game's already over?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, no.
I didn't realize that.
No.
Oh, that's a bummer. That's 2 in a row. They're red hot.
What's going on with your headset?
That's all twisted up. I'll fix it in the break. What, a guy can't have a messed up headset these days? Huh? Okay, we're not talking baseball. We're talking draft.
So who are the Pistons taking?
Well, you did make the most salient point of the day, and it drives me crazy. Listen, if you're a basketball player and you want to play professionally and you can't shoot, pick a different career. If you can't shoot, you should not be eligible for the NBA draft.
No, you just shouldn't go number 5 overall.
No, even that'd be like, I want to go in the NFL draft. I don't really like physical contact, but I'll play in the NFL. You have to shoot.
All right, so who's the most horrifying pick?
All of them.
Everybody asks what would be the greatest pick. Who's the most horrifying pick?
Rieger, I'm not being a smartass, and I don't know if you listened or not. I mean it when I say this. Anyone they take at 5 is a shoulder shrug. I don't care.
Okay, but
I don't want to pick at 5. I want to either have Troy Weaver shoot for the stars and move up, trade down, take 2 bites at the apple, swing for the fences, or take 5 and Bogdanovich and just get the hell out and get me a player.
What if the good Thompson twin drops to 5?
And which one's that?
I think it's Amen, isn't he?
No, I think it's Asari. He's more offensive, right?
No, I think it's Amen.
Asar's the one that
he's more of a wing.
He was the MVP in the G League.
But Amen is higher in all the mocks.
He's higher, but Asar
Amen is very defensive.
Yeah.
Neither
one.
Okay, what about at number 5, the Pistons take Jarace Walker?
Yeah.
See, you almost in Root for Radio want them to take one of the twins, knowing you took the wrong twin.
I mean, look.
Well, they're the same. They're exactly the same.
Like, from a college player standpoint, I like Jarace Walker. I mean, he had one game, I think, against Memphis. He had 8 blocks. He's all over the place. But, like, go to the NBA and you're going to play to 4 and put him next to Duren. What am I getting out of Jarace Walker? He doesn't have any moves.
No offense.
Can't shoot.
His one move is to try to deposit the defender into the dunk, into the rim. It's just, look.
So anybody at 5 is a disaster to you,
but there's
not a guy that is more of a disaster.
No, it's
Like
And I agree with you guys. Like,
I made the point. I get frustrated when guys like Grady Dick get devalued. I know he can shoot. He shot 40% from three at Kansas. He's a freaky athlete, 6'8", great in the open floor. I'm not asking him to handle the rock. I'm not asking him to initiate the offense. But I like that kid had to go on a Tuesday night to Oklahoma State. Everybody wanted you dead and go play in a harsh environment. These G League guys, you're playing in front of 3 family members at 4 p.m.
That's true. And
even though they're valued higher.
He's a top 10
but I don't
or
agree
11
with
player.
it.
No, I hear you, but that's the new age, right?
But Bob, you know what? We all talk about this. Now it's a disadvantage if you're just a really good college player who's shown the ability.
Right.
And we're reaching for ghosts and grabbing at projection. And you're like, all right, either Thompson twin. Rico just did the scouting report. Can't dribble, can't shoot. Why am I taking guys that are functionally, from a basketball standpoint, illiterate? Or I could take a kid who went to Kansas at 6'8", who's wicked smart basketball IQ, shoots it at a 40% level, and is really good in the open floor.
Because here's the thing. After pick 3, there's really no reach.
That you
in
say
this draft.
Amon's got a very high basketball IQ.
No, I'm saying
Okay,
like
I know what
from
you're
an
saying. I get
ability
it.
standpoint. Like
I'd
if
rather
you can't...
I'd rather you see something you actually saw on the court rather than,
That's right.
well,
of
you
course.
know he's got high upside.
But that brings up the next question. This should be a big day, right? There's no Tigers. There's a writer's strike in Hollywood. This should be a big day.
Let me help you.
But is Detroit watching this? Like
yeah.
if you're a sports fan in
That's
Detroit, you watching at 8 o'clock,
I'm
there's
hoping
nothing else on.
I'm hoping they move down. My guy is Trace Jackson Davis. That's who I would
Is
like
it
to
too late to trade for Zion?
Do you know who's
That'd be
sliding?
amazing.
And the last I saw is down to 8th.
Cam?
Yes,
Yeah,
Cam
it's,
Whitmore. Some knee thing.
allegedly.
There's some health
Now,
questions.
do you want
Medical.
the dream scenario? I'll give you the dream scenario.
Yeah.
Troy Weaver slandered Cam Whitmore with the bad workout, only to move down with the Jazz, take him at 9, and we get Grady Dick at 16.
That'd be pretty great.
Game over.
That did slide out
Take
there.
my guy at 31, and I'm happy.
Done.
Who's your
and
guy?
we're back.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh, from Indiana. Okay, here we go.
Can't they just retroactively draft Donovan Mitchell? I mean, can't they just do that?
That's not how it
I
works.
heard
It
you
doesn't
guys.
work that way.
I'm out.
I
Well, you know what? While
enjoyed-
you're at it, go get Devin Booker, too.
Oh, yeah.
Tyrese Maxey.
I love the going down memory lane of the first round and second round Piston picks.
Yeah, no, that was
Like Sekou Doumbouya. Do you remember?
Yes.
There was like 7 games where he was really good.
And
everybody was like, oh my God, this guy is amazing.
Doug and Scott
He disappeared.
compared his rookie year to Kobe Bryant. Oh, I was here for all of it.
Big Ed loved that pick. Stefanski, remember him? Briefly in charge, sort of.
Shout out to the guy that had narcolepsy.
What if they go down to 12 and take Kobe Buffkin?
I don't care. Fine. I
wouldn't
Bob,
want that
Bob,
either.
Bob, I want to
I
take the
wouldn't.
pick and take players and go get somebody. All right, we got to go. We'll talk to everybody at 2, 97.1.